Chapter 235. It was a small space. It was flat like a big box. However, this box was too big. It was half the size of Zhang Xiaohua's hut. It was very neat and tidy. Besides a small three-tiered shelf, there was nothing else. On the shelf, there were a lot of porcelain bottles, very neatly arranged, and under the shelf there were a few crooked bottles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned, and simply did not have the mind to look at the things on the shelf. He just looked at the small money bag in his hand, and used his spiritual awareness to feel the space inside the money bag, which was almost bigger than the chicken coop in the Zhang family's small courtyard. He felt incomparably inconceivable. What the hell was going on? Was there another world hidden in this money bag? When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his spiritual awareness, the money bag was restored to an ordinary money bag, and Zhang Xiaohua could not find any flaws, but when Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness penetrated again, he once again saw the space inside the money bag. This was repeated several times and it never failed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought this money bag was used to store things, so was that space the place to store things? So, he withdrew his spiritual awareness and put the pearl hair clip into the money bag. But when he released his spiritual awareness again, he did not see any pearl hair clip in the space. Looking again with his eyes, the pearl hair clip was still in the money bag. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but understand, this money bag seemed to have two places to put things, one could be seen with the eyes, and the other could be seen with the spiritual awareness. However, Zhang Xiaohua's problem came again. The place that could be seen with the eyes was put with the hand, but the place that could be seen with the spiritual awareness, what was the method used to put things in? Zhang Xiaohua held the pearl hair clip in his hand and put it in the money bag but could not put it in the space. If there was nothing in the space, Zhang Xiaohua may think that it was impossible to put things in, but there was something in the space indicating that there must be a method to put it in, but what was this method? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely bored, and swept the shelf in the space with his spiritual awareness. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a bright idea. Since he did not know how to put things in, but if he knew how to take things out, then wouldn't it be the same? So, Zhang Xiaohua began to try to take things out. Since this space could only be entered by the spiritual awareness, presumably taking things out must be related to the spiritual awareness. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua thought of when he had just woken up from seclusion, and the feeling of sweeping the field crops with his spiritual awareness, as if he had an extra hand, he could touch everything in the field. However, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be unable to use his divine sense to sense the space and use his divine sense to pick up things. Thinking of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, about the use of spiritual awareness, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily withdrew his spiritual awareness from the money bag, and first recalled the skills in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, and then practiced outside, and then once again immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag. This time, while Zhang Xiaohua was perceiving the money bag, he also divided a trace of his spiritual awareness, and wrapped it around a porcelain bottle on the shelf, wanting to take it out of the space. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness was just able to leave the body, and was really weak. How could he take this real object? Even if Zhang Xiaohua used all his strength, and he used all his strength, that porcelain bottle still didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be anxious and secretly said in his heart, "Come out." Just as this thought arose in his mind, that porcelain bottle suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's other hand that wasn't holding anything. Zhang Xiaohua's hand suddenly had something appear, and he was so scared that he almost threw it away. Fortunately, his eyes were very sharp now and he saw it clearly the moment he threw it away. Zhang Xiaohua curiously put the porcelain bottle in front of his eyes, and observed it up and down. This was a small bottle carved out of jade. It looked exquisite and it was warm to the touch. Even a layman could see that it was extraordinary. But it was a bottle used to hold things, and presumably the things inside were even more extraordinary. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua could only guess this point because that jade bottle was empty. Since he knew how to take things from the space, naturally he also knew how to put things from the outside into the space. Zhang Xiaohua followed suit, and used his spiritual awareness to wrap around the porcelain bottle in his hand. At the same time, he also immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag and thought, "Put it in." Sure enough, that jade bottle suddenly disappeared and entered the money bag. Haha! Zhang Xiaohua burst into laughter. This thing was really fun. In the future, if he hid something in the money bag, he was afraid that no one would be able to find it. Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out that small stone and the broken jade pendant from his bosom, and put them into the space of the money bag. Then, subconsciously, he also took out the hair clip from the money bag and put it together into the space. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, if there were people who could use their spiritual awareness, wouldn't this money bag become a public thing? Anyone who could perceive this money bag, wouldn't they be able to take things from it? However, just as this idea just arose, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. If this money bag was really like that, who would put things inside? So Zhang Xiaohua put the money bag on the ground and also wanted to try to take things from it, but his spiritual awareness could only sense the fluctuations of the yuan qi on the money bag and couldn't immerse it. When Zhang Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, he was able to perceive the space of the money bag. So it was like this. Since he knew that others couldn't casually take things from his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and carefully counted the things in the money bag. Although his spiritual awareness couldn't move the jade bottles, but he could see the things in the jade bottles. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the jade bottles one by one, trying to find something from them, but when he almost finished looking at all the jade bottles on the shelf, he didn't find anything useful. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed, and finally he saw a few crooked jade bottles at the bottom of the shelf. These jade bottles were different from the others. These jade bottles were sealed. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Presumably there was something inside. He took out one of the jade bottles. This jade bottle was clearly much coarser than the jade bottle from before, and the quality of the jade was also not on the same level. Presumably the things inside wouldn't be the same as the things in the previous jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua took the coarse jade bottle and looked around. On the top of the bottle, there were 3 carelessly written characters, Qi-generating pill. These 3 characters were also ancient characters and seemed to be casually written. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said in his heart, I reckon it's not some good stuff. Even the name was written so casually. The mouth of the bottle was sealed, but now how could it stump Zhang Xiaohua? He swept with his spiritual awareness, and sure enough, there were 3 medium-sized round things inside, which contained not weak yuan qi. If it was the Zhang Xiaohua who had never seen a yuan qi stone before, he would certainly be happy and couldn't wait to take out these things and swallow them whole. But now Zhang Xiaohua's horizons were different. This insignificant yuan qi compared to a yuan qi stone was really insignificant, and it didn't arouse his interest in the slightest. Just as he was about to put the jade bottle back, he suddenly thought of the medicinal pills mentioned in the elementary alchemy book. Could it be that this qi-generating pill was the medicinal pill mentioned in the book? If it was like this, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. Medicinal pills were originally medicinal pills that contained yuan qi, and the book also mentioned medicinal herbs. Presumably, this qi-generating pill was extracted from medicinal herbs. No wonder the Misty School had a specialized pharmacy for growing medicinal herbs. Presumably, those medicinal herbs were specifically used for alchemy. But how come the books he borrowed from Oyen in the Huanxi Mountain Villa were all about the cultivation and cultivation of medicinal herbs, and he hadn't seen any books on alchemy? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the Misty School's deacon saying that the pharmacy's books weren't lent out. Presumably, those alchemy books were all in the pharmacy. Thinking of the pharmacy's deacon's face, Zhang Xiaohua lost his interest in reading the books. Forget it, he would first finish reading the book in his hand. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua put the jade bottle back into the space. Zhang Xiaohua put the money bag into his bosom, pulled out a green foxtail grass from the ground, and bit it with his teeth. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the white clouds in the sky, leisurely floating. He felt that his heart seemed to have forgotten something, but it was at the edge of his mind, and no matter how he thought, he couldn't remember it. At this time, a large piece of white clouds piled up in the southern sky, like a crouching cow. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but daydream, how good would it be if I could lie among the white clouds in the sky? It must be much better than riding a cow. Crouching cow stone. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he climbed up from the ground with a zeng sound. That huge piece of primordial stone that looked like a crouching cow. Zhang Xiaohua instantly remembered what he had forgotten. This primordial stone might be useless to others, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it was a real treasure. He had just woken up from meditation, and hadn't considered the problem of handling the primordial stone. That piece of primordial stone was incomparably huge, so he definitely couldn't move it away. But even if he could cut a few small primordial stones from above, who knew how many days it would be enough for him to absorb? He couldn't go back to the Guizhuang house every few days, right? Zhang Xiaohua was willing, but Huanxi Manor wouldn't do it. But if he left this primordial stone in the field, it would be exposed to the wind and rain. Zhang Xiaohua himself wouldn't do it. If by any chance it was carried away by others and used to tie cattle and sheep, wouldn't he regret it? Now, this small money bag actually had such a large space, it was simply a large warehouse that he could carry around with him. Didn't it just solve the problem of how to carry the huge primordial stone? But he didn't know whether such a large and heavy primordial stone could be placed in this money bag. Would it burst this money bag, or was this money bag too heavy? It didn't matter if the money bag was heavy, Zhang Xiaohua could also lift it up. But if it was really heavy, how could he carry it in his arms? Chapter 236. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel excited. Although she knew that the crouching ox rock had been in the field for more than 2 years and no one had noticed it, there were many rocks around the Guizhuang house. No one would take it away in such a short time. Moreover, what use would the rock have? But it was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone took advantage of the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was not around and had evil thoughts about the worthless rock? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more likely it was. She ran out from the back of the house and hurried out of the village. It was better for such a precious thing to fall into her purse first. Just as she ran to the front of the Zhang family's courtyard, she met the happy Zhang Xiaolong and the shy Lu Qian. Zhang Xiaolong was carrying a lot of things in his hands, but Lu Qian was walking behind him empty-handed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua running quickly, Zhang Xiaolong could not help but ask, "Xiaohua, why are you running so fast? Come and help me carry the things." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "The things I want to get are more valuable than yours. I don't have time." She said, "Big brother, I have something urgent to do. Why don't you let sister-in-law carry it?" Zhang Xiaolong said angrily, "Your sister-in-law is pregnant. How can she carry heavy things?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she slipped and almost fell. She said, "Big brother, is it necessary? It's still so small. It's still early." As she said this, she used the nail of her little finger to show it. Lu Qian blushed and said with a kind of happiness, "That's right. I didn't feel it at all. Let me carry it." Zhang Xiaolong said in surprise, "So small? You saw it?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew that she had said something wrong. She covered her mouth and said, "I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I just thought it was small." Then she said, "Forget it. I'm going. I'll be back in a while." After saying this, she ran away. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's back, Zhang Xiaolong shook his head and said, "This child." Lu Qian tugged at his sleeve and asked, "What happened to Xiaohua? His hair is so rough. He's already in his teens, but he still looks the same as when he was young." "Xiaolong, I don't think so. I think Xiaohua is quite mysterious." "Mysterious? How did you come up with this word? Think about it. Xiaohua went to Pingyang City with Jianghu. Moreover, Jianghu was the one who went to learn martial arts. Didn't I say that Xiaohua didn't practice martial arts?" Zhang Xiaolong nodded thoughtfully. Lu Qian continued, "But when I came back this time, I heard from my mother that he had just arrived at the entrance of the village. When he saw that my mother was about to fall, he immediately ran from the roadside to the entrance of the village." "How far is that? How could he run there so quickly?" "It must be the Qinggong that they were talking about. I remember that a few years ago Hero Wen and Heroine Shui's Qinggong weren't that fast." Zhang Xiaolong asked curiously, "Why haven't I heard about this from my mother?" Lu Qian smiled and said, "My mother was so happy at that time that she had forgotten about the strangeness of it. A few days ago when Xiaohua was practicing martial arts, my mother was uneasy. When we were chatting she mentioned this matter. I even used this to persuade her. Alright, have you ever seen a person practicing martial arts for 9 days and 9 nights without stopping?" Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, "I've never seen anyone from the Jianghu and I don't know anyone who practices martial arts. How would I know?" Lu Qian smiled faintly and said, "Idiot, even if you don't know anyone, what about the books that you read?" Zhang Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, Qian, since you asked me to read, I've also read a lot of books. There are serious books, recreational books, myths and ghosts and anecdotes of the Jianghu. But I've never seen anything like that." "Oh, that's not right. It seems that there are some myths that say that immortals who practice martial arts often go into closed-door training for months or even years. I've never seen anything like that in the anecdotes of the Jianghu." Lu Qian said, "You haven't read much. Some of the biographies that talk about the Jianghu sometimes talk about closed-door training for 1 or 2 days. But I don't think I've heard of 9 days and 9 nights. For such a long time he would be thirsty to death. But you haven't seen Xiaohua come home. My mother let him eat, but his appetite wasn't as good as usual. Don't you think that this is very strange?" Suddenly Lu Qian blushed and said, "Also just now Xiaohua said that our boy is so small. Do you think that he can really see?" Zhang Xiaolong wanted to wave his hand, but his hands were full of things and he couldn't move them. He could only shake his head and said, "Forget it. Xiaohua can't be so godly," but the more he said, the weaker his voice became. Finally he added, "Oh, maybe. Immediately he said with certainty, "It's best if he can see. Let him see the child's situation every day and tell us about it. Moreover, Xiaohua is our biological brother. The more powerful he is, the happier we will be, right?" Lu Qian said, "Yes, I really didn't expect that the little Xiaohua of the past would be so powerful now. Then I think that when our boy grows up, we must let him practice the martial arts manual that he gave to our boy. I think he will have a bright future." Zhang Xiaolong laughed and said, "Why? Not letting him study and become a high-ranking official?" Lu Qian said, "Idiot, do you know anything about both civil and martial arts?" Zhang Xiaolong smiled apologetically and said, I don't know. I only know about civil and martial arts and husband and wife." Lu Qian blushed and looked around. She said, "You're not serious. Let's go." She really took advantage of it and still acted innocent. Waiting for her head to stop hurting a little, Zhang Xiaohua swept out her divine sense. That huge primeval stone was quietly lying in her purse. But that purse's space was originally clean and tidy. Suddenly putting such a big primeval stone in it and also stained with mud, it was rather out of place. But this was Zhang Xiaohua's private space. Who could see it? After finishing all this, Zhang Xiaohua hummed a little song and walked down the hill. Just as she was about to turn, she suddenly thought of the spring water at the bottom of the hill. She walked to the well and still released her divine sense. Exploring the well for a moment, she knew the reason. Her huge primeval stone was originally dug out from this well. Some of the stones in the well were inevitably stained with primeval qi. Or it could be said that these stones were also small primeval stones. The spring water seeped into the well and soaked with the primeval stones. Naturally, it was rich in primeval qi. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to fish out some primeval stones from the well. But in her divine sense, those primeval stones were really small, comparable to grains of sand. It was not easy to get them. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her family drank the water from the well. The primeval qi in the water was very good for their bodies. Why would they do such a desperate thing? Zhang Xiaohua was thinking when he suddenly felt someone coming from behind. She turned her head to look. It was her second brother Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu carried 2 buckets of water. It was obvious that he was here to fetch water. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, he was very happy and said, "Xiaohua, why did you come here again? Just now when Big Brother came home, he said that you had an urgent matter. What is it? Could it be related to this well?" Chapter 237. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "It's like this, second brother. I just received a pigeon message from our school, saying that Sister Chang'e will come here in a while. I ran away but she couldn't find our home, so I hurried here." Hearing that Chang'e was coming, Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked, "Chang'e, is she really coming?" But as soon as he said this, he saw Zhang Xiaohua trying to hold back her laughter. He knew that he had been fooled by this little devil. He laughed and said, "Forget it. Which school are you from? Beidou School or Misty School? If you're from Misty School, why haven't I seen you take anyone as your teacher? If you're from Beidou School, it seems that your successor is still in my eldest sister-in-law's belly." Seeing that second brother knew that she had been fooled, Zhang Xiaohua was not anxious. She said with a smile, "I just didn't want to help my eldest brother carry things, so I made it up. Look at him. He carries everything by himself. My eldest sister-in-law is empty-handed. Why does she want me to carry things for him?" He, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "You're wrong. Since you told mother and father this morning that my eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, she's now catching up with your status in the family. She's the first level of protection of our Zhang family. Not to mention carrying things, even drinking water has to be poured by mother herself. Even if my eldest sister-in-law wants to get up, mother will stop her. You see, didn't you say that the well water is good for the baby? Mother made another water tank and asked me to carry more water home." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Anyway, we have to leave home in a while. My eldest sister-in-law can take my place. I don't care. But her position won't last long. Mother loves the house and its crow. When the baby is born, my eldest sister-in-law will be left behind. Oh, by the way, second brother, the spring water is better fresh. If it's left for a long time, it won't have any effect. You'd better not pick it." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu put the bucket on the ground and asked, "Xiaohua, is what you told us this morning true? I always feel that you don't have such great ability. Is the bull strength really so powerful? By the way, you've been practicing in seclusion for 9 days and 9 nights. To be honest, although I'm just a beginner in martial arts, when I was in the escort agency, I've heard a lot of things in Jianghu. Why haven't I heard of this? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. In fact, he didn't plan to hide it from his family. There was no harm in telling them. However, his second brother was a disciple of the Misty School. If he knew, it would be difficult. The Carefree Heart Sutra was definitely a treasure of the Misty School. If he secretly practiced it, even if Peng eventually investigated, his second brother wouldn't know about it. Perhaps he wouldn't be implicated. However, if he didn't report it, it would be a different matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Second brother, everything I said is true. However, it's hard to explain the reason. Also, second brother, about me practicing for 9 days and 9 nights without sleep and rest, you should go back and tell father and mother. Don't tell anyone else. Some things are better left unsaid." Zhang Xiaohu looked at his brother who was maturing day by day. He smiled and said, "You've already given your instructions. Father, mother, and Mr. Liu have already discussed it when you were in seclusion. When you went out just now, you warned us again. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and didn't speak for a long time. In the end, he said, "Thank you, second brother. Actually, I have some difficulties." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and interrupted him. He said, "Xiaohua, you're my biological brother. I've watched you grow up. How could I not know what you're like? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I won't force you." Then he picked up the bucket from the ground and said, "Let's go. Since you don't want to carry water, let's go home. Mother made that water jar for nothing. If it doesn't work, let her pickle vegetables." When the two returned home, Guosufei saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't come back with water and frowned. After Zhang Xiaohua explained, Guosufei smiled and said, "So it's like this. It's really good to have fresh water. In the future, let Xiaolong carry water 3 times a day. Our family's consumption will be changed to this well water." Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua came out of closed-door training safely and Lu Qian was pregnant. The Zhang family could be considered to have 2 happy events. Naturally, it was very lively at night. Mr. Liu usually ate at the Zhang family's house. Of course, he wouldn't miss out today. The whole family was full of joy and harmony. When it came to cooking, there were some problems. In the past, Lu Qian was the main chef and Guosufei was the assistant. Since the morning when she learned that Lu Qian was pregnant, Guosufei didn't let Lu Qian do anything. Of course, cooking was not allowed. Guosufei was used to cooking in the past, but it was extremely frugal. Now, the Zhang family could be considered to have more than 3,600 taels of silver. This was unimaginable in the past. Today, although it couldn't be extravagant, it couldn't be said to be simple. Therefore the problem arose. How could Guosufei do it alone? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua asked for help, but they were chased out by Guosufei. How could she bear to do it when she didn't come back for 2 years? When Lu Qian saw it, she just shook her head. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua said to Guosufei, "Mother, it's better to let sister-in-law do it. In fact, the child hasn't formed yet. It won't affect anything. Moreover, isn't it good for the child to be more active? When her pregnancy becomes obvious in the future and it's really inconvenient for her to move, it won't be too late to let her rest. You're just a child. What do you know? When you're pregnant, you have to take care of yourself. Don't lose the child." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Lu Qian. She smiled and said to her mother, "In fact, sister-in-law's child is already half a year old. It's already stable. Mother can let sister-in-law move around." Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua paused. Then she said, "Sister-in-law's child is different from ordinary people. We don't know when it will be formed. Mother, you have to be prepared. You can't be impatient." "I see." Guosufei felt a little unprepared. "How long will it take?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "How would I know? Maybe a year and a half. Maybe 3 to 5 years is also possible. You can't let sister-in-law not work for 3 to 5 years." This. Guosufei didn't say anything. Lu Qian took the opportunity to step forward and said, "Mother, who cares how long it will take? We'll still live as usual. I'll work as usual. It won't be too late to talk about it when the melon is ripe." Guosufei nodded hesitantly. Lu Qian smiled and hurried into the kitchen. The whole family was waiting to eat. How could they not be anxious? Although the food at home wasn't as good as at Huanxi Manor, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhang Xiaohua liked this kind of happy atmosphere very much. Although her appetite wasn't very good, she still ate a lot. After the meal, everyone drank tea and chatted. They talked about some interesting things. Zhang Xiaohu also shared his experience as a bodyguard. Although there were such opportunities a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua was still meditating in the field. How could the family be in the mood today? Perhaps it wasn't until today that everyone was completely relieved. Late at night, everyone returned to their rooms. Zhang Xiaolong went out and sent Mr. Lu back. When they returned to the room, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Second brother, do you sleep or practice at night?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Usually I practice. I've just started practicing the art of ethereal magic. It's time for me to consolidate it, so I need to practice more. A few days ago I saw you meditating, so I didn't dare practice." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then let's practice together." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Okay, let's compete. Let's see who can improve faster." In fact, he had long lost confidence in his younger brother. Practicing for 9 days and 9 nights is not something an ordinary person can do. Although he didn't have the opportunity to test Zhang Xiaohua's internal force, he absolutely believed that he may not be his younger brother's opponent. Zhang Xiaohu closed the door, walked to the Kong and sat cross-legged. According to Wen Wenhai's teachings, according to the records of ethereal divine art, he practiced breathing and refined his internal force. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged and released his divine sense to feel the energy around him. He sighed softly. How could these few strands of energy be enough for him to practice? He saw Zhang Xiaohu meditating and couldn't help but sweep his divine sense towards Zhang Xiaohu. However, he didn't feel any signs of energy. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel strange. Listening to second brother's tone, his ethereal divine art was already at the entry level. His chi was also beginning to take shape. How could there be no signs of energy? Although his divine sense was like an eye, it was still sensitive to energy. Even the fetus in Lu Qian's body was only able to sense it because it absorbed energy. If there wasn't such an opportunity, how could Zhang Xiaohua know so much? Perhaps the ethereal divine art had some mysteries that he didn't understand. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 small stones from his bosom. He held one in each hand and closed his eyes to absorb the energy. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that since the primordial stone was so small, the primordial qi within it must be limited, and the absorption would be very weak. However, just as he circulated his qi, he felt an extremely rich primordial qi flow out of the primordial stone in his hand and into his meridians. It was the same as sitting on the primordial stone a few days ago. Zhang Xiaohua quickly suppressed his astonishment and calmly absorbed and refined the primordial qi. However, he didn't immediately enter a meditative state. After a while, he stopped absorbing and didn't open his eyes. He just used his divine sense to sweep the stone. This sweep didn't matter. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. The energy in the stone was still abundant. It didn't weaken because of his absorption. This small stone might not be too durable. If so, this small stone would be enough for him to practice for a long time. Thinking about the huge crouching ox stone in his purse, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth almost cracked from smiling. Chapter 238. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed in the small room, it was difficult for her to calm down and absorb qi into her body. In the east room, Zhang Kai and Guosufei were also unable to sleep. Guosufei said, "Father of the child, I heard from Xiaohua that the child in Chanchan's belly will take several years to be born. What do you think about this?" "Several years?" Zhang Kai said in surprise. "How can it be so long? Other people are pregnant for 10 months. Why does it change when it comes to our family?" Guosufei said tensely, "I heard it from Xiaohua himself." Zhang Kai said disapprovingly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How can a child like him know these things?" Guosufei said angrily, "If Xiaohua doesn't know, how can he know that Chanchan is pregnant? Moreover, didn't you see that he put something in the silk bag for Chanchan? If he really doesn't know, why is he acting so serious? Xiaohua has never been a child who lies. There must be a reason for what he said." Zhang Kai thought about it and said, "It makes sense. Xiaolong and Chanchan have been married for almost 2 years. They should have had a child long ago. According to Xiaolong, Chanchan should have been pregnant half a year ago. If it was someone else, they would have had a big belly by now. But our Chanchan still doesn't show that she is pregnant at all. Even the doctors in the medical hall can't see it. According to the growth of the child, Xiaohua said a few years is fast." Guosufei hesitated and said, "But isn't this too scary? Who needs a few years to have a child?" Zhang Kai was also silent. After a long while, he said, "Didn't I hear the storytellers say that many immortals carry a child for decades? Some even carry it for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. We've only been pregnant for a few years, so it's normal." Guosufei laughed and said, "That's all made up by others. Do you believe it? Whether I believe it or not is not a problem. The key is that there is no smoke without fire. Since there is such a saying, there must be a reason. Otherwise, no one would think of such a legend even if they cracked their brains. That's true. But even so, our Chanshan has been pregnant for such a long time. If others were to find out, who knows what they would say. They might even think that Guosufei couldn't bring herself to say the last word. Zhang Kai sighed and said, yes, it's unusual. If the villagers knew about it, they would definitely think so. By the way, you didn't tell anyone when you went out today, did you? Guosufei thought for a moment and said, I was busy at home today and didn't have time to go out. How could I have the chance to tell others? That's for the best. I'll tell them tomorrow morning, especially Mr. Liu. Don't tell anyone about this yet. We'll talk about it when Chanshan gives birth. Okay. Father of the child, I think so too. Xiaolong and Chanshan went out today. I don't know if they will tell anyone. Haha, they definitely won't. If Xiaolong went out alone, he might not say anything. But with Chanshan, this child has always been shy. Even if you give Xiaolong 2 times the courage, he won't dare to say anything. Well, that's good. Go to sleep. There are still things to do tomorrow. These days I've been worried about the child. The work in the field has been delayed. Let it be delayed. The child has brought back so much money. It's enough for us to live for a lifetime. Mother of the child, you're wrong. Money is just a worldly possession. No matter how much money there is, it's still a dead object. How can it be compared to the field? It's a living thing. We can rely on it for a lifetime. I know. Old man, go to sleep. We still have to go to the field tomorrow. In the west room, Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Qian also found it difficult to sleep. Not to mention the 3,000 taels of silver that Zhang Xiaohua had given to their mother and the dozens of taels of silver that their mother had given to them, just the fact that they were pregnant and the pregnancy might be very long was enough to make them talk non-stop. Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating, immediately fell into a deep sleep. Endless starlight shone on his body and lingered around the entire room. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely open all the pores on his body and draw in qi into his body. But now that Zhang Xiaohua had reached the second level of the Carefree Heart Sutra, his cultivation method had also changed. The spiritual altar on top of his head opened wide, like a whale swallowing endless starlight into his body. In just 15 minutes he had absorbed more starlight than before. If Zhang Xiaohua was awake at this moment, he would definitely be able to clearly feel the starlight being absorbed into his meridians. It was no longer as indiscernible as before. Moreover, a portion of the starlight flowed into his meridians and was refined into them. A portion of the starlight was absorbed by his jade-like white bones, and even more of it flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. On the other side of the room, Zhang Xiaohu was also sitting cross-legged. According to the internal strength cultivation method of the art of ethereal magic, he did not stop breathing. Although martial arts and the way of immortality were completely different, they both refined and used the meridians of the entire body. The meridians were ordinary. Zhang Xiaohu was now at the first level of the art of ethereal magic. From time to time he would feel a warm current flowing into his forehead. Usually he would only feel the qi of his internal strength and would not be able to truly draw in the warm current. But today was different. Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating in the room and had drawn in an endless amount of qi. This endless amount of qi had already filled the entire room. Although he was absorbing it like a whale, he could not use it all for himself. Zhang Xiaohu's body was also enveloped in a large amount of qi. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was thinking, he suddenly felt a cool qi seeping into his body from his forehead and flowing into his meridians. He could not help but be shocked, thinking that he had suffered from qi deviation. He opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet, but there was not the slightest bit of difference. Thinking that it was his own environment, he began to think again. But just as he entered a meditative state, the clear qi was still seeping into his body. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to continue cultivating and got off the bed. At this time the small room was filled with starlight, but starlight was the most mysterious and also the smallest. Even if the room was filled with starlight, it was not as brilliant as the night sky. It was just a layer of faint white light that could not be seen with the naked eye. Zhang Xiaohu got up and walked around the room for a while, but did not feel anything wrong. He only saw that Zhang Xiaohua was also sitting cross-legged, peacefully sleeping. He smiled. He originally wanted to put his little brother down and cover him with a quilt, but his hand stopped halfway. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's posture, it was the posture of someone cultivating internal energy. It was difficult to guarantee that there was no Jinqi flowing in his body. If he casually disturbed him, it would inevitably affect his little brother's cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohu returned to the Kong bed. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then lay down on the Kong bed preparing to sleep. Today's cultivation was different from usual, and he did not dare to cultivate again. If he took a wrong path it would be bad. But when he lay down, tossing and turning, he was unable to fall asleep. There was always a thought in his mind. He closed his eyes and thought that there was qi coming from the sky. Of course, it was because there was no qi that he thought about it. But today there was such an opportunity. There was actually qi coming from his forehead. Was this a blessing or a curse? Zhang Xiaohu faintly felt from the bottom of his heart that this was definitely a great opportunity. It was definitely beneficial without any disadvantages. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu sat up on the Kong bed with a whoosh sound. If there was a blessing, then it was not a curse. If there was a curse, then it could not be avoided. If it was really a great opportunity, then his hesitation would cause him to miss it. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohu had a plan. He sat down cross-legged and began to use the Heart Sutra of the ethereal divine art. He continued to think. Sure enough, the threads of cold qi continued to seep from his forehead, flowing into his meridians. Some of it also flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. Zhang Xiaohu was not like Zhang Xiaohua. He did not go through a systematic internal force study. Not only did he cultivate internal force at the Lotus Escort Agency, but he also received the careful teachings of Wen Hai in the Misty School. Regarding the nourishment, refinement, and transportation of Jinqi, he had a lot of experience. When the threads of starlight seeped into his forehead, he tried to control the starlight and integrate it into his Jinqi. Unfortunately, the starlight was not under his control. After it flowed into his meridians, it flowed forward along the meridians. The more it flowed, the less it became. It was only because the starlight on his forehead continued to seep into his meridians that the cold stream was able to maintain its flow in his meridians and did not disappear. When the cold stream had completed a full cycle and reached the starting point, there were only a few threads left. They mixed with the cold stream that entered later and continued to flow. Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious. He thought that his internal force control was not good enough and that the cold stream could not enter his dantian and become his Jinqi. In reality, the starlight had already integrated into the meridians of his entire body. It was refining and integrating with his meridians. It could be said that his meridians were undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change would allow him to have a higher starting point in his internal force cultivation in the future. It would be difficult for others to catch up with him. If it was really as Zhang Xiaohu thought and was only refining it into internal force, then it would be neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu did not know about this. He just kept on urging his heart technique, wanting to retain the starlight and not let it disappear. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohu did not know how many times he had urged his heart technique. The starlight in his meridians was still only a faint wisp, just enough to flow through his entire body. At this time, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu felt that his forehead no longer had the cold stream seeping into it. Correspondingly, the cold stream in his body only circulated one cycle before completely disappearing. Before Zhang Xiaohu could investigate the situation of his meridians and the changes in the Jinqi in his body, he heard the sound of Zhang Xiaohua on the Kong beside him getting up. Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohua tiptoeing up from the Kong. She stretched, carefully opened the door and walked out. Zhang Xiaohu's heart moved. Could it be that the cold stream on his forehead was related to his brother? Otherwise, when his brother got up, the cold stream would disappear. Suppressing the urge to get up, Zhang Xiaohu still silently used his heart technique to check the situation of his cultivation last night. In his dantian, the pitiful amount of Jinqi did not increase at all. Checking his meridians, there was also no change. Zhang Xiaohu could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that his hard work last night was in vain. With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohu also got up, opened the door and went out. Chapter 239. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset. This was the life of a country bumpkin. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were no exception. These days, because Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had returned home, it had affected the work at home. Now that everything at home had settled down, it was time for life to return to its original path. After eating, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong took hoes and other things and prepared to work in the fields. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua also rushed to help. Zhang Kai said with a smile, "There's nothing to do in the fields now. We're just going to take a look at the fields and hoe the weeds. The end of autumn is coming. You should rest at home. It won't be too late for you to help in a few days when the autumn harvest comes." The two of them wanted to snatch the farming tools several times, but they were stopped by Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong. Seeing that they couldn't resist their father and brother, they didn't insist and watched them go to the fields. The two of them sat in the small courtyard, quietly watching their mother and sister-in-law busy. They suddenly felt somewhat out of place and didn't know what to do now. The two of them thought of practicing martial arts at the same time. But if they practiced martial arts, why did they come home? Wouldn't it be better to practice in Misty School? At this time Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, we don't have anything to do at home. Why don't we go to the city and have a look? Although Lu Town is the closest town to our home, I haven't really explored it." Zhang Xiaohu's eyes also lit up. He said, "You're right. We can take this opportunity to visit young Master Li's family and tell them that we're safe. We can also see if they have anything to say or bring back." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "That's right. I was about to say the same thing." Li Jinfeng had visited the Guizhuang house during the New Year, and Guisufei had a very good impression of him. When she heard that he had taught her son how to read and read, she was even more delighted. She took out some money from her bosom and urged Zhang Xiaohua to buy more gifts for him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and accepted the money. The two led their horses out. Before they left, Guisufei specifically told them to hurry back. If they were invited to stay for dinner, they had to return to the Guizhuang house after dinner. The two of them naturally agreed. Once they were out of the village, the two of them swung their stirrups and mounted their horses. They galloped towards Lu Town. In the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Town was in sight. At this time the sun was already high in the sky. The sun was gradually getting hotter, and there were more people on the official road. The two brothers couldn't help but slow down their horses and slowly enter Lu Town. They hadn't been to Lu Town for 2 years. The two brothers looked around and found that there weren't many changes. Even the square where the opera was held during the New Year was still the same. However, there were many hawkers and footmen hawking their wares in the square. It was very lively. In a corner of the square there was even the sound of a gong. It must be a juggling show. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the gong, he didn't want to move. He liked to watch juggling shows since he was young. How could he not go and join in the fun when there was such a beautiful thing in front of him? Before Zhang Xiaohua could reach them, the place where the juggling was taking place was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Xiaohua was short, so of course he couldn't see them. Moreover, he was leading a horse, so he couldn't just go in. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. There was an old tree that the two of them couldn't hug. He greeted his second brother and led the horse over. After tying up the date-red horse, he looked left and right. When no one was paying attention, he used a lightness skill and immediately jumped to the top of the tree. He sat on the top of the tree and his body moved up and down with the branches. He was as steady as Mount Tai. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he sighed in his heart. The martial arts exhibition has only been going on for a few days. That's because my younger brother didn't even know how to use lightness skills. Now he can already jump to the top of the tree. I have to work hard to catch up. Zhang Xiaohu also tied up the date-red horse and slowly climbed to the top of the tree. This country child had learned how to climb trees since he was young. Even if his lightness skills weren't good, it was still very easy for him to climb up a tree. At this time the sound of the gong came from the crowd. Everyone cheered. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked over. Sure enough, there was a little monkey with a red butt in the crowd. It was doing all kinds of ridiculous and exaggerated actions. It was making people laugh. It had been a long time since they saw a monkey show. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua watched with great interest. After the monkey finished playing, the little monkey actually took the copper gong and walked towards the crowd. One by one it asked for copper coins. When the copper coins fell into the gong, the monkey actually made a bowing action which made people roar with laughter. After asking for a round of money, the monkey returned the gong to its owner. It asked for food from its owner and wolfed it down. Then it squatted to the side and scratched its ears and cheeks. The juggler picked up the gong and knocked it again. He shouted, "Everyone, if you have money then come here. If you don't have money then come here. I am not talented, but I have a set of fist techniques and a healing ointment passed down in my family. I don't dare to keep it to myself. Now I will take them out for everyone to appreciate. After I finish the fist technique, I will ask everyone to take a look at the ointment passed down in my family. It is effective for bruises and bruises." Hearing the juggler's words, many people prepared to leave. When the juggler saw this, he quickly stopped and said, "Okay, I will now show my incompetence. Everyone please take a look." This attracted a lot of attention. They all stopped and looked again. The juggler tidied his clothes and hat, tightened his belt, and made a starting position. He began to perform the fist technique in the open space. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar on the tree. When she saw the monkey resting and starting to scratch lice, she felt regretful. She was about to jump down from the tree when she saw that he was performing the fist technique again. It was a fist technique passed down in her family. She stopped and looked at the arena. The juggler was tall and muscular. When he performed the fist technique, he was full of vigor and was extraordinary. However, while the layman enjoyed the show, the expert appreciated the skill. After watching for a while, everyone cheered. However, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu, the fist technique was full of flaws. It was just that the fist technique was still very unfamiliar to them. They had never seen it before. Zhang Xiaohu only practiced the 6 he fists, so it was understandable that he had not seen it before. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, had read many fist technique manuals, but she had never seen it before. From the looks of it, this fist technique was indeed a family heirloom and was rarely seen in the pugilistic world. As the man was performing, he saw that in a corner to the east, the crowd was in a mess. Zhang Xiaohua was standing high, so she naturally could see further. Furthermore, with her sharp eyes and ears, she had long seen a short fatty. He was leading a few followers and was squeezing into the crowd. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the fatty's face, she could not help but grit her teeth together, producing a creaking sound. Zhang Xiaohu was watching the family heirloom fist technique with great interest. When he heard the sound, he noticed Zhang Xiaohua's odd behavior. He asked with concern, "Xiaohua, what's wrong? Toothache?" Zhang Xiaohua calmed her heart, pointed at the fatty and said, "Second brother, look at that short winter melon over there. Which one is it?" When Zhang Xiaohu saw it clearly, he was so angry that he laughed and said, "I've been searching high and low for him. I was still looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Now that he's here, the heavens have opened their eyes. But this guy has brought a lot of followers. Look at the middle-aged man in black clothes near him. He walks with a majestic gait and his stance is steady. He must be his bodyguard. I don't know how good his martial arts are. Let's not go for wool and come home shorn, and be taught a lesson instead. This guy has always bullied men and women. Since he's here, there must be something wrong. Let's take a look first before making a decision." While they were talking, the juggler had also finished his boxing. His whole body was covered in sweat. The man took off his shirt, revealing his bulging muscles. He then picked up a package from the ground and took out a few stacks of ointment. He placed them on the gong and began to promote them to the audience. The short black fatty walked to the side of the arena and said loudly, "You, that man, bring your ointment over for me to take a look. If it's good, I'll buy it all." The man thought that it was a big deal and hurriedly walked over with a smile. The fatty said, "What are the effects of your ointment? Tell me about it." The man said, "This is a secret recipe passed down in my family. It's brewed with precious herbs. It's specially used to treat injuries, fractures, and other external injuries. It's very magical. Young master, you'll know when you bring it home and try it." The fatty said, "I want to buy it, but I'm afraid that I'll be cheated." In today's society, the morals of the world are deteriorating day by day. Each generation is worse than the previous. The last time I bought a Dalmatian, I only found out that it was a dog when I went home and took a bath. Who do you think I can find to reason with? The man smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, you must be joking. I value my reputation the most. I definitely won't lie." The fatty said, "It's best to try it on the spot. If it's really good, I'll buy it all." The man said, "I don't know if there are any patients with injuries. Please come and try it." The fatty smiled and said, "How can a sick person squeeze in? However, I do have an idea. I wonder if you want to try it?" The man smiled and said, "Naturally, I'm willing to try it. However, I have to say that if this ointment is effective, young master should buy it all." The fatty said strangely, "Do I look like someone who goes back on his words?" The man smiled apologetically and said, I don't dare. I have 50 ointment here. Each one is 5 silver coins. Please count it." After saying that, he went to take more ointment from his bag. The fatty waved his hand and said, "No need. It's too troublesome. I believe you." After saying that, he took out a stack of banknotes from his chest and said, "I have 30 silver coins here. It's more than enough to buy your ointment. If your ointment is effective, I'll naturally buy it all." The man was overjoyed and said, "Young master, please tell me how to test the efficacy of this ointment." However, the fatty continued to say, "Don't ask me how to test it first. I still have a request." "Young master, please speak." The man was puzzled. The fatty shamelessly said, My request is, what if your ointment is not effective? How will you compensate me? The acrobat man was stunned. He smiled apologetically and said, Young master, listen to me. If this ointment is ineffective, I naturally won't dare to take a single coin from you. How can I compensate you? Chapter 240. The fat man said, Why don't you compensate me? I came here to buy medicine, so I naturally have my own intentions. If you sell fake medicine, then wouldn't you be deceiving my childish heart? Leaving an indelible shadow on my path of growth? This is a problem that will affect my entire life. Do you think I won't take it seriously? Can I not compensate you for mental damage? Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar and couldn't hear clearly. Otherwise, wouldn't she have fallen from the tree? However, Zhang Xiaohua came down from the tree and slowly squeezed into the crowd. She wanted to see what the fat man was up to. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but bitterly say, Sir, please spare my life. I only have a few coins of silver on me. My entire fortune can't compare to your 30 taels of silver. How do you want me to compensate you? The fat man laughed and said, It seems like you are selling fake medicine. If your medicine is not fake, then why don't you dare to agree to my conditions? The man looked around and saw that the crowd was quite far away from them. He knew that he was in trouble and sincerely said, Sir, my medicinal plaster is real. My ancestor was a doctor from a famous sect and passed down this prescription. This little one has traveled north and south for many years and relied on this medicinal plaster. I have never seen anyone smash my stall. Sir, please rest assured. When the fat man heard this, the smile on his face became even wider and said, Since your medicinal plaster is real, why don't you dare to agree to my conditions? Since you don't dare to agree to my conditions, then your medicinal plaster is fake. The man defended himself and said, Sir, what kind of reasoning is this? The fat man laughed sinisterly and said, Naturally, it is my reasoning. If you don't agree to my conditions, then this medicinal plaster is fake and I will smash your stall. The man helplessly said, Okay, I will listen to sir. However, this little one doesn't have 30 taels of silver in my entire fortune. We need to talk about it in advance. The fat man rolled his eyes and said, This is easy. Just put your prescription on the table. You. The man was so angry that he laughed and said, So sir has such thoughts. Sir, you are smart. Originally, I wanted to play with you. It was you who reminded me. The fat man laughed and said, However, if your medicinal plaster is not effective, then what use do I have for your lousy prescription? And if your medicinal plaster is effective, how can your prescription lose to mine? The man thought about it and felt that it made sense. He became bold and his tone became louder as he said, Sir, this little one agrees. I just don't know how you will test it. When the fat man heard this, he was overjoyed. He also looked around and loudly said, Sir, you have seen and heard. This hero wants to make a bet with this young master. If his medicinal plaster is effective, I will use this 30 taels of silver and buy all of his medicinal plasters. But if his medicinal plasters is teat, then he will give me all of his medicinal plastered. I have a very good reputation in Lu Town. Now please be a witness. If there is any dispute later, please say something. Don't say that I bullied outsiders. The onlookers did not speak, but the fat man's followers all clapped their hands and praised. The bodyguard in black looked at them with a smile and stood to the side with his hands crossed. When the medicine seller heard this, it seemed to be different from what the fat man said just now. However, he did not know how to refute it. Anyway, his medicinal plaster was very effective, so he did not argue. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already squeezed his way to the front. He frowned as he watched this farce. He was calculating in his heart. He did not know what this fatty was planning. Although this fellow looked stupid, he had been tyrannical in Lu Town for so many years. Today he was looking for trouble with others. It was a senseless act. However, he would not give away 30 taels of silver for nothing. Sure enough, the fat man then said to the medicine seller, Since everyone is willing to be a witness, let's start now. The man said, Sir, please advise. The fat man smiled and said, Well said, as long as we break your leg and apply the ointment, we'll see if it can reconnect your leg. Then we'll know if the ointment is effective or not. You. The man pointed at the fat man. He was so angry that his fingers trembled. He said, This is the method you said? The fat man spread out his hands and said innocently, Isn't this the method you asked me to say? What, you don't want to admit it? Or do you think your medicinal plaster is fake and don't dare to try it? The man's face was livid. He bit his lips tightly and did not know what to say. The fat man clapped his hands and said, "Since you don't want to try it, then this medicinal plaster must be fake. Quickly give me the prescription. I still want to tease your monkey." After saying that, the attendant who was observing the situation immediately walked forward and picked up the rope tied around the monkey's neck, wanting to take the monkey away. Only then did the medicine seller understand that the fatty had taken a fancy to his monkey. As the saying goes, time breeds fondness. It was the same for animals. The monkey had been with the man for a long time. The man naturally did not want to let it be taken away. However, the situation was better than the man. Facing a bully with many followers, the man faintly had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, the fat man did not want to end things here. He stretched out his hand and squinted his eyes. He said, "And the prescription of the medicinal plaster? If you don't take it out now, when will you?" The man's medicinal plaster was the real thing. The prescription was also passed down in his family. It was the foundation of the man's family. He definitely could not give it away. Thus, the man cupped his fist and said, "Sir, this little one is new here and is very presumptuous. If you like this monkey, please take it away. It has been with this little one for many years and is very intelligent. Please treat it well. In addition, this little one drifts in the Jianghu and relies on Gaoyu to make a living. Sir, please be magnanimous and make things convenient. If we meet in the future, it will be something to remember." The fat man was idle and looked for entertainment all day long. Today's matter was originally for the monkey. However, from the man's words, he felt that the prescription had some value. He had evil thoughts and wanted to get the prescription so that he could take credit in front of his father. Thus, how could he take the man's pleas to heart? The fat man said, "You man, why don't you ask around? My reputation in Lu Town has always been very good. Since I've said it, how can I take it back? Hurry up and take out the prescription." The man had no choice but to lower his voice and say a lot of good things. However, the fat man was determined and did not relent. Zhang Xiaohua was furious and secretly said, "I was just looking for a reason to teach you a lesson. You really know how to give me a way out." Just as she was about to step forward, she felt someone pull her back. Zhang Xiaohua looked and saw that it was her second brother. Zhang Xiaohu did not say anything and only pulled Zhang Xiaohua out of the crowd. Zhang Xiaohua did not leave and struggled with all her strength. However, when she saw her second brother staring at her, she lowered her head and walked out. Once out of the crowd, Zhang Xiaohua angrily asked, "Second brother, what are you doing? Isn't this guy the bully who bullied our family? This is a good opportunity for me to teach him a lesson and vent our anger. It's also a pleasure to help others." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the tree. As he walked, he said, "Xiaohua, do you think I don't want to teach him a lesson? But look around that bully. Don't talk about those servants. They're just clay chickens and pottery dogs. That black-clothed bodyguard next to him is a troublesome character. Do you still remember that last time? Didn't my master let them go for nothing and didn't hit them hard?" Then Zhang Xiaohu continued, "Also, do you know why we didn't dare to spend all the banknotes in our family before?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Wasn't it because we were afraid that people would come to our door and cause trouble? But now that we've learned martial arts, why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, you're also a disciple of the Misty School. How can you shrink your neck like this?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Don't try to provoke me. Let me ask you, we're not afraid of you, but mother, father, big brother and sister-in-law all live in the Guizhuang house. If they find us, how will you deal with them?" This, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do. If it's because of our impulsive actions that bring disaster to our family, then the gains won't make up for the losses, Zhang Xiaohu said earnestly. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and her pupils suddenly shrank. She coldly said, "Second brother, that's also fine. If they find our family in the Guizhuang house, not to mention a disaster, even if they hurt a single hair on father, mother, brother and sister-in-law, I'll kill my way to their door and exterminate their entire family." These words were full of murderous intent. If it were said by a Jianghu hero, it wouldn't be strange. However, Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the Jianghu, so how could she have such murderous intent? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand. However, this kind of situation that involved family, even if it were Zhang Xiaohu, he would also do the same. He just nodded to show that he understood. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu didn't know that the attack on the rainy night had already shown Zhang Xiaohua the bloody side of the Jianghu. He could decisively take out the small sword and kill the black-clothed old man. This was the embodiment of his unswerving determination. Although Zhang Xiaohua was young and hadn't truly stepped into the Jianghu, his temperament was already mature. Although human life was precious and blood was glaring, if it could be exchanged for justice and the health of his family, he would naturally do it without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohu said again, although we're not afraid of trouble, if there's a way to avoid trouble, wouldn't that be better? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, second brother, you have a lot of experience. Just say it, I'll listen to you. Zhang Xiaohu took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. He smiled and said, look, do you know who I am? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, it should be like this. These 2 date red horses are also very eye-catching. Second brother, you stay here and help me hold the fort. I'll go find that guy to satisfy my craving. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, okay, you go and try. If it doesn't work, then use Qinggong to escape. Zhang Xiaohua was displeased and said, second brother, don't look down on me. Qinggong is not used to escape. Chapter 241. When the medicine seller saw that his coaxing and pestering had no effect, he said, since Master Zhao insists on this prescription, please wait for a moment. I will go and get it for you. The fat man smiled and said, seeing that you are so tactful, I will not make things difficult for you. Quickly give me the prescription and I will let you live. When the man saw this, he turned around and walked to the package. After dawdling for a long time, he walked over with the package. When he got close, he put his hand into the package and said, Master Zhao, take it. Fatty Zhao smiled and stretched out his hand. Who knew that the man would take out a sharp dagger from the package and stab at his heart? Fatty Zhao was in the middle of a beautiful dream. He did not expect that danger would flash in front of his eyes. He was immediately frightened and his face turned ashen. He did not know how to dodge. He covered his head with his sleeve and shouted, Fu Gue, quickly come and save me. Who do you think Fu Gue is? It was the leader of the servants. At this moment, he was commanding his subordinates to make the monkey do somersaults. In fact, it was not that he was not doing his job. It was just that when he saw that the man was only begging for mercy, he thought that he was the same as the victims he met in the past. There was no challenge at all. Therefore he left his master and came to have fun. At this time he heard the fat man's cry for help. When he looked up, the man had already rushed to the front of the fat man. The dagger flashed and blood splattered. When Fu Gue saw this, his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. He complained in his heart. He could not watch over the fat man for a while and such a thing happened. Not to mention the fat man losing his life. Even if he lost a hair, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at the fat man's towering figure, Fu Gue complained in his heart, Young master, you should hide first. When a person was in a critical situation, who would not have a natural reaction? When others saw the life-threatening dagger, they might have screamed and dodged far away. At the very least, they would have jumped to the side. However, Fatty only covered his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He was like an ancient animal called an ostrich. It only buried its head in the sand, but its butt was raised high up in the air. When the man saw that the fatty didn't dodge, he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised because he originally had a backup plan. He took out the dagger to scare the fatty away so that he could find a way out and escape. No one wanted to have their hands stained with blood. He was a fugitive, but this fatty didn't dodge. Wasn't that just pushing him to his death? Once he took out the dagger, regardless of whether he could injure the fatty or not, the authorities would not let him off. He was happy because this fatty was really too much of a bully. He had no choice but to take out the dagger. The hateful fatty was right in front of him. He just had to stretch out his hand and he would be able to vent his feelings and vent the humiliation just now. Therefore, when faced with the fatty who reacted faster than others, the man's dagger hesitated for a moment. However, in that moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away. The fatty seemed to have been pulled by a rope, and he instantly retreated. When the man realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of him. The fatty came out to bully people. Naturally, he didn't rely on wealth alone. He needed a bodyguard, and this person in black was one of them. Just now, when the man suddenly took out the dagger, the person in black was also caught off guard. He immediately rushed over, but the dagger was already close to the fatty's body. He might not be able to kill the fatty. Fortunately, the man hesitated for a moment. He barely managed to reach behind the fatty and reached out to grab the fatty's collar, pulling him out of danger. When the man saw the person in black blocking in front of him, he knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. He didn't say anything and stabbed his head. When the person in black saw this, he didn't dare to be careless. He dodged while drawing his sword from his waist and fought with the man. As the saying goes, the shorter the weapon, the more dangerous it is. The dagger was already at a disadvantage against the sword. Moreover, the black-clothed man seemed to have a wealth of fighting experience. His martial arts were obviously superior to the man's. The man's several attacks did not pose any threat to the black-clothed man. Instead, the black-clothed man's sword left shallow scars on his body. It wasn't that the person in black couldn't seize the opportunity. It was just that his duty was to protect the fatty's safety. When the fatty bullied others, he only treated it as watching the show. The man who sold the medicine was obviously a person of the pugilistic world. The person in black wanted to protect him and didn't want to hurt his life. At this moment, the frightened fatty once again commanded loudly, "Master Sun, stab him to death. Stab him to death with one sword. I'll take responsibility for this matter. This bastard actually wanted to take my life just now. We're just defending ourselves. Quick, stab him to death." It was common for people of the pugilistic world to kill people. However, this was Lu Town. Under the watchful eyes of everyone and the protection of the government, if they really killed someone, there would be a lot of trouble. The person in black hesitated. The fatty said again, "Master Sun, I know you're just protecting my safety. It's fine. If you help me with this matter, I'll talk to my father. Just based on his prescription, I'll be able to exchange it for 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, I'll definitely have my father put in a good word for you in front of Hall Master Zhao. I guarantee that your future in the evil tiger gang will be boundless." These two conditions made the person in black's heart itch. Although money was tempting, a future was even more important. The current evil tiger gang's leader hadn't returned and had long been divided into two factions. He didn't have any backing in the gang and was often bullied. If he could gain Hall Master Zhao's favor with this, it would be a wonderful thing. The person in black made up his mind. He looked at the stranger in front of him and gritted his teeth. "Brother, don't blame me for being merciless. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't provoke? Leave your head behind and give it to me as a gift." As he spoke, he tightened his sword and blocked the man's dagger. Then he kicked the man's crotch and sent him flying. Then he flew forward and stabbed with his sword. The tip of the sword was aimed at the man's heart. When the man saw that he couldn't dodge, he couldn't help but close his eyes and wait for the piercing pain. At this time, a loud shout resounded throughout the square, "Fu Gui, save me!" When the person in black heard this, he was shocked. How could he dare to stab down with his sword? He immediately turned around and looked behind him. In the place where the fat man had been standing, there was a young man who wasn't very tall and looked somewhat weak. He had his face covered and was standing there. A servant was being stepped on by him. The others were a bit further away and looked in horror. The young man was holding the fat man in his hand. Fatty Zhao was being held upside down by the young man by the neck. His feet had long since left the ground and he was constantly kicking. The fat man's hands were covering his eyes as he continuously shouted, "Fu Gui, save me!" A skinny young man was actually lifting a fatty who was much bigger than him with ease. The scene was very funny. Many of the onlookers were laughing so hard that they covered their mouths. The black-robed man was shocked, but he didn't dare to move forward. The fatty was caught, and as long as the other party exerted some force, the fatty's life would be taken. How could he dare to move? The fat man was still struggling and shouting. The young man frowned and lifted the fat man up with one hand. Then he raised his other hand and slapped the fat man's face 4 times. The fat man's face immediately swelled up. The fat man let out a miserable scream and spat out a few teeth. He couldn't shout anymore. It was unknown whether it was because he had been beaten senseless or because of the pain in his mouth. The person in black frowned and said, "Brother, I am the evil tiger gang's Sun Yiding. I am this young master's bodyguard. I don't know why brother has come. You might as well say it. As long as I can agree, I will take care of it." The masked young man didn't say anything. He pointed at the man behind Sun Yiding. Sun Yiding understood and his heart relaxed. Since this young man saw injustice on the road, it would be easy to deal with. As long as the fat man's life wasn't harmed, he was willing to agree to any conditions. Thinking this, he left the man's side. Seeing this, the young man nodded slightly. Then he did something that others didn't understand. That was he randomly touched the fat man's clothes. The fat man's clothes were all stuffed into his own clothes. Then he glanced at Sun Yiding who was walking over and smiled. He lifted the fat man up again and pointed in another direction. Sun Yiding was baffled. However, the young man's next action immediately made him understand. The young man kicked the fat man's thigh. The fat man screamed and stopped breathing. Like a ball, he was kicked by the young man in the direction he had just pointed. Sun Yiding didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly ran towards the fat man who was flying in the air. Fortunately, the direction the young man had pointed at wasn't too far away from Sun Yiding. Moreover, the fat man was kicked high up in the air. When Sun Yiding arrived, he was just in time to catch him. Sun Yiding caught the fat man and quickly put his hand next to his nose. Seeing that he was breathing, he was relieved. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned his head, glaring fiercely at the young man. However, when he saw everything in front of him, the hatred in his heart immediately melted away like snow being poured by boiling water. The young man didn't leave in a hurry and didn't do anything. When he looked back, he smiled mysteriously. In a flash, he broke into the servants and snatched the monkey. Then, in a flash, he flew to the side of the bundle like a big bird and reached out to pick it up. Finally, he slowly walked to the man's side and threw the monkey and bundle to the man. He didn't say anything and signaled him to take it. The man didn't know what was going on. First, he carried the bundle, then he took the monkey and was about to thank his benefactor. The young man did something that surprised everyone. He took a big stride forward and grabbed the man's arm. Then, with a tap of his foot, he soared into the sky. His body paused in the air for a moment, then he changed direction and pounced towards the big tree beside the square. When his body landed on the tree, he jumped up and down again and pounced towards the houses beside the tree. Then with a few jumps he disappeared. From beginning to end, the man in his hand was as obedient as a baby. He was as light as a baby. This kind of orderly, without the slightest bit of chaos, and open conduct caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. For a long while they were unable to say anything. Only in a corner far away, Jianghu had a smile on his face. He led the 2 date red horses and quietly left. Chapter 242. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the deathly silent square became noisy. Everyone who came back to their senses hurriedly left with excited expressions. Nonsense, once this hero left, the square would be the world of the Zhao clan. Who would be stupid enough to stay and look for trouble? Didn't you see that the Zhao family's young master was dealt with? Maybe they were looking for someone to vent their anger on. But how could the Zhao family have the slightest spare time to care about this? A group of servants, represented by Fu Gue, immediately surrounded them and expressed their concern and loyalty. Sun Yiding put the fat man down and carefully examined him. He was both happy and worried. He was happy that the fat man's life was not in danger. The hero was merciful. He was worried that the fat man's thigh was broken. He might have to use crutches for the rest of his life. No matter what, he did not do a good job as a bodyguard. He would be punished when he returned. Sun Yiding sighed. He let Fu Gue carry the fat man and hurried back. Before he reached home, Master Zhao had already received the news and personally brought people to welcome him. Seeing his son's miserable state, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He fiercely glared at Sun Yiding and ordered the servants to put the fat man on the carriage. He also ordered people to quickly invite the evil tiger gang's hall leader Zhao and Lu Town's famous doctor. Not long after, hall leader Zhao and the doctor arrived. The doctor was led to the inner hall to treat the injury. Hall leader Zhao was invited to the central room to serve tea. Master Zhao impatiently said, "Brother Zhao, you have to help me. I'm looking for someone who is famous in Lu Town. Although my son is unbearable, I couldn't bear to slap him since he was young. You didn't see how badly he was beaten. I couldn't help but cry." Hall Master Zhao took a sip of tea and said, "Old Zhao, we're relatives, so there's no need to speak like we're strangers. You've been very close to our evil tiger gang for so many years. Even if I can't make the decision, I'll definitely ask the gang leader for instructions and give you justice." But at this point he slightly frowned and stopped. When Master Zhao heard this, he immediately said, "Third brother Zhao, is it about the gift for the gang leader? Don't worry, I've already found a pair of jade bracelets. It's very exquisite. I'll let you take it out later. I definitely won't let you run for nothing." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "That's not it. Old Zhao, we've been friends for so many years. Why would I bring this up at this juncture? The gang leader wants us to search for antiques, but it's not something that can be done in a short time. What I want to say is that those who dare to go against you in Lu Town are probably not ordinary people. If it was the misty school that Zhao Quanxing encountered a few years ago, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything." Master Zhao smiled apologetically and said, I know. Third brother Zhao, we have to act according to our ability to take revenge. If we can't get what we want and instead get ourselves into trouble, why bother?" Hall Master Zhao cupped his hands and said, "Since old Zhao is so reasonable, I thank you in advance. Let me ask my subordinates about the situation first." When he called Sun Yiding to the front of the hall and told him everything, Hall Master Zhao's expression changed slightly. He tapped his fingers on the table and closed his eyes to think. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Old Zhao, I'll take care of this matter for you." Since he's not a disciple of a famous sect and covered his face, he must be afraid of being recognized. I'll let the people in the sect investigate and see who has the guts to go against you and our evil tiger gang. After he finished speaking, he gave Sun Yiding a few instructions and gave him a look. Only then did he let Sun Yiding leave. Master Zhao was very happy when he saw Hall Master Zhao agree so easily. However, he was still a little unhappy and asked, "Third brother Zhao, this Sun guy didn't protect our son well. Shouldn't he be punished?" Hall Master Zhao suddenly came to a realization and said, Elder Zhao, you're right. I was thinking too much just now. When we go back tonight, I'll definitely punish him. What kind of bodyguard is he? He can't even protect people well." Master Zhao was overjoyed and said, "That's good. Third brother Zhao, let's go. I've already arranged a banquet. Let's get drunk." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Old Zhao, let's go. Let's take a look at my nephew's injuries first." When the two of them arrived at the inner hall, the doctor had already finished his diagnosis and said, "Master Zhao, I've already taken a look at your son's injuries. His life is not in danger. However, many of his teeth have fallen out. It might be inconvenient for him to eat meat in the future. It's better for him to eat more porridge. As for the swelling on his face, apply some ointment and it will be better in a few days. There's also a bruise on his thigh. I have some ointment here as well. Apply some and it will go down in a few days." Master Zhao smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor. However, my son's leg seems to be fractured. How should I treat it?" The doctor stroked his white beard and said solemnly, "About this, I'm a surgeon. This fracture is a matter of internal medicine. Master Zhao, please find someone else." With a plop sound, Master Zhao fell to the ground. When everyone helped him up, Master Zhao was so angry that he trembled and said, You get out of here." The doctor calmly cupped his hands and said, No hurry, no hurry. The consultation fee is 3 silver coins and the ointment is 3 silver coins. A total of 6 silver coins." Master Zhao swayed and almost fell again. He waved his hand and asked the servant to give him the money. The doctor took the silver coins and walked to the door. He turned back and said, "Oh right, Master Zhao, you fell for no reason. It's also an internal medicine problem. You should find a doctor as soon as possible." After saying that, he walked away. Master Zhao was so angry that he asked, "Who found this doctor?" Fu Gui walked out trembling and said, "Master, it's this little one." Why did you find him?" That, the young master's usual syphilis and gonorrhea were all treated by him. Master Zhao kicked Fu Gui's face and said angrily, "Why aren't you going to find the medical saint?" Fu Gui rolled and crawled away. Hall Master Zhao saw it and walked to the bed. He first checked himself and then said with a natural look, "Old Zhao, it seems that your nephew is lucky. That person didn't want to kill you. I've already seen it. Although the injury on your thigh is serious, that person obviously held back his strength. He didn't break the bone but only fractured it. As long as you find a good doctor and treat it carefully, there won't be any big problems." "Really?" Master Zhao was overjoyed. He heard the servant's description and thought that his son would limp forever. When he heard the news, he was naturally happy. In fact, this was also human nature. If Hall Master Zhao had said this earlier, he would still be heartbroken. However, he was already in despair before. Now that he had received slightly better news, his mentality inevitably changed slightly. At this time, the fat man on the bed groaned and woke up leisurely. Master Zhao felt sorry for his son and hurried forward. When the fat man saw his family, he was even more distressed. He grabbed Master Zhao's hand and said, "Father, you must avenge your son." Master Zhao patted his son's hand and said, "I know. I've already invited your Uncle Zhao. He promised to avenge you." When Hall Master Zhao heard this, the flesh on the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. After a while, Fu Gui brought another doctor over. Master Zhao asked worriedly, "Can this doctor treat a broken thigh?" Fu Gui flattered, "Don't worry, Master. I've already asked. Even if the third leg is broken, he can treat it." When Hall Master Zhao saw the doctor coming, he was about to leave. Master Zhao hurriedly said, "Third brother, wait a moment. I'll get that jade bracelet for you." Master Zhao was about to leave when he heard the fat man scream, "Father?" Master Zhao hurried back and asked, "Son, what's wrong? Does it hurt?" The fat man groaned and said, "Well, father, your son did something wrong. Now I'm telling you. I hope you won't be angry. Master Zhao had a bad feeling and asked, "Tell me what's the matter. If it's not big, I'll let you go." The fat man said softly, "About that, father, the pair of jade bracelets you put in the study room, your son took it out today to show off to others, but what?" Master Zhao asked anxiously. "But when I was caught just now, it was snatched away from my arms." You unfilial son." Master Zhao reached out and was about to hit him. When the fat man saw this, he immediately moaned loudly. Master Zhao's hand stopped in the air and he couldn't bear to drop it. When Hall Master Zhao saw this, he smiled and said, "Old Zhao, it's fine. There's still a long time left. You can slowly search for it. That jade bracelet might not be able to catch the sect leader's eyes." Master Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "Third brother, that's the only way. Today I've made third brother come here for nothing. Why don't we go to the hall and have a feast before leaving?" Hall Master Zhao smiled and said, "No need, old Zhao. I still have to rush back and get someone to vent your anger for you." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left quickly. Master Zhao was left with a blank face. This Hall Master Zhao seemed to be a little absent-minded today. Not to mention that Master Zhao was feeling sorry for his son, Hall Master Zhao quickly walked out of the Zhao manor. Sun Yiding didn't rush back to the sect. Instead, he tactfully waited at the door. When he saw Hall Master Zhao come out, he quickly went up to him. When Hall Master Zhao saw Sun Yiding, he asked softly, "Yiding, did you do what I asked you to do?" Hearing the Hall Master call him Yiding, Sun Yiding's heart warmed. He went up and said, "No, Hall Master. You already gave me a look, how could I still do it? Moreover, I saw that young man's skills with my own eyes. How could I not know what to do?" Only then did Hall Master Zhao feel relieved. He smiled and said, "Yiding, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Just now, old Zhao wanted me to punish you. Very good. You don't have to be a bodyguard in the Zhao family anymore. When you return to the sect, I'll make arrangements for you." Sun Yiding was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Hall Master." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. From now on, you're one of my people. Just be careful when you do things." "That's right, although you didn't fight with him, can you tell which sect he's from? Although our evil tiger gang isn't a big sect and can't afford to offend a big sect, we can't just suffer in silence. We have to figure it out. Who knows, we might even have to go to their sect to seek justice." Chapter 243. Sun Yiding smiled apologetically and said, "Great Hall Master, I really couldn't tell. I only know that his Qinggong is very exquisite. His body can change directions in the air, and his internal energy is very deep. Young Master Zhao is like a hen in his hand, and that Jianghu man is like a little chick." He didn't say anything, nor did he exchange blows with me. I'm guessing that he's a young disciple from a large sect who came out to gain experience. It's not that he's afraid of others seeing his true face, but that he doesn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so he covered his face. Hall Master Zhao nodded and said, "What you said is what I thought. His martial arts are so high, there's no reason for him to be afraid of us. Moreover, for a disciple as young as him to have such martial arts, he must be a disciple from a large sect. Think about it, although our evil tiger gang has many disciples, which young disciple has such cultivation? Even if it's you, you're probably not his opponent." Sun Yiding said with shame, "Hall Master Zhao's insight is like a torch." That's indeed the case. I didn't dare to go forward to protect young Master Zhao. However, even if I went forward to fight, if that person didn't want to fight, his Qinggong is something that I can't compare to. Hall Master Zhao smiled and said, "You don't need to belittle yourself. Which disciple from a large sect hasn't been carefully nurtured from a young age? It's just that you and I don't have such conditions. Looking at the Qinggong you're talking about, it seems a bit like the Dalan temples crossing the river on a reed. It also seems a bit like the Righteous Alliance's cloud ladder. It also seems a bit like Yiyu Xiao Xiao of Ba Mountain's Yiyu Xiao. In short, they're all people that our evil tiger gang can't afford to offend. Cough cough, we still have to investigate more. We can't wrong a good person." Sun Yiding understood and said, "Hall Master is wise. I understand." Hall Master Zhang smiled and said, "That's right, there's also the matter of Shichui Mountain. What are those country bumpkins doing these days? Why did they all run to Lu Town? We have to quickly investigate." Not to mention the discussion between the two from the evil tiger gang, the masked young man grabbed the medicine man's arm like a chick and ran along the roof of a house for a long time. The man heard the sound of the wind and was so scared that his eyes were tightly shut. He didn't dare to move for fear that the young man would throw him down. On the contrary, the monkey's face was full of curiosity. It was in the man's embrace and it stuck its head out of the man's embrace. It looked around, and occasionally it would squeak. After a while the man stopped. After a while, the man heard the sound of the wind stop and his feet touched the ground. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was an empty corner. The man knew that he had escaped with his life, so he immediately lowered his head and kowtowed. Seeing this, the masked young man took a step forward and held the man's arm. It was like an iron clamp. The man used all his strength, but he still couldn't kowtow. The man smiled bitterly and said, "Benefactor, you saved my life. No matter what, you should let me kowtow and thank you. If not, I will feel guilty even in my dreams." After he finished speaking, he kowtowed again. Sure enough, the young man didn't stop him this time. After he finished kowtowing, the man said, "I know that Benefactor has his own reasons, so I covered my face. I am Chujigao from Dragon Mountain. My family has long since fallen, so Benefactor might not know. However, Benefactor, please remember my name. In the future, if fate wills it, please come to my home for a chat." The young man nodded slightly. Then he took out a pile of things and placed them in front of Chujigao. When Chujigao looked at them, it was a pile of scattered silver, a stack of silver notes, a sweat towel and other odds and ends. These were the things that the young man had taken out from the fat man's arms. When the young man took out the things from the fat man's arms, Chujigao had already stood up from the ground. Of course, he didn't understand the man's intentions. Now that he saw the money in front of him, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He threw himself on the ground again and kowtowed fiercely a few times. The young man wanted to stop him, but it was too late and he could only let him kowtow. After Chujigao finished kowtowing, he didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a few silver notes and a few ornaments and handed them to the young man. He said respectfully, "Benefactor, I know that you definitely don't lack these things. However, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. This is a large amount of 500 taels of silver. Keep it well. However, it's best that you don't exchange it in Lu Town. Their eyes are everywhere here. You may not be afraid of causing trouble, but isn't it best if you don't have trouble? The nearby Maple Leaf Town, Treasure Town, and the slightly further Pingyang City are all fine too." The young man nodded and accepted it. Seeing the young man accept it, Chujigao was very happy. He handed over the ornaments in his hands and said, "This is a pair of jade bracelets and a few gold hairpins. They are all of good quality. I'm all alone and it's a waste to keep them. I'll send them to the pawn shop sooner or later. Benefactor, why don't you keep them and give them to your senior and junior sisters in the future? They'll be good gifts too." The young man hesitated for a moment and accepted them. Then he put them all in his arms. Chujigao was happy to see that his benefactor was so easy to talk to. He cupped his fists at him and said, "The green mountains will not change and the green rivers will flow forever. Benefactor, please take care of yourself. See you again in the future." After he finished speaking, he picked a direction and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, the young man strode forward and pulled him back. Chujigao smiled and said, "Benefactor, do you have any other orders?" The young man still did not speak and pointed in another direction. Chujigao suddenly understood and turned to walk in another direction. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned back to look at the masked young man. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then walked back. Chujigao walked up to him and said, "Benefactor, you saved my life and gave me money. I'm very grateful. I always feel that I owe you too much, but I really have no way to repay you. You are a man of Jianghu and also a disciple of a famous sect, so you must not lack anything. I am from the Dragon Mountain, and my family has declined early. Now I rely on buying medicinal plasters to make a living. My medicinal plasters are really good, but compared to the things in your sect, they are much inferior. I have a medicine book passed down in my family. I have read it for many years, but I still can't understand it. Perhaps it will be of some use to you, so I hope you will kindly accept it." After he finished speaking, he took out a small bag wrapped in oilcloth and handed it to the young man. The young man hesitated and was unwilling to take it. Chujigao knew that the young man was unwilling to take what he liked. He smiled and put it in his hands and said, "Benefactor, please take it first. If you can understand it one day, you can teach it to me. Moreover, if you can really understand it, there is a mysterious place in my family. One day I would like to invite you to Dragon Mountain. Perhaps there will be another opportunity." Seeing this, the young man nodded and put the small bag into his arms. Chu Zhigao looked at the small bag reluctantly. Finally, he saluted the young man with his fists and walked quickly in the direction pointed out. When he turned the corner, he saw a small city gate of Lu town. He looked around and did not dare to stay any longer. He followed the crowd and left the city. When the young man saw Chu Zhigao turn the corner, he also looked around and walked to a corner. He took off his clothes and wrapped it in a bag. He held it in his hands and then took off the cloth on his face, revealing his young and childish face. Wasn't that the adorable Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. She put the cloth in her arms and wrapped the clothes into a bag under her arm. She walked along the alley in another direction. After turning a few corners, she saw Zhang Xiaohu leading 2 juju-bred horses. He looked anxious. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua appear, he quickly looked back and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why did you take so long? I thought something happened to you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could something happen to me? Let's go. Let's leave the city first. We can talk later." After that, the two of them got on their horses and rode out of Lu town. When they reached a secluded place, Zhang Xiaohua told Zhang Xiaohu what happened just now. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "You are really cautious. You didn't even say a word?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Yes, we must be vigilant. We can't leave any clues for others, even if they are the people we just saved. However, this Chu Zhigao is really generous. He left most of the things I gave him to me." After that, she took out 500 taels worth of banknotes and a few ornaments. Zhang Xiaohu took them. He first took out 4 banknotes and kept them in his arms. He then looked at the other ornaments and handed them back to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua said unhappily, "Second brother, I put in a lot of effort this time. Why did you take so much?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "We have given all the banknotes to father and mother. No matter what, we have to keep some for ourselves. As the elder brother, I spend a lot, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Chu Zhigao is right. We can exchange these banknotes when we reach Pingyang City. Although these ornaments look good, we can't let mother and sister-in-law wear them. If others recognize them, we will be in trouble. We should pawn them in Pingyang City." Zhang Xiaohua felt the same and wanted to keep them in his arms. However, when his eyes swept across a pair of jade bracelets and a few golden hairpins in front of him, his eyes were attracted by the jade bracelets. It seemed that there was something inside that attracted his attention. Zhang Xiaohua's mind was stirred and her consciousness swept out. As expected, the jade bracelets had a faint fluctuation of vital qi. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and sent her consciousness into the jade bracelets. However, the jade bracelets were not like the small stone or the jade pendant previously. They did not have any reaction. When Zhang Xiaohua increased the strength of her consciousness, the jade bracelets had a repulsive force. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was ejected. Zhang Xiaohua was so surprised that she almost cried out. She thought to herself, "What kind of strange thing is this jade bracelets?" After Zhang Xiaohua carefully kept the jade bracelets and the golden hairpins in his arms, he took out the medicine book that Chu Zhigao gave him. Looking at the item wrapped in oilcloth, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Actually, he did not want to accept the family heirloom at that time. However, he did not want to talk about it. Hence, he forced her to accept it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Xiaohua, the price of your help is really high. Not only did you get a lot of money, but you also accepted the family heirloom." Zhang Xiaohua said with annoyance, "You said that I wanted it, but Chu Zhigao insisted on putting it in my hands. I had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, I'll give it to you now." After that, she was about to hand over the small bag. Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand and said, forget it. I don't know many words. Why should I look at it? Anyway, you can go back and give the herbs to Huanxi Villa. This medicine book may be useful. Please collect it, please tip it. Thank you." Chapter 244. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his heart was moved. He felt that it was very reasonable, so he carefully opened the oilcloth bag. The oilcloth bag was tightly wrapped. After opening it for a long time, he finally revealed a thin booklet. The booklet was very thin. It was not even half as thick as the books that Zhang Xiaohua usually read. Moreover, the paper was strange. It was not ordinary paper. It seemed to be a kind of silk. When Zhang Xiaohua opened it, he was even more shocked. There was actually an ancient text written on it. On the first page there were 3 big words, "Bone solidifying pill." Pill? Why was it a pill again? Could it be related to alchemy technique? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel suspicious. However, since he didn't understand the alchemy, he naturally wouldn't understand the things in this booklet. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and felt that he should wait until he finished reading Beginner Alchemy first. Why did it say Beginner too? It should be the simplest. Zhang Xiaohua put away the booklet and wrapped the oilcloth bag again. She thought for a moment and saw that her second brother was standing guard at the side. She took out the money pouch again and used her divine sense to put the oilcloth bag and jade bracelet into the pouch. Then she put the banknotes and other items into the usual space in the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua saw Zhang Xiaohua put the banknotes into the money bag and said with a smile, "This money bag is not bad. It was just empty for half a day and now there are banknotes inside." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He put away the money bag. After tidying up, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and said, "Second brother, it's already noon. Are we still going to young Master Li's house?" "Why not? Young Master Li's house is in the southwest of Lu town. You were causing trouble in the east, so it's quite far away. This time we'll go in from the west gate. You've already changed your clothes. Who would know that it was you? Besides, isn't there a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place? They would never think that we're still in Lu town visiting relatives and friends." Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, "That's great. However, I'm already hungry. Why don't we find a restaurant to eat first?" They rode their horses and entered Lujian's west gate. They found a restaurant nearby and ordered a bowl of noodles and a few side dishes to appease their hunger. It was true that good news never left the house, but bad news spread far and wide. Although Lujian was not a small town, the news that the fat man of the Zhao family was beaten up and his leg was broken had spread all over Lujian. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were eating noodles in the restaurant and were also shocked. They were afraid that they would be recognized. However, when they listened carefully, Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Apart from the fact that the details of her mask had not changed, everything else was completely different. For example, her face was as white as jade. Previously she said that she was wearing a mask. How could it be that her face was as white as jade? For example, she was 8 feet tall. Zhang Xiaohua secretly looked at her own height. She had not seen her for half a day and she had actually grown. Also, the voice was loud and clear, like a god descending to earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not even need to speak half a word. As she listened, Zhang Xiaohua straightened her back. How was this talking about her? It was like the ancient people with the surname Lei in the legends. They even helped the elderly cross the road and helped find lost children. What was there to be afraid of? Zhang Xiaohu listened and almost spat out the noodles from his nostrils. He covered his mouth and held his stomach, laughing loudly. After eating noodles, the two brothers came out of the restaurant and rode their horses to look for her. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. "Second brother, why do you think they're talking nonsense? Am I like that?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Of course it's not you. At this time you are no longer you. You are the embodiment of justice for thousands of years. Alas, there are too many injustices in this world. It always makes people resent injustice." Zhang Xiaohua also praised, "Yes, if there were no injustices, how could we be chivalrous? If every government official was an honest official, then there would be no such title as the Master of Justice in this world." Zhang Xiaohu sighed, "Our strength is still limited. It's already good that we can protect our families. Look at those people just now. Which one of them did not have grievances in their hearts and wanted to find you, the embodiment of justice, to go and save them?" Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "I hate that I don't have thousands of embodiments. I can't be chivalrous in this world and chase away all demons and monsters." Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, "Don't talk about national affairs. Don't talk about national affairs." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and rode her horse to catch up. Fortunately, there were not many people on the street. If they were not excitedly talking about the hero in the restaurant, they were secretly praying that the hero would not come. Otherwise, there would have been people drawing circles in the corner, cursing the playboy for disturbing the people on the street. Li Jingfeng's house was not far from the west gate of Lu town. The Li family was in the tailor business. There was a medium-sized shop in Lu town that was easy to find. However, when Zhang Xiaohua and the others found it, the shop with the sign Li family's tailor was closed. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. This was the time for business. How could there be a road that was closed? She gradually had a bad feeling in her heart. Zhang Xiaohu dismounted and looked around. He wanted to find someone to ask. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, young Master Li's house is behind this shop. We can go directly to see. Don't we have to go to his house to ask?" Zhang Xiaohu said, Xiaohua, this is your lack of Jianghu experience. You can see the real situation if you go directly to his house, but after all you are not prepared. If there is an accident you will be caught off guard. It is best to ask around first and have a general understanding of the situation. Only then can you calmly deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Second brother's words were very reasonable. This kind of experience that was exchanged with blood was not something that could be easily understood by people who had not experienced it. The street where Li family's tailor was located was a commercial street. There were many shops of different sizes. Zhang Xiaohu first found a small shop and went in. Zhang Xiaohua led the horse and waited outside. Not long after, she saw Zhang Xiaohu come out with a livid face. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly asked tentatively, "Second brother, why did you come out so soon? Did you hit a snag?" Zhang Xiaohu bit his lip and did not speak. He waved at Zhang Xiaohua and signaled her to follow. Then he came to a large jade shop and said, "Tie the horse there and go in with me." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She felt that something was wrong. Seeing that second brother did not say much, she did not dare to ask more. She tied the horse and followed second brother into the jade shop. When they walked into the jade shop, they saw a few shop assistants whispering to each other. When they saw that there were guests, they didn't welcome them as warmly as expected. Instead, they were hesitant. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua and Xiao Yu walked into the hall that a slightly older shop assistant, who looked very experienced, walked up to them and said with a forced smile, "Sir, are you looking to buy jade? Please come this way." Zhang Xiaohua saw that they did not greet the guests at the door. She already felt strange. Now that they were acting like they were reluctant, she was even more surprised. Zhang Xiaohu did not care about the shop assistant's neglect. He said, "Second brother, we are not here to buy jade. We just want to ask about the Lee's tailor shop across the street." Hearing this, the shop assistant's face changed dramatically. He shrank back and waved his hand repeatedly. "Hero, please spare my life. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I have 3 lives. Please let me go." Zhang Xiaohu forced a smile on his face and said, "We are not people from Shizue Mountain. We are just friends of young Master Li. We came to visit today. Coincidentally, we came to ask about it." Shizue Mountain? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was peng. She understood everything. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would have jumped out and ran to the Li's house to see what was going on. But now, she just clenched her teeth and narrowed her eyes slightly. She still followed second brother and watched quietly. Hearing this, the shop assistant looked a little relieved. However, he still waved his hand and said that he did not know. At this moment, from the curtain behind the counter, an old man in a minister's uniform came out. Zhang Xiaohua looked very familiar. She seemed to have seen him somewhere. She thought for a moment. Wasn't he the relative of one of the 2 girls that she and second brother saved that day? She had seen him on the roadside. The old man walked out of the counter and waved his hand to signal the shop assistants to leave. Then he looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohu and turned his eyes to Zhang Xiaohua behind him. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes lit up and he looked a little happy. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "2 heroes, I am the shopkeeper of this jade shop. My surname is Yu. I don't know why you 2 are asking about Tailor Li?" Zhang Xiaohu naturally recognized this person, but he couldn't figure out his relationship with the Li family. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Li Jinfeng, young Master Li's friend. Today I came to the Li family to visit the old man. But I saw that Tailor Li's shop was closed, so I came to ask around." "Shopkeeper," you said, "I heard you say that you are not from Shizue Mountain. You must know something." Zhang Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper Yu was silent for a moment and said, "Please come in. Let me explain in detail." The 2 of them followed the old man into the back hall. After the tea was served, Shopkeeper Yu asked, "You 2 say that you are Jin Feng's friends, do you have any proof?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he didn't find it strange. He told him everything about how he met Li Jinfeng and how he met him. Shopkeeper Yu nodded as he listened. When Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, he said, "These 2 heroes are right, it seems like you are Jin Feng's friends without a doubt. I've watched Jin Feng grow up and see him as a nephew. This old man will also be arrogant and call you 2 nephew." Zhang Xiaohu quickly stood up and Lian Qing didn't dare. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Xiaohu to sit down. He then said, "Speaking of the Li family's experience, we have to start from 10 days ago. This old man doesn't have any children, only my daughter Bai He. She grew up with Jin Feng and Yin Feng from the Li family. Jin Feng went to Pingyang City to study and only Yin Feng accompanied his parents. My daughter Bai He and Yin Feng have always been harmonious. 10 days ago they went on an autumn outing. This old man thought that they wouldn't go far, so I didn't find too many people to protect them. But I didn't expect that they would meet the bandits from Shitsue Mountain. Chapter 245. Shopkeeper Yu drank a mouthful of tea and continued, My daughter Bai He and Jin Feng's younger sister Yin Feng encountered the bandits of Shitsue Mountain during their autumn excursion and were taken away by a strong person. Fortunately, the coachman escaped with his life and sent us a message. When we reported it to the authorities, we gathered our family members and went to rescue them. We thought it was already too late, but we didn't expect that the two of them were rescued by two disciples of the Dalan Temple and escaped the prison ahead of us. However, the two secular disciples who saved my life have disappeared without a trace. Speaking up to here, Shopkeeper Yu stole a glance at Zhang Xiaohua, but Zhang Xiaohua kept his head down and remained unmoved. Shopkeeper Yu continued, When our two families brought our daughters back home unharmed, naturally we would be endlessly grateful to the benefactors who saved our lives. But it was a pity that we made a mistake and brushed past our benefactors. It made us parents very remorseful, so a few days ago, our two families discussed going to the most famous Shaolin temple outside the city to burn incense to thank the Buddhist disciples for their kindness to us. Saying this, Shopkeeper Yu couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohu naturally noticed all this, but he didn't point it out and just patiently listened. Shopkeeper Yu continued, The Shaolin temple is quite a distance from Lu town. When our two families arrived at the Shaolin temple, we saw that the temple's doors were tightly shut. Only then did we know that the Shaolin temple seemed to have been attacked by burglars who stole things from the temple. I waited for a day but still didn't open the doors to welcome the incense. Virtuous nephew must know that this old man's jade shop doesn't open for a year, but if it does, it will last for 3 years. But the Li family's tailor shop is different, so the Li family was somewhat anxious to come back. This old man just happened to have a distant relative next to the Shaolin temple and hadn't visited for a long time, so he took the opportunity to visit him. As a result, this old man's family separated from the Li family. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't move, but the killing intent in his heart instantly rose. Shopkeeper Yu closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, After this old man came back, before I even entered the door, I heard the bad news. The Li family's property was burned and the family of 3 was nowhere to be found. This old man hurriedly went to the ruins of the Li family and sent people to search, but there was no trace of them. After listening to the neighbors, I knew that on the night before yesterday, several strong men suddenly broke into the Li family and kept saying that they were looking for the 2 girls. Someone immediately reported it to the government. And when the government sent people came, the strong arrogantly said that they were people from Shi Mountain and they were doing business here and people shouldn't interfere. How could those weak shrimps from the government? How would they dare to say a word? A few strong men carried a few big bags and left. Before they left, they even burned down the Li family's residence. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. She slapped the table next to her and the table collapsed, making Shopkeeper Yu tremble. Zhang Xiaohu scolded, Xiaohua, sit down. It's too late to go now since it happened the day before yesterday. Let's listen first. Shopkeeper Yu trembled as he said, Heroes, please calm down. This old man also heard from the gatekeeper that on the night the Li family was attacked, a few people also came to this old man's house. They turned this old man's house upside down and left angrily when they couldn't find anyone. This old man thought that these people must also be looking for my daughter. Yesterday this old man had already sent my daughter to a safe place. After Shopkeeper Yu finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohu asked, Shopkeeper Yu, are you sure it was done by the bandits of Shitsue Mountain? And there were no corpses of the Li family in the courtyard of the Li family? Shopkeeper Yu said affirmatively, yes, it was done by them. The Li family has always been generous and has a good reputation in the Four Trees area. How could there be any unnecessary grudges? Moreover, those people kept saying that they were from Shitsue Mountain and even came to my house to search. Comparing it with the encounter 10 days ago, the result is self-evident. In addition, I have already searched the ruins of the Li family more than 3 times, but I really didn't find any corpses. Presumably, the bandits took away not only money but also people. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and asked, there is one more thing. Shopkeeper Yu, may I ask how to get from Lu Town to Shitsue Mountain? Hearing this, Shopkeeper Yu quickly shook his head and said, 2 heroes, I heard that there are hundreds of bandits in Shitsue Mountain. If you go there rashly, you will definitely suffer losses. It's better to be prepared. It's better to gather the brothers in your sect and go there together. If you can cooperate with the government and send soldiers, you will be more confident. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you worry too much. We're just curious. Maybe the bandits in Shichui Mountain will leave the Li family on the way. We will look for them along the way and try our luck." Seeing this, Shopkeeper, you didn't say much and told them in detail. Then the Zhang brothers said goodbye and were about to go out. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned back and asked, "Shopkeeper, may I ask why you call this place Four Trees?" Shopkeeper was stunned. After a long time he came to his senses and said, "It seems that a long time ago before Lu Town, there were 4 trees here. This is also what I heard from others." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Well, not bad, a good place, a good name." Shopkeeper was even more surprised. Why was this boy's thinking so strange? He didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind at this time. Shopkeeper sent the 2 of them out, but he didn't leave. Instead he took the 2 of them to the Li family's house. Sure enough, it was in ruins. Even some of the neighboring houses had been destroyed. Since Shopkeeper had already searched, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay any longer. After saying goodbye to Shopkeeper they rode the date red horse and left. When Shopkeeper saw the date red horse that the 2 of them were riding, his heart was even more tense. He secretly thought that perhaps old Li still had hope. Of course he was also a little relieved. If the Li family could come back, his daughter could also return home with peace of mind. She didn't have to be worried outside. Then he thought of his daughter by he and Li family's Jin Feng. They were childhood sweethearts. But when they grew up, why couldn't they be innocent? Seeing that Li Jinfeng had 2 friends with such strong martial arts, he wouldn't be bullied in the future. He was really a good candidate for a son-in-law. But why didn't his daughter and Li Jinfeng meet each other's eyes? If not, he was the shopkeeper of a jade shop. His thinking wasn't just for show. The Zhang brothers rode out of Lu Town. Along the way neither of them spoke a word. They came to visit in high spirits. They didn't spend the money and were in a depressed mood. Speaking of the Li family's tragedy, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of her relationship with Li Jinfeng. From the time they met to the time they became friends, young Master Li had always maintained a good friendship with this youth from the countryside. He didn't attack or despise him. In the future, when they became literate, they had a teacher and a friend relationship. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel the warmth of friendship. During the new year, Li Jinfeng didn't greet Zhang Xiaohua and came to visit. He even put himself in the position of Zhang Xiaohua's friend. He was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to get along well with her temper. Now the Li family had suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jinfeng was still far away in Pingyang City and didn't know about it. But even if he knew about it, what could a weak scholar like him do? Ask the authorities for help? Go to Yu City? Ask the Misty School to help? Every path was blocked by Li Jinfeng. As Li Jinfeng's friend, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of responsibility. Since the Li family needed her strength and she had the ability to help them, what was there to hesitate about? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua called out, "Second brother." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu also called out at the same time, "Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua saw this and said, "Second brother, you go first." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, "Xiaohua, I think you and I are thinking the same thing. Li Jinfeng is our friend. He is very kind to us. He is different from Yu Dai and others. His family is in trouble. If we don't help, not only will we be wronged as friends, but even our martial arts will be in vain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's exactly what I'm thinking. Second brother, since that's the case, let's split up. You go home and inform your family. As for me, I'll catch up with Shichui Mountain and see if I can save the Li family." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohu stopped her and said, "You said the opposite. You should go back to the Guizhuang house and tell them the news. I will go to Shichui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, I will naturally listen to you on normal matters. However, today you have to listen to me on the matter of saving someone. You have just started cultivating your internal energy, so how can you be my match? It will be more convenient for me to go." Zhang Xiaohua's words were very true. In the morning in the square, although Zhang Xiaohua did not fight with Sun Yiding, the martial arts he showed was not something Zhang Xiaohu could compare with. Even if Zhang Xiaohu knew that his ethereal magic was definitely better than the reckless bull strength, he had just started practicing it. Distant water could not cure present thirst. But if he let his brother go to Shichui Mountain like this, he would not be at ease even if he gave 10,000 reasons. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was still a child who needed his protection. The two argued for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, "Second brother, what are we doing? Li Jingfeng's parents and sister are still alive. Time is very precious. We should go to Shizue Mountain as soon as possible. How can we face Li Jingfeng if we keep wasting time here?" Later, Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Since second brother is not at ease, I will go. Second brother, your martial arts are limited. To be honest, with your current martial arts, you can't even go up Shizue Mountain. What are you going to do? Forget it. Let's go together. You can keep watch outside. I will use my lightness skill to go in and see what the situation is like." Zhang Xiaohu also thought for a moment and said, "That's the only way. Anyway, we have big brother and sister-in-law at home. We also left enough money for them. They won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Besides, big brother has a descendant now. The Zhang family will continue to have descendants. Let's go to Shizue Mountain together." Chapter 246. His words were resolute, as if the wind was blowing and the water was freezing. Zhang Xiaohua was also moved when she heard it. She stuck out her small chest and said, "Okay, second brother. Now I know the meaning of sacrificing myself for a friend. Presumably, if young Master Li Jinfeng was in our situation, he would also sacrifice himself." Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "He is just a weak scholar. He has some skills in calligraphy. In this kind of matter, even if he stands out, he will be the first to be killed. It's better not to stand out." After that he said, "Moreover, if it weren't for your good skills, I feel that even if you don't succeed in going to Shizue Mountain, your life may not be in danger. If so, I wouldn't let you go." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, you said it very righteously just now. Why are you so petty now? You should know that it doesn't matter if a man does things beautifully or not. When speaking, he must be dignified and beautiful. Otherwise, he can only do things in front of and behind the scenes. He can't even be a deacon." "What kind of logic is this? It sounds very empty." Zhang Xiaohua said, "The book that young Master Li gave you explained it clearly. Second brother, when you go back, you must read the book carefully. It's terrible to have no knowledge." Zhang Xiaohu said, "It's better not to talk nonsense. It's all scholars who harm the country. Isn't it? You're wasting time." Zhang Xiaohua patted her horse and shouted, "Let's leave these words for young Master Li. I'm just using it as a reference." The Juju-bred horse was hurt. It neighed and galloped away. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and looked at his brother's back with a smile. Then he also chased after him. Shizue Mountain was some distance from Lu Town. It was in the northwest of Lu Town. It was a road between Guizhuang House and Balago. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua also passed by the place where Zhang Xiaolong met the bandits during his wedding. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. In these 2 years, she had grown from a person who couldn't fight back to a person who had the ability to save others from the tiger's den. Moreover, it could be said that she had avenged the robbery in Shizue Mountain. The cycle of cause and effect in nature playing tricks on people were really wonderful. Just the moment he passed by that place, Zhang Xiaohua's mind spun with countless thoughts. He gained some understanding of the karma of the world and the changes of fortune. This training of the mind and comprehension of cultivation increased by quite a bit. The gap between Zhang Xiaohua's mind and his inner qi cultivation widened again. Along the way, the two of them discussed in low voices. They sorted things out a little and assigned tasks. Then, they thought about the details in detail. It was only when dusk came that they stopped thinking about it. They could no longer see the distant Shizue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohu was cautious. He dismounted and asked someone before continuing to move forward. When night fell, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. It was not a desolate place. This was a relatively barren mountain range, not a mountain peak as they had imagined. From the foot of the mountain, there was a slightly wide mountain path leading into the mountain. It was probably the path that the bandit leader took. If it was daytime, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu would not dare to walk up so brazenly. However, it was already dark and their surroundings could not be seen clearly. Only the gray mountain path could be seen clearly. The two dismounted first, and Zhang Xiaohu tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to wrap the hooves of the two horses. Only then did they ride up the mountain path. Sure enough, the sound of horse hooves was almost gone. The two people and two horses quietly walked in the mountain under the curtain of night. The mountain wind was bleak, and the chirping of insects was incessant, but there were no traces of people. After waiting for half a meal's worth of time, the two of them climbed up the first mountain. This mountain wasn't very high, but it stretched as far as the eye could see. The view was broad, and they could see the lights on the mountain in front of them from afar. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Second brother, there are lights on the mountain. It must be the main peak of Shizue Mountain." Zhang Xiaohu said, "It should be there. However, the closer we are to the bandits, the more we can't be careless. Maybe there are bandit sentries on the road. If we are discovered by them, tonight's rescue operation will be terrible." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll listen to the arrangement of second brother." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and pointed to the woods in front of them. He said, "Let's go to the woods first. Leave the red horses here and let them rest. When we rescue the people of the Li family, we still need to rely on them." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he cried out, "Ayah, second brother, we left in a hurry and forgot that there are only 2 horses. How can we carry 5 people?" Zhang Xiaohu patted his head and said, "Yes, I also forgot. What should we do?" The two thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after we rescue them. We don't know how many people we can save." The two tied the red horses in the woods and carefully walked to the mountain road. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, as you said, there must be bandit sentries or traps on the mountain road. We should go from the side." Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the lush pine trees next to them and said, "We can only go through this forest, but I don't know if this forest is safe or if it can lead to the foot of Shizue Mountain." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, you don't have to worry about this. As long as there is a forest, I can go through it." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Well, your lightness skill should be fine and you shouldn't alarm others. However, I can't do it. I haven't practiced my lightness skill well." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, second brother. I'll help you." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the lights in the distance and said, "That's the only way. However, don't grab my neck. Just grab my arm." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, "Second brother, isn't it better for me to carry you?" "Humph," Zhang Xiaohu snorted and said, "In that case I will lose all my face. It's not appropriate. You'd better grab my arm." Zhang Xiaohu now weighed no more than 100 kilograms. With Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength, it was really negligible. Why would Zhang Xiaohua care about carrying him like this? Later, Zhang Xiaohu looked at the terrain and told Zhang Xiaohua in detail about the walking route. Only then did he let Zhang Xiaohua carry him under his arm. With Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill, they jumped to the treetops. At this time, the moon had not risen. Zhang Xiaohua carried her second brother and ran like a wisp of smoke. According to the route that Zhang Xiaohu had already told her, they flew among the treetops in the forest. This mountain road was the only way to Shizue Mountain. How could there be no traps on the road? How could there be no sentries in the mountain forest? Perhaps it was because of the notoriety of Shizue Mountain that few people so blatantly broke into the mountain, making the patrolling bandits lose their vigilance. Or perhaps it was because Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was so good that she avoided the sentries early. In short, Zhang Xiaohua was not discovered by the sentries along the way. On the contrary, there were several groups of bandits who were either drinking, gambling, or sleeping. They were all seen by Zhang Xiaohua from afar and avoided. With Zhang Xiaohua's current true qi cultivation, she could still cope with the consumption of true qi from the levitation skill. When she reached the top of the mountain and jumped down from the tree, she did not use much true qi. Zhang Xiaohua did not think much of it, but Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. When he was in the Lotus Escort Agency, he followed Fourth Master Wen and saw his lightness skill. Now looking at Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill, although it was still a lot worse than Fourth Master Wen's, Zhang Xiaohua had just learned it not long ago. Moreover, the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's hands could not be underestimated. In this aspect, Fourth Master Wen could not compare with Zhang Xiaohua. After all, Zhang Xiaohu was performing lightness skill with Fourth Master Wen, a living person. Jumping off the treetop, they were very close to the mountain stronghold. In the distance, they could see that the gate of the stronghold was open and brightly lit. Several bandits were guarding the gate with weapons. There were also several people on the gate of the stronghold, holding bows and weapons, patrolling left and right. It was completely militarized management. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Second brother, the security here is so strict. It doesn't look like a motley crew at all. It seems that the plan we discussed on the way needs to be improved." On the way, Zhang Xiaohu felt that the bandits of Shizue Mountain were just a motley crew. The management must be chaotic. For example, the gate of the stronghold should be closed, and there might not be anyone guarding it. Although he did not know lightness skill, he could let Zhang Xiaohua take him in. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that this famous mountain bandit was actually worthy of its name? The security was really strict. At this time, if Zhang Xiaohu still went in with Zhang Xiaohua, it would inevitably involve Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, Well, Xiaohua, you go in and have a look. I'll wait for you outside. You can observe the situation first. Don't do anything. It's better to find a bandit when he is unprepared and torture him to find the trace of the Li family. Then come back. We'll make a plan after discussing it. Zhang Xiaohua listened and remembered it carefully. Then she used her lightness skill and carefully followed the shadows of the trees to the front of the stronghold. Although she was close, there was still a long distance. Even if she used her lightness skill, she would inevitably be discovered by the bandits, not to mention that she had to jump over the wall of the stronghold where the bandits were patrolling. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the orderly patrolling of the bandits and could not help but think of an idea. He bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground. He used his internal force and threw it in the other direction of the gate of the stronghold. There was a bang sound which was particularly obvious in the silent night. The bandit guarding the gate of the stronghold was shocked and immediately looked in that direction. The bandits on the wall of the stronghold also shouted, "Who is it?" They all ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain had worked. Her courage grew and she ran under the wall of the stronghold. Looking around, she jumped up the wall. Her body paused for a moment, then she immediately slanted and slid into the inner side of the wall. Although there was a bandit beside her who was looking in the other direction, Zhang Xiaohua's body was as light as a swallow and did not startle him. When he felt something strange and looked back, Zhang Xiaohua had already slipped into the shadows of the wall. The bandit looked back and did not see any movement. He looked left and right and then walked back and forth on the wall. He did not know that in his moment of distraction, he had let someone slip into the stronghold. Chapter 247. Zhang Xiaohua slipped down the wall and hid in a dark place. His heart was beating wildly. This was the first time he tried such a dangerous thing, so he was inevitably nervous. After calming down a little, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at everything in front of him. This was a chaotic place. Behind the wall was a large open space with many things thrown in a mess. It was hard to see what they were in the dark. On the other side of the open space were some messy houses built. The fire on the wall was bright, but it only illuminated the edge of the open space. The houses in the distance were faintly lit. Zhang Xiaohua could hear the noise coming from there from afar. Must be very lively there. Looking at the open space that he had to pass through, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. How could he pass through here without attracting the attention of others? Moreover, what was the situation on the other side of the house? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an impulse to slap his own face. He just remembered that he could use his divine sense. Why did he rush up the wall without investigating? Alas, he was still not used to it. It seemed that he had to practice this skill more in the future. Thinking of this, he immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, the movement on the wall behind him was clear at a glance. This divine sense was really a necessary weapon to kill and set fire on a moonless and windy night. Then he swept towards the house. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. His divine sense could not detect it. However, Zhang Xiaohua secretly thought, the house is unusually noisy. There must be something lively. How could someone sneak out for no reason? Moreover, looking at the inside of the mountain stronghold, it is orderly and disorderly. There is no one patrolling. It seems that the focus of the mountain bandits is outside the stronghold. The inside of the stronghold is sloppy and ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua finished thinking. His divine sense swept the wall again. Sure enough, there were many guards on the wall. They were walking back and forth, but their faces were facing outside. Very few people paid attention to the situation in the stronghold. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The real guards were really useless. Then he found a gap and flashed out of the black shadow. Using his lightness skill, he drifted towards the house like a faint shadow. At the same time, he released his divine sense to observe the house closely. Sure enough, as soon as he got close to the house, he sensed a person walking around unsteadily. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He immediately stopped and lay on the ground. There were a lot of things in the square and he couldn't find any firelight. He wasn't afraid of being seen. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua bent down, the door of the house in front of him opened. A man in disheveled clothes yawned as he walked out. He looked around and muttered, "A bunch of idiots. How dare they imitate other people's formations and patrol the night? Bandits will always be bandits. What kind of militarized management is this? Even if they've replaced their shotguns with cannons, they're still bandits?" After saying that, he actually took off his clothes and started urinating in the square. Zhang Xiaohua was not far away, so she heard the man's words. She could not help but think, Learning military management from others? What did that mean? Is there any change in this mountain village? When the man came back, Zhang Xiaohua got up again and quickly went to the house. She flew up to the roof and then quietly bent down to rest for a while. Thinking of her series of actions just now, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud. Could it be that she had the potential to travel at night? When she was satisfied, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense again to explore the house. It was not until then that Zhang Xiaohua found that there were still quite a lot of houses in this area. The houses on the edge were indeed messy and were built randomly. Looking at the center, there were also stone houses, mud walls, pavilions and small courtyards. The planning was very standard. Even if it was not as large as Huanxi Villa, it was more than enough to compare with a village in the countryside. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the people living on the edge of the house were small bandits. If she wanted to know about the Li family, she had to go inside. Making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua once again used her lightness skill and walked all the way along the roof. There were many houses in the mountain village. They were built in rows and were close to each other. Zhang Xiaohua walked on the roof, her footsteps were very light and did not make any sound. Not long after, she had already arrived at the center. Here Zhang Xiaohua was more careful. The small bandits on the periphery had limited martial arts, so of course they could not find her. The deeper she went, the higher the status, and the more profound her martial arts and experience would be. If she was careless, she would inevitably be found. The bandits in the house were active and noisy. Zhang Xiaohua did not know where to start for a while, so she had to walk slowly and pay attention to the sounds everywhere. Just as she was walking, a rough voice came into her ears. "Damn it, that beauty was handed over just like that? Brother Su, tell me, what is this? We worked so hard and risked our lives to get this beauty from the evil tiger gang's territory. Originally, we wanted to go back to the mountain village and have some fun, but before we even reached the village gate, we were seen by the master. If this is the case, we might as well have some fun at the foot of the mountain." Another voice sounded. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, her heart was shaken. Wasn't this voice the slightly older bandit, Brother Su, whom she had met in the forest that day? That voice said, "Old Chow, you should be content. Didn't those valuables from the Li family also get divided among us? Usually the master doesn't care about this, but now it's different. The divine sect has people in the village, and the master is trying his best to please them. If the divine sect can favor our Shitsue mountain, won't we be able to ride on their coattails in the future?" Old Chow shouted, "Brother Su, you're really open-minded. Didn't you see that the divine sect's people don't like to talk to us? Even if they want to support us, they should go to the evil tiger gang. We're just a mob." Brother Su smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. The evil tiger gang has its disadvantages, but our Shitsue mountain has its own advantages. Didn't you see that the divine sect's people have already given us advice? They're doing some militarized management, patrolling at the foot of the mountain and guarding at the gate of the village. It's completely different from before. Presumably they'll give us some benefits in the future. If it weren't for the fact that the evil tiger gang is hard to control, would they have chosen us?" Old Chow said, "What militarized management? It looks neither fish nor fowl. It looks like it on the outside, but isn't it the same inside the village? Moreover, Shitsue Mountain has been here for so many years. Who dares to come up the mountain? What kind of people are they?" "Groundless fears." Brother Su corrected him and said, "Forget it. We're just minions. We'll just follow the chief to make a living. If the chief hadn't come to the village this year, we would probably still be hungry. Okay, let's drink, let's drink." Then there was a burst of toasting sounds. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled when she heard this from the roof. The divine sect? What kind of sect was this? Why hadn't she heard of it? However, she had heard about Li Yinfeng from these bandits. She just didn't know if she had come too late. After thinking about it, she scanned the room with her divine awareness. There were 5 or 6 people in the room. They must be the group of bandits in the woods that day. Zhang Xiaohua thought, there are so many of them. I may not be able to kill them all at once. It's difficult not to disturb others. Did I save Li Yinfeng before? At this moment, another wretched voice rang out. I don't know what the stockade master is thinking. He actually didn't throw those 2 old farts off the cliff and even wanted to serve them well and treat them like his own parents? Brother Su laughed and said, "You don't know. In the afternoon, I peeked at the man from the divine sect. He looked romantic and elegant. This kind of person is the most romantic. The chief let us offer the beauty to him because of his temper. I'm just afraid that the beauty really suits his taste. If we throw her parents to death, Won't our village be blown down by the beauty's pillow wind? Anyway, it's just a few meals. Let's just treat it as feeding pigs. Now the chief is accompanying her and will enter the bridal chamber in the evening. If the people from the divine sect don't say anything, it won't be too late to kill them then. Brilliant, Brother Su, you're the leader of our group. You're really amazing. You're simply a roundworm in the chief's stomach. Come, us brothers propose a toast to you. We hope you can continue to grow under Brother Su's care in the future. Well said, well said. Brothers, let's drink. In a few days we'll go down the mountain and take a look. I heard that Bali Valley, Guizhuang House and Guanyin Temple have a lot of good stuff. Let's go take a look. That's true. A few years ago the chief also went there with the former chief. At that time the chief even brought back a chief's wife from there. When we have time we really should go take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted. It seemed that she had come in time. The Li family of 3 were actually still alive. Seeing them she had to act quickly. If she was a little late, she might not be able to redeem Li Yinfeng's innocence. But when she heard that they were going to Guizhuang House, she couldn't help but be furious. But now wasn't the time to kill. She'd better settle the matter at hand first. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua secretly remembered the location of this row of houses and walked along the ridge of the houses. After a while, the houses under her feet became more magnificent and much taller. Estimating that she was about right, she released her spiritual sense again. After a moment of scanning, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In front of her left, in a magnificent hall, 2 people were sitting, laughing and talking. The banquet hadn't been set up yet. Servant girls in rough clothes were serving the dishes. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and walked forward, tiptoeing. She gently landed on a foot under the eaves and climbed down. She didn't stick her head out, only pricked up her ears and used her spiritual sense to scan. In the hall, she saw a mediocre-looking person dressed in magnificent clothes say, "Envoying, I'm so happy to see you again. The food and wine in this mountain stronghold is crude and unbearable to eat. Please forgive me." The other person was also dressed in embroidered clothes. His 2 eyebrows were slanted upwards, and he had a frivolous appearance. He played with a folding fan in his hand and smiled. "Chief Lu is too polite. It's not the first time you and I have met. Why bother with this?" As he spoke, he stretched out his folding fan and knocked on the buttocks of a servant girl who was serving dishes. The servant girl was so frightened that she trembled and almost dropped the plate. Chapter 248. Seeing this, Master Lu was not surprised. He called out, "Xiaolan, don't serve the dishes. Sit next to the emissary." Xiaolan was not bashful at all. She put down the plate and moved closer to the emissary. The emissary waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Master Lu is overthinking. I'm just having fun." Master Lu laughed and said, "Like I said, why did the emissary's taste suddenly change? Well, Xiaolan, you can leave." Xiaolan was a little disappointed. She saluted and left. Master Lu said, "Emissary, please have some wine. I have already found you a pretty girl from a humble family in the VIP room in the back hall. I guarantee that you will like her." The emissary raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that so? Master Lu is so courteous that I feel ashamed to receive you. Come, Master Lu. Let's have a toast." Master Lu quickly raised his cup. When Zhang Xiaohua heard about the VIP room in the back hall, he frowned. The pretty girl from a humble family must be Li Yinfeng. So when Zhang Xiaohua was about to get up and rush to the back of the hall, he heard the emissary's words again, "Master Lu, I've been here for half a day. I heard that the thing in the Shaolin Temple has been obtained by your brothers. When can you show it to me? This time I came here especially for you." Master Lu laughed and said, "Emissary has just arrived today. We haven't received you yet. Let's just talk about the wind and moon today. We can talk about other things tomorrow." In Zhang Xiaohua's ears, these words were like passing wind. He did not pay attention to them at all. His figure did not stop at all. He drew a trace in the night and went straight to the backyard. It had to be said that the ethereal steps was magical. Zhang Xiaohua was just a beginner, but he was able to enter the Shizue mountain as if there was no one there. And just as Zhang Xiaohua entered the darkness of the backyard, Emissary Ying spoke again in the hall. "Master Lu, don't worry. The divine sect will not delay any of the conditions that they promised you. Moreover, in order to show that they value you, the divine sect has sent an important person here. I'm just a scout." "Really?" Stockade Master Lu's hand trembled, and the fine wine spilled from the wine cup. He looked pleasantly surprised. May I know when your esteemed one will arrive? When Emissary Ying heard this, he frowned slightly and said unhappily, how can we know the whereabouts of the big shots? Perhaps he has already arrived, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, who knows? I know. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I really want to see the glory of a senior in the martial arts world, Stockade Master Lu answered awkwardly. Senior martial artist? Envoy Ying did not express his opinion. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had already entered the rear courtyard. She spread out her divine sense and scanned the surroundings. The rear courtyard was quite large and very quiet. There were only a few dim lights. Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. With a few leaps, she scanned all the places with lights. She didn't see Li Yinfeng's shadow. At this time, two maidservants came out from a room with lanterns in their hands. As they walked, they said, what a pity. She's as beautiful as a flower and as exquisite as jade. She hasn't even enjoyed life and is about to leave this world. What nonsense are you talking about? Sister, weren't we like this in the past? Once you get used to it, you'll be fine. Stockade Master Lu is not very lecherous at all. Perhaps he will take her into his room? Sister, you're wrong. This time she doesn't serve people from the stockade. I heard that she is from some divine sect. I heard from the stockade people that this divine sect is the best at gathering yin to nourish yang. After tonight she will be a skeleton. So powerful. Alas, this morning I was ordered by the stockade master to persuade her in the embroidery house in the garden. Let me get you out of here first. We can talk about how to get out of here. Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rope that Li Yinfeng was tied up with. It was not a good time to find a knot. She took out a small sword from her chest and channeled her vital energy into it. She used the small sword to gently cut the rope and the rope broke. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small sword with satisfaction. It did not seem to be sharpened and kept it in her chest. Li Yinfeng's hands and feet were free. She wanted to stand up, but she had been tied up for a long time and her blood vessels were blocked. She struggled twice and did not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua went forward to help her up. After moving a few times, she heard Li Yinfeng ask, "That little brother, my parents?" she asked very hesitantly. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Don't worry, I will go and save your parents immediately. You wait here for a while. After I save them, I will bring them here and we will go out together." "All right, Sister Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohua." Li Yinfeng heard and looked around fearfully. She took half a step forward to be closer to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I am very scared here. Instead of you bringing my parents here, why don't I go with you? Before this afternoon I was with them. I roughly know where they are and I can show you the way." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, Sister Li, you go with me. Anyway, I will bring your parents here later. Why don't I bring you there now? All right, tell me the rough location first." Li Yinfeng said in a low voice. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, I have a rough idea." After that, she blew out the fire and said, "Sister Li, don't talk on the way." Li Yinfeng was a little surprised and thought, "If I don't talk, how can I show you the way?" However, she still whispered an "okay," and followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the room. When she was about to go to the stairs, she heard Zhang Xiaohua whisper, "Sister Li, don't move and don't talk." Then she felt a small hand grab her shoulder and her body immediately rose into the air and went straight to the roof. Li Yinfeng was shocked and almost cried out. At this time, she suddenly remembered that when she first saw this young man, didn't he fly like a big bird from a horse? Could this be the Qinggong that was mentioned in the book? Before Li Yinfeng could think of a second idea, she had already followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. She stopped for a while and went straight to the place that she had just mentioned. Li Yinfeng was dressed in plain clothes and was very eye-catching in the night. However, in this mountain stronghold that was tight on the outside but loose on the inside, who would pay attention to her? Along the way, Li Yinfeng kept her mouth shut, afraid that she would make any noise and alert the bandits. Her body was also tense and she did not dare to move, afraid that she would disturb Zhang Xiaohua's Qinggong. After a while, the two of them climbed over many houses and corridors and stopped in front of a row of dilapidated houses. Zhang Xiaohua stopped for a while and then jumped down with Li Yinfeng. She pointed to a house that was lit and said, "Sister Li, is this the place?" Li Yinfeng had long recognized that this was the house that they had stayed in before. She was secretly shocked. She had just roughly described it. How did this young man know it so clearly? If he had not saved her before, she would have suspected that he was one of the bandits. Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door and entered. The house was very empty. The floor was covered with straw and two old men were sitting there, crying secretly. When they saw someone push the door and enter, they looked up angrily. When they saw that it was an ordinary young man, they were very surprised. When did this bandit become a young man? Moreover, his expression was also warm and not as fierce as before. What was he selling in the gourd? Without waiting for the two elders to speak, a girl immediately ran out from behind the young man. Crying, she called out, "Daddy, Mommy?" Wasn't that his daughter, Li Yinfeng? What was going on? The young man closed the door and said, "Sister Li, now is not the time to cry. It won't be too late to suffer after we go down the mountain." Shopkeeper Li was overjoyed when he heard the unfamiliar young man call out so intimately. Could it be that this was his hero? Then he immediately recalled that his daughter had been saved by a young lay disciple. Could it be this person? He didn't go back to the Dalan temple? When Li Yinfeng heard this, she quickly wiped her tears and said, "Father, Mother, this is my big brother's good friend. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. He came to save us. Let's go with him." The two old men naturally knew the importance of this matter. Without asking anything, they prepared to get up and leave. However, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "That? Uncle Andy, please wait a moment. I have to think about how to take you out." Manager Li was taken aback and blurted out, "Virtuous nephew, you walk in front and we'll just follow behind you?" Chapter 249. Li Yinfeng whispered, "Father, don't talk. Listen to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Sister Li, I'll carry you on my back later, okay?" Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shopkeeper Li was still a little puzzled. His daughter could walk well, so why did she need him to carry her? This young man was thin and not even as tall as his daughter. Could he carry her well? Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Sister Li, you must hold my neck tightly and don't let go." Li Yinfeng blushed even more and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua said to the two old men, "Uncle, Auntie, when I take you out later, you must be careful not to make a sound." The two old men nodded and thought, "Isn't this nonsense? If we make a sound, it will alert the bandits. What can we do?" After that, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and went out. Shopkeeper Li hurriedly grabbed his arm and said anxiously, "Little hero, you have to open the door first to see if there's anyone outside. This is common sense." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Haha, this is the first time I go into a tiger's den to save someone. I'm not experienced enough. But I know there's no one outside." Shopkeeper Li didn't believe him. He opened the door first and looked around. Sure enough, there was no one outside. Then he opened the door and the four of them came out quietly. Shopkeeper Li pointed in the direction of the gate and said, "Little hero, I remember the gate is over there. But when we came in, I remember there were many people guarding there. We can't go through." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle, it's okay. I'll take you there." Shopkeeper Li was skeptical, but he still said, "Well, let's go. We'll go along the corner. There are shadows there. They can't see us." Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, Uncle, Auntie, stand still. I'll take you there. We don't have much time. I'm afraid we'll be seen if we walk there." After he finished speaking, he gestured for Li Yinfeng to lie on his back. Then he used his left and right hands to support the two old men under their armpits. He circulated the true energy in his entire body, and his figure suddenly flew up, heading straight for the roof in front of him. The two old men were still pondering over the sentence, "Stand still, I'll take you there." They thought strangely, if you don't let us walk, if you let us stand still, how are we going to get there? Although it wasn't very high, it was their first time and they couldn't help but feel dizzy. Before they could wake up, their bodies followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. Then they heard a few people talking and laughing as they walked past them. After waiting for a while, they felt as if they were riding on the clouds, flying from one roof ridge to another. Sometimes they would hide in a corner and sometimes they would hide in an abandoned house. In short, they would safely avoid the bandits every time. When the two old men's minds gradually became clearer, the four of them had already reached the edge of the house. Zhang Xiaohua put the two old people down and said, "Sister Li, come down and take a breath of relief." Only then did Li Yinfeng let go of the arm that was holding Zhang Xiaohua breathlessly. Her face was crimson red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "Sister Li, can you still hold on?" Li Yinfeng moved her arm, shook her teeth and said, "It's okay. If it was a little longer, I might not be able to hold on." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister, now is a dangerous time. It's a temporary measure. If your arm really can't hold on, don't you still have your legs?" Li Yinfeng's face was about to bleed. The two old men next to her turned their heads, pretending not to hear or see. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes didn't pay attention to them. She looked at the distant wall of the village. The distance between the house and the square was too far. Her divine sense could barely reach it, and it was very difficult to clearly determine the position of others. If someone happened to look around the square, wouldn't she be immediately exposed? If she was alone or if there were only two people, she would be able to free one hand. If she met anyone, she could block them. But there were three people, one in each hand and one on her back. How could she deal with them? But looking at the time, it was already late. Presumably, the banquet of the village master and the envoy had already begun. When they found out that Li Yinfeng had been rescued by her, the entire village would come to look for her. Even if her qinggong was powerful, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth. She would risk it. In any case, they were all looking outside the wall. At this moment, they were probably tired. Who would look back? Then Zhang Xiaohua said to the three people, "You guys should be ready. This is the last and also the only dangerous place. After passing this place, everything will be easy to talk about." Although the three people felt that it was very strange, there were many torches on the walls of the village. They guessed that there were many bandits patrolling. How could there be no danger? But they still nodded obediently. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense stretched out towards the village wall. She roughly saw a vague outline. Feeling that this was a good opportunity, she immediately carried Li Yinfeng on her back, grabbed the two old people, and flew towards the empty square. Less than half the distance, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could already touch the village wall. At this moment, someone happened to be bored and turned around. Zhang Xiaohua immediately crouched down. That patrolling bandit seemed to have seen a huge black shadow, but it disappeared immediately. He rubbed his eyes hard. When he looked carefully again, he didn't see anything. He pulled the person next to him and asked, "Brother, I just saw a wide and big black shadow in the village. It was in the square. Do you think an outsider came in?" That person laughed and said, "Brother, did you drink too much last night? Our village gate is unprecedentedly tight. Even a fly can't fly in. How could someone come in? Moreover, what did you just say about a wide and big black shadow? A person's shadow is long and narrow. Could it be that you saw wrongly? If you don't, then you must have seen a ghost." That person shrank his neck and shivered. How could a normal person have such a shadow? Could it be that he really saw wrongly? It was better that he saw wrongly. If it was a monster, then it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, that person didn't dare to look anymore and hurriedly patrolled elsewhere. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and rushed down the village wall. Only when she entered the shadow of the wall did she breathe a sigh of relief. She put down the two old people in her hands. Li Yinfeng also quickly let go of her hands and feet and jumped down. Well, it wasn't jumping but straightening up. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua was halfway to success. As long as she jumped over the wall, she could fly freely. However, the other three people didn't understand. They were still nervous. There were bandits constantly passing by above them. How could they get past them? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the movement on the wall. She still picked up a stone from the ground and took the opportunity to throw it to her right. Zhang Xiaohua's strength was now very strong. After a while, she heard the sound of roosters and dogs barking from the other side. The people on the wall naturally ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take the three people and jumped up the wall. Without hesitation, they flew down and landed in the forest. Behind them, they heard a hoarse voice resounding through the square. "That bastard threw a stone. Does he have any morals? He smashed the back of my head. Who will pay for the medical expenses?" In the forest, Zhang Xiaohu was restless. His brother had been gone for a long time and still hadn't returned. However, the patrols on the village wall were still there. There was no abnormality. Presumably, his brother hadn't been discovered. If it wasn't for his poor lightness skill, Zhang Xiaohu almost wanted to go and take a look himself. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was feeling anxious, he saw a huge shadow appear on the wall and quickly rushed towards him. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Where did this monster come from? Just as he was about to dodge, he borrowed the light from the torches on the wall and vaguely saw a few human figures. Only then did he realize. Could it be that Xiaohua had brought people out? When he looked again, it was indeed the case. Both hands were holding two old men. Their eyes were tightly closed. In the darkness, he couldn't see clearly. Both hands were tightly clenched. Why were there two more hands and two legs in front of Xiaohua? When he looked carefully, There was actually a long-haired girl on her back. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He wanted to go forward to welcome her, but Zhang Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was hesitating, she had already flown into the forest. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, "Xiaohua? Is that you?" "Second brother, it's me." Zhang Xiaohua replied and placed the three people on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the three people in disbelief and said, "Xiaohua, how did it go so smoothly? Could it be fake?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and said, "How difficult did you think it was? This is just a bandit's lair. I am the dignified founder of the Fist of the North Star. Saving people is as easy as flipping my hand." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother had safely come out. His heart was also relieved. He smiled and said, "You keep bragging. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't get discovered, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Zhang Xiaohua's heart also trembled. She said, "Second brother is right. But how do we go down the mountain?" That was because when they arrived he was carried up by Zhang Xiaohua. When they came out of the stronghold, Zhang Xiaohua had one person in each hand and one on her back. If they were to go down the mountain now, unless Zhang Xiaohua grew a third hand, the path from the stronghold to the outside of the mountain naturally could not be taken. They could only let Zhang Xiaohua carry the four people through the forest. If they were to pass through the forest, the mountain was so high. It was probably impossible. When Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end, Li Yinfeng said tiredly, "Isn't this big brother Zhang Xiaohua's senior brother? Can't you bring one person?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Miss Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohu. I'm also Li Jinfeng's friend. However, I'm not Xiaohua's senior brother, but her biological brother. I want to bring one person. I have enough strength, but I don't know Qigong. I can't go up and down the mountain. I can only use my feet step by step on the road down the mountain." Li Yinfeng thought for a while and said, "Then please bring my father and let Zhang Xiaohua bring you. Won't that be fine?" "However," Li Yinfeng said in distress, "it's too difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to bring the four of us. It's better to do it twice." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. Don't come twice. Time waits for no one. If you're not careful and get caught by the bandits, it'll be too late to regret. Come on." Everyone was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "Miss Li, come up," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 250. Coming out of the village, although Zhang Xiaohua was carrying three people, Li Yinfeng and her mother were light as a feather and did not expend much effort. This time, with the addition of Zhang Xiaohu, his weight was equivalent to two people. Zhang Xiaohua carried Li Yinfeng on his back, with his right hand supporting Li Yinfeng's mother and his left hand supporting Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu did not have the strength of his younger brother, so he could only ask for forgiveness and use his arms to clamp onto Li Yinfeng's father. He was just using all his strength to clamp onto them, but the one who exerted most of the effort was still Zhang Xiaohua. Carrying four living people while displaying his Qigong, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not afraid and did not feel strenuous. However, the Jinqi in his body was greatly depleted. Just now when he went in to search for Li Yinfeng, he had already used up some. Bringing the three of them out, he had used up several times more. It seemed that the amount of Jinqi consumed when using his Qigong was related to the weight. Zhang Xiaohua estimated that with the amount of Jinqi in his body, it should not be a problem to bring the four of them to the other mountain. Thus he took a deep breath and secretly activated his heart sutra. The Jinqi in his body circulated wildly, and with a tap of his foot, he executed the ethereal steps. His body floated up and landed on a treetop. Following that, he released his divine sense to the maximum and quickly rushed down the mountain. Although there were hidden sentries in the forest, it was already late. The entire mountain was only filled with the sound of the wind, the rustling of leaves and the occasional howling of animals. How could the people in the hidden sentries think that someone would pass over their heads? If not for the village chief repeatedly emphasizing the need for militarization and to strengthen the execution, they would have already run back to the village. Why would they be obediently looking at the somewhat white path in a daze? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua very easily led the four of them and avoided several hidden sentries. They safely arrived at the place where the date red horse was placed. Seeing that they were about to reach the place, Zhang Xiaohua was about to circulate his Jinqi when he suddenly discovered that his meridians were empty. There was not the slightest bit of Jinqi left. He could not help but be shocked. At this moment his body was in midair. In a hurry he said in a low voice, "Second brother, get down." He casually threw Zhang Xiaohu to the ground and his own body fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohu was also a martial artist and his skills were naturally strong. Being in midair was actually the height of a tree, so of course it was not difficult for him. With a single stride he jumped to the ground. Although the forest was pitch black, he was able to stand very steadily. At the same time there was a sound next to Zhang and Zhang also very easily to the ground. Zhang landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu asked in a low voice, "Xiaohua, why aren't you walking? Have we arrived at the place?" Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "It's right in front of us. Right now, I don't have any Jinqi left, so I can't use Qinggong. I can only put you guys down." Li Yinfeng came down from Zhang Xiaohua's back and quickly asked, "Then is your body okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, big sister Li. After a while I'll be fine. Let's go, the date red horse is not far ahead. We should quickly leave the mountain." Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "The night is pitch black, how do you know that the date red horse is just ahead?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Feeling, second brother? A man's sixth sense." Thus, Li Yinfeng supported her mother and Zhang Xiaohu supported shopkeeper Li. Under Zhang Xiaohua's lead, they walked forward for half an hour before they found the date red horse. 5 people and only 2 horses. This made things a little difficult for Zhang Xiaohu. Manager Li said, "Nephew, this old man knows how to ride a horse. Why don't you let me and my family ride one and you two ride the other? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "This place is very far from Lu Town. If the 3 of you ride together, the horse won't be able to withstand it. How about uncle and auntie ride one, and second brother and Li Yinfeng ride the other? Is that okay?" Li Yinfeng was a bit embarrassed. Shopkeeper Li thought for a bit and said, "This matter is urgent and is also forced by the situation. We can only do this. Feng, let's do as nephew says." Li Yinfeng didn't know if she nodded or shook her head. It was too dark to see clearly, but she didn't say anything. Naturally she agreed. Shopkeeper Li asked again, "Nephew Zhang Xiaohua, will you ride with us or with your second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I won't ride with you. I know Qinggong. I'll use it to catch up with you." Zhang Xiaohu said strangely, "How can that be? Your body is very light. You can ride the same horse as us. Why do you have to use Qinggong? Besides, you don't have any true qi in your body. How can you use Qinggong?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, time is tight now. Why are you so wishy-washy? If I ride the horse it will definitely be slower. Besides, if the people from the mountain village catch up with us, they will definitely catch up with us. Won't I be working in vain tonight? Besides, if I wait here for a while, maybe I can block them and let you run farther. Forget it. Who do you think you are? You're not a real hero. Why do you stay here? Brother Li's family has been rescued. Let's go back together." "It's fine, second brother. I have my own plans. Besides, even if they see me, they won't think that I'm the one who saved them. Also, don't forget that I'm a disciple of the Dalan Temple. How would they dare to touch a single hair on my head?" "Well, forget it. I won't go. I'll go with you. If I go back like this, I won't be able to explain it to my parents." "Don't, second brother. Sister Li can't ride a horse. Even if she can, the road from here to Lu Town is not very safe. It's late at night. Don't you worry about them traveling alone?" "Well?" Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. "Second brother, get on the horse quickly. Listen to me. I'll rest in the woods for a while. When there's no movement in the mountain village, I'll go back tomorrow. If we hesitate for a while, they'll really catch up with us." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaohua, second brother knows that I'm not good at martial arts and can't help you. But you must be careful. When we leave, quickly recover your martial arts and catch up with us with your Qinggong." "I know, second brother. Don't worry. When has your brother ever suffered a loss? Didn't the little bald donkey from the Dalan Temple also fall into my hands? Haha, okay. I'll take them away. Catch up with them as soon as possible." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohu no longer hesitated and got on the horse. Li Yinfeng was also helped by Zhang Xiaohua to sit behind him. Then he helped shopkeeper Li and Li Yinfeng get on the horse. Li Yinfeng's mother, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, you're a good child. Come back quickly. We'll wait for you in Lu Town." "I know, auntie. I'll go back tomorrow. It won't be long." After he finished speaking, he gently patted the red date horse's butt. The 2 horses stomped on the ground and quietly galloped down the mountain. After running for a while, the 2 horses stopped at the same time. The people on the horses all looked back, but it was dark and they couldn't see anyone. Soon after they heard the sound of horse hooves. Ta-ta-ta. It gradually went farther and farther away. Slowly the sound of horse hooves could not be heard. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the edge of the forest at the top of the mountain. She didn't wait for them to go far. She took out the primordial stones from her arms and absorbed them with all her strength. Instantly, a long and vigorous stream of primordial qi rushed from the meridians in her hands to her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua felt her whole body was incomparably comfortable. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua stopped absorbing the primordial qi. She secretly circulated her qi and hurriedly improved her cultivation a little. She used her spiritual sense to examine the two primordial stones. The primordial qi inside did not seem to show any signs of decreasing. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think that her cultivation was really weak. According to the records in the Heart Sutra, this kind of primordial stone would be discarded after being absorbed a few times. She had already absorbed it twice and still hadn't absorbed much. Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stones away and got up to stretch his body. Looking at the fire in the mountain stronghold in the distance, his pupils shrank slightly and flashed a trace of killing intent. He insisted on staying. On the one hand, it was to slightly resist the pursuers of the mountain stronghold and lead them to another direction. The most important thing was that the bandit named Brother Su had touched his bottom line. He had saved Li Yinfeng, which had already made it clear that he was a disciple of the Dalan Temple. This group of people even planned to take Li Yinfeng back to the mountain stronghold. They even robbed the Li family's property and burned their house. It was clear that they didn't treat bean buns as dry food. They didn't give face to him, a disciple of the Dalan Temple, and bullied him because he was young and a foreigner. The most hateful thing was that they wanted to go to the Guizhuang house, Balagu and Guanyin Temple to search for beautiful women. Thinking of the tragedy of the neighboring village being robbed by Shizue Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He didn't want such a tragedy to happen in his Guizhuang house again. He didn't want the bandits to disturb the peaceful life of his family. For his parents, for his brother and sister-in-law, he had to stay. He had to stay and take the lives of those who had eaten the courage of the leopard. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even intend to let go of the head of the mountain stronghold and the messenger. If it weren't for his limited martial arts, he even wanted to destroy Shizue Mountain. Of course, he couldn't tell his second brother about his thoughts and words. He knew that his second brother wouldn't let him take the risk alone. Perhaps he would stay or perhaps he would take him away. However, neither choice was his own. He was more willing to destroy any enemies that threatened his family before they sprouted. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out the small sword. The feeling of it being his own arm made him feel a sense of pride. He thought to himself, small sword, did you not taste enough blood last time? Today I'm going to make a fortune. Then, with a tap of his toes, his figure floated to the top of a high tree. His divine sense swept forward like an antenna. His figure didn't stay in the forest any longer. Like a wisp of smoke, he rushed to the stronghold of Shizue Mountain. The hidden sentries in the woods were even more slack and almost fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua came to the bottom of the stronghold wall again. At this time there were fewer people patrolling on the stronghold wall. Only a few people were wandering back and forth listlessly. Zhang Xiaohua found a chance and climbed up the stronghold wall. This time he didn't rush down but looked up and looked around. Suddenly he patted his forehead and laughed in his heart. Habitual thinking kills people. Chapter 251. The wall of the bandit stronghold of Shizue Mountain was a small semicircle. In the middle of the wall there was a square between the house and the wall. It was easy to be discovered from the square, but the wall was connected to the house. The left and right ends of the wall were built on the mountain rocks, and the houses of the stronghold were built against the mountain. As long as one walked to the end of the wall, one could walk to the house along the shadow. When Zhang Xiaohua went in, she didn't pay attention. In order to save time, she crossed the square at the risk of being discovered. And when she came back, she didn't think much. She just went back from where she came from. She never thought that if she walked to the end of the wall, she wouldn't be discovered by the bandits at all. Thinking that she was almost discovered with 3 people just now, Zhang Xiaohua secretly reminded herself that she should pay more attention in the future and carefully observe the terrain. She should never make such mistakes again. After criticizing and self-criticizing, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to find a new route. Anyway, there were no people patrolling. Why should she take a detour? Her genuine qi was painstakingly absorbed from the primordial stone. There was no reason to waste it. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and got down. She still skimmed across the square. Under her divine awareness, she was not discovered by anyone. According to her memory just now, Zhang Xiaohua came to the place where the bandits' brothers Su and others were drinking. When the banquet reached the climax, everyone was drunk. She heard old Chao say, "Xia Shunzi is so scheming. He actually sprinkled the 1,000-mile incense on that girl's car. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to find that girl in a short time." Another voice sounded, "Brother Chao, didn't I tell you not to mention that girl again? She's not ours anymore. It's useless to talk about her. It makes us feel itchy." Old Chao said, "Well, I won't say it. I haven't said it all night. Now I really can't stand it anymore. Alas, how could we be seen by the chieftain? It would be better if we left earlier. Presumably that bullshit messenger is having fun now." A voice said, "Old Chao, you're drunk. You'd better talk about something else." "That's right, let's talk about Xia Shunzi's cleverness. Tell me honestly, did you really find the Li family's lass with that 1,000-mile fragrance?" Xia Shunzi said, "Hee, Brother Su guessed correctly. There are many people in Lu town and the smells are mixed. The 1,000-mile fragrance is indeed useful in open areas, but when I'm there, how can I smell it? I don't have a dog's nose." Old Chao said, "You actually lied to me and made me envious of your intelligence. Oh right, without the 1,000 miles incense, how did you find the Li family's door?" Xia Shunzi chuckled and said, "In this world there are many people who like to gossip. Everyone has a gossipy heart. I only sat in the tea house for a while and casually asked about interesting things in the city. Someone who likes to show off told me about the robbery of the Li family and the Yu family's daughter from 4 trees. It only cost 2 copper coins for the tea. It's a pity that the Yu clan's young lady isn't here and there's no one at home. Otherwise we would be able to do something big. Don't worry, they won't run away. We'll just go again another day." "Okay brothers, let's drink and then we'll go together." "Okay, let's drink." Everyone drank a few bowls. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening on the roof, was angry, but there were 6 people in the room. He didn't have the ability to kill all 6 of them at once. As long as one of them shouted, who knows how many people would hear it in this kind of night. At this time old Chao said, "You guys drink, I'll go out and waterproof." After saying that, he left the room alone. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and followed him to a corner. Old Chao stood crookedly, whistling while waterproofing. Zhang Xiaohua walked behind him and patted his shoulder. Old Chao ignored him and said, "Wait, I'm not done yet." Zhang Xiaohua continued to pat him. Old Chao anxiously said, "Who's so annoying? Are you looking for a beating?" After saying that, he turned around and saw an unknown young man. Just as he was about to say something, the young man suddenly came forward with something in his left hand. With the help of the light from the window, he saw that the young man was actually holding a toy sword in his hand. Before he could take a second look, the sword was already at his throat. When the small sword reached his throat, it clearly paused as if it was hesitating. Old Chao felt a wave of fear, but he didn't feel anything sharp at his throat. He immediately understood that it was just a toy, and the tip of the sword hadn't been sharpened. He couldn't help but grin and said the last sentence of his life, "Where did this little brat come from? How dare you joke with me? Watch how I deal with you." After saying that, he reached out to grab the toy. At this time, another voice sounded from the side, "Brother Chao, who are you talking to?" Then old Chao felt a chill in his throat. Then he covered his neck in disbelief and fell to the ground weakly. Even before he died, he didn't understand how this unsharpened toy could pierce his throat. The young man who killed him was Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, when his dagger was at old Chao's throat, he did hesitate. After all, he had never really faced killing before, so he couldn't do it. However, the person behind him had blocked his escape route. If he didn't stab with his dagger, tonight's operation would be ruined. He could escape, but the Li family, Yu family, Guizhuang and Balagu might suffer. In a situation where there was no way out, he had no choice but to stab with his dagger. When he pulled out the dagger, he saw old Chao lying limp on the ground. His life was so easily dodged by him. He felt a wave of confusion in his heart, but soon after he felt a wave of relief. So this was how killing people was, how easy it was to kill people. At this time he was already unable to summarize his experience. There wasn't much time left for him. The person behind him was about to turn the corner. Zhang Xiaohua immediately slid to the side of the wall. The person just happened to lean out half of his body and was still saying, "You didn't drink too much, did you?" His words suddenly stopped. A small sword easily pierced his throat. It was gentle like a lover's kiss. The only difference was that the lover left a red lipstick mark, while the small sword left a faint red. The people in the room didn't know that something was wrong outside. After drinking for a while, they still didn't see anyone coming back. Brother Su said, "Xia Shunzi, go with Shaoli and see what happened to old Xiao and the other two. Did they really drink too much? Carry them back. It's still early, so it's not their style." Xia Shunzi and the other person answered and came out. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw the two people lying on the ground. They laughed and said, "Old Xiao, oh old Xiao, I've never seen you like this. When you wake up tomorrow, how will I scold you?" Before the two people could go forward, Zhang Xiaohua descended from the sky. Her left hand held a sword, and her right hand formed a claw. She stabbed the sword into the throat and grabbed it with her other hand. With a slight force, there was a crack sound. Blood seeped out of the corner of the person's mouth and he fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the corpse lying on the ground. It was no longer as agitated and trembling as before. She whispered, "It's better to use a sword. It's clean and nimble." There were only two people left in the room and they were both drunk. How could they be worthy of his attention? Brother Su was still drinking with the other person in the room when he heard a knock on the door. He couldn't help but frown and say, "You don't have hands. Open the door yourself." However, the knocking continued. He was angry. He got up and strode to the door. He opened the door and said, "Who the hell are you?" In front of him was Xia Shunzi, who had just gone out. His eyes were closed and his head was drooping. Brother Su laughed and said, "Xia Shunzi, don't tell me you just went out for a while and fell asleep." Unfortunately, Xia Shunzi didn't reply. Brother Su felt that something was amiss. He was about to call someone over when he saw a short figure emerge from behind Xia Shunzi. The faintly discernible face was actually very familiar. Brother Su called out, "Dalan Temple?" Just as he finished speaking, a small sword pierced his throat. There was no resistance. Brother Su died with remaining grievances as he looked at the young boy in front of him and fell to the ground. There was only one person left in the room. He was drunk when he heard Brother Su call out for the Dalan Temple. He couldn't help but be shocked. When he saw Brother Su fall to the ground and revealed the lay disciple, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His drunkenness completely disappeared as he shouted, "Help!" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua rushed in front of him like lightning. The man didn't have time to dodge. He only managed to lean slightly to the side before the small sword pierced his throat and he stopped breathing. When the last person fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She wiped away the sweat that was about to flow down. She thought to herself, "Lucky." Suddenly she slapped her forehead and said on the ground, "Oh, I forgot to leave him alive. Ask him where the money is hidden." As she spoke, she used her divine sense to sweep the room. She didn't find anything. Presumably the money was hidden somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. She carried the corpses into the room, blew out the light and walked out. Just as she was about to leave, an idea flashed in her mind. Why not take the opportunity to kill the fort master and let Shichui Mountain be leaderless and peaceful for a few years? Moreover, she didn't get any benefits from this trip. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua floated up the room and sneaked toward the hall. In the hall, the banquet was not over yet. The two of them were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua was not arrogant just because he had killed a few small fries. Although he did not know how good the martial arts of the head and the messenger were, the head could command the entire Shichui Mountain. How could he control the situation if he did not have some martial arts? Presumably he was no match for them. If he wanted to kill them, it was better to do it suddenly. And the emissary seemed to be from some divine sect. Such people dared to come out to represent a sect. Which one of them wasn't a master? Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that he could beat them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated to the back of the inner hall. She used her divine sense to sweep around, trying to find a good place to hide. But before her divine sense found a hiding place, she found that there seemed to be a fluctuation of primordial qi under the ground of the back hall. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 252. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to feel the fluctuation of primordial qi underground. He couldn't help but think of the basement in Zhang Qingyue's study in the Misty School. It was estimated that this was the secret room of the master of Shichui Mountain. Then Zhang Xiaohua excitedly looked for the entrance to the secret room. If the entrance was found by others, it might not be easy to find. But under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, there was nowhere to hide. After several scans, he found the abnormality on the bed in the corner. When he found the mechanism in the corner of the bed, he couldn't help but praise secretly. If he really looked for it with his eyes, he might not find it. It seemed that the things in the secret room were really worth looking forward to. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted the bed and walked into the secret room from the bed, he saw a layer of light in front of him before he laid down the stairs. He couldn't help but be surprised. Was this the luminous pearl recorded in the book? Zhang Xiaohua lit the fire starter. What he saw in front of him made him stunned. In front of him was a space with a radius of 10 feet. On the right was a weapon shelf with some strange weapons. On the left were several big boxes. Looking forward, it was the place where he saw the light just now. There were several tables with a lot of jewelry and jade on them. The strangest thing was that beside the table, there was an incense burner that looked like the incense burner used in temples. There were 3 legs at the bottom and a ball at the top. However, this incense burner had a lid. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan. The fluctuation of primordial qi was coming from this incense burner. He carefully walked forward and touched it with his hand. Then he opened the lid of the incense burner and looked inside. Yes, there were still a lot of burnt ashes in the incense burner. He really didn't know why the bandit brought the incense burner here. Suddenly, he remembered that he had heard the conversation between the messenger and the master on the roof. Was this what the messenger wanted to take? Hey, Zhang Xiaohua sneered. No matter what it was, as long as it was a treasure, why should he hesitate? Then Zhang Xiaohua took out the money bag and put the incense burner into it. Then, without taking back the money bag, he first came to several big boxes and opened one casually. The lid of the box was opened and the inside was glittering with gold. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled. To be honest, this guy had never seen gold since he was a child. Even when he heard it, he just heard it from Peng. How could he not be moved by the box full of gold in front of him? Gladly, Zhang Xiaohua put the whole box into the money bag without hesitation. That was, if he put it in bit by bit, it would waste his divine sense. Taking the whole box together, that would be cool. As for the rest of the boxes, Zhang Xiaohua also opened them one by one to satisfy his eyes. Then he put them into the money bag. These boxes were either filled with gold or jewelry. There was not even silver. Zhang Xiaohua could not help shaking his head. These bandits were so tasteless that they only took hard currency. Why didn't they store some silver notes? The gold and the like really took up too much space in the money bag. How could it be more convenient than silver notes? As for the luminous pearls on the table, there were actually a lot of them in the box. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to waste, let go, or regret, so he put them all in his bag. As for the rare weapons, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be blamed. He had never seen any weapons, so he didn't know how precious these weapons were. Moreover, these things didn't look as pleasing to the eye as gold and jewelry. Forget it, it's better to leave some for the bandits of Shizue Mountain. After all, we are all educated people, so it's good to leave something for them to remember. Of course, these thoughts were also made by Zhang Xiaohua after his divine sense swept over the weapon rack. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had faintly understood that only things with primordial qi fluctuations were what he needed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that he seemed to have not used his divine sense to scan the small sword. It was easy to forget things around him. Then, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to separate a strand of divine sense to scan the small sword. At this time, he suddenly heard a soft sound above his head. Zhang Xiaohua quickly released his divine sense. Oh no, Master Lu and Messenger Ing were standing in front of the bed. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that they were not going to rest. He was blocked by someone. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked at some of the secret rooms that had just been searched by him and seemed to be empty. Where was there a hiding place? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and then made up his mind. He put away the fire starter, took out the big handkerchief from his arms, covered his mouth and nose, and floated up with his qing gong. Since he was caught like a turtle in a jar, he might as well fight to the death. Outside the secret room, Master Lu smiled apologetically and said, "Messenger, I have put that thing in the secret room later. I am the only one who knows about this secret room. I have already dealt with the other people who know about it. That thing will be fine if it is placed here." Emissary Ing said with a smile, "Actually, it would be easy for someone from my divine sect to get this thing. However, this kind of thing involves a lot of people. My sect finds it troublesome and the evil tiger gang is not in a good situation. That's why we came to Shizue Mountain." Chief Lu, I've said enough. I think you already know what to do. You must have guessed it. I know. Messenger, don't worry. I know very well in my heart. The monk Jiu who was set up by us has already been dealt with by my men. Even if the monks of the Shaolin Temple come to the mountain, I will refuse to let them find any trace of the divine sect. However, about my small request? Master Lu, don't worry. Didn't I say that a big shot of my divine sect is coming soon? He is one of the 18 disciples of Lord Garuda of my divine sect. He has a prominent status. Your small request can't be any smaller. If he can come, it naturally shows that what you are doing is very important. Since you can complete it well, I will say a few good words in front of him. Isn't your future clear? Great Lord Messenger, I have to ask for more. By the way, my secret room is filled with the inventory of Shitsue Mountain. There are still some things that I like. I hope Lord Messenger can accept some of them later. No problem, no problem. I don't know what can catch my eye in this remote place. I'm looking forward to it. Immediately, Master Lu opened the mechanism, revealing a secret passage leading to the underground. Master Lu looked at Messenger Ing and said with a smile, I will lead the way. After that, he lifted his leg to get on the bed and was about to enter the secret passage. In the blink of an eye, just as he was about to step into the secret passage, a thin and weak figure dashed out from the deep secret passage with a whoosh and crashed into Chieftain Lu. Master Lu was calculating his own plan while taking into account the feelings of the messenger behind him. Moreover, he didn't expect that a figure would rush out from the secret passage, so he didn't have any reaction at all. Even if he was prepared at such a close distance, Zhang Xiaohua had used all her strength. How could he react? When he came to his senses, a cold feeling came from his throat. In an instant, he felt that all the strength in his body flowed out of his body along with this feeling. Before that beautiful future could warm up in his mind, it was pierced by the sudden assassination and disappeared without a trace. Before he died, the only sentence in Master Lu's mind was, "This world is full of surprises." When Zhang Xiaohua saw Master Lu collapsed on the ground, she pushed Master Lu's body towards Messenger Ing and didn't stay any longer. She exerted strength in her legs and soared into the sky, escaping out of the house. She was betting on this little bit of time. She thought that once she appeared, she would be able to catch them off guard and kill the weaker Master Lu. As for that Messenger Ing, even if he reacted, he might not have the time to block her. Moreover, if she could successfully escape out of the house, that messenger would definitely not chase after her because he still had to look into the secret chamber. Sure enough, when the messenger pushed the corpse away, it was already too late to block Zhang Xiaohua. Messenger Ing looked at Zhang Xiaohua's figure that had just escaped and the dark entrance of the secret passage in front of him. He hit his feet and quickly scurried up the bed. After taking a few steps, he quickly lit up the fire starter. Looking at the empty secret chamber, his heart thumped and he knew that it was not good. He saw the figure that had just escaped clearly. It was a slightly weaker figure like a youth. There seemed to be a dagger in his hand and then there was nothing on him. The incense burner that he wanted was huge and he wouldn't be able to carry it. The messenger looked around the secret chamber worriedly and didn't see any place to hide the incense burner. He quickly scurried out of the secret chamber and with a stretch of his body, he used his lightness skill to rush out of the house. His figure was actually faster than Zhang Xiaohua. The disappearance of the incense burner must have something to do with the youth who came out of the secret chamber. Even if he didn't take it, he must have some clues. The key was that if he didn't chase the youth back, he couldn't explain it to the cult. When he chased out of the house and looked from a high place, the youth had already run far away. But he didn't go in the direction of the fortress wall, instead he went to the back of the mountain. Could it be that he had reinforcements at the back of the mountain? The messenger gritted his teeth and chased closely. Even if there was an ambush, he had to bite the bullet. At this moment, how could he care so much? The back of the mountain of Shichui Mountain was also a lush forest. But the mountain was too steep and there was no mountain road leading down. So the bandits had always ignored it. Zhang Xiaohua ran to the edge of the cliff in a short time. When he looked back, Messenger Ing had already chased out of the house and was coming in his direction. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and touched the money bag in his arms. The ancients said, "Birds die for food, people die for wealth." They didn't deceive him. Then he took out a vitality stone from his arms and held it in his right hand. He lowered his head to look at the mountain. With a chuckle, he flew down and landed on the top of a big pine tree by the mountain. The top of the tree sank down and then bounced up. Zhang Xiaohua's body jumped up and flew to another place. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 253. Since she couldn't escape the fate of being chased, it was better to face it calmly and make the best preparation. Anyway, her second brother and the people of the Li family had gone far away. The people who robbed the Li family in Lu Town and the head of fort were killed by her. Messenger Ying probably didn't have time or thought to find Li Yinfeng again. Zhang Xiaohua had a sense of heroism. In order not to exhaust the true qi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared for a protracted battle. While absorbing the primordial qi from the primordial stone to replenish the true qi in her body, she used her lightness skill and Misty School's lightness skill to move freely in the forest. Although Messenger Ying's lightness skill was faster than Zhang Xiaohua's, Zhang Xiaohua was really cunning. In the beginning, her lightness skill was a little obscure and she was almost caught by him several times. But as time went by, her lightness skill became smoother and her speed increased a lot. She was almost on par with Messenger Ying. Messenger Ying was angry. Wasn't he making fun of him? How could he practice lightness skill in front of him? However, he was not worried. Although the young man's lightness skill was good, he was limited after all. Even if he started practicing internal strength when he was in his mother's womb, he might not be as powerful as him. When he ran out of strength, wouldn't it be easy to catch him? The two people, one chasing and one running, gradually went far away from Shizue Mountain. The distance between them was always kept at 10 feet. It couldn't be widened or shortened. When they were in a stalemate, brilliant fireworks were shot from the direction of Shizue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was still far away from the New Year's celebration. Who was crazy to set off fireworks so early? Messenger Ying was overjoyed. He also took out something from his arms and threw it into the air. Immediately, it flew high and then exploded with a bang. It was also a firework which was very similar to the previous one. Even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much, she knew that the backup of the messenger had come. Sure enough, there was a clear howl from Shizue Mountain. Before the howl had died down, it had already come to Zhang Xiaohua and the others. In an instant they felt that it was much closer. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What a speed! It seemed that her life would be in danger today. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and kept the primordial stones in his arms. The true energy in his body began to circulate wildly and his true energy flickered continuously. His body immediately sped up and in an instant, he managed to pull away from Envoy Ying and quickly escaped into the depths of the valley. Upon seeing this, Envoy Ying did not dare to be negligent. He let out a long whistle from his mouth and did not dare to slow down. The true energy in his body flowed freely to his legs. If he did not show off now, when would he? The martial arts of the people from the divine sect were very high. When the whistling stopped, they were already halfway through the chase. When Zhang Xiaohua took the time to look back, under the moonlight, a faint black dot had already appeared in his field of vision. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He turned his body and fled to another place where the trees were denser. In fact, she still underestimated the martial arts of that person. As early as she appeared in that person's vision, she had already been locked on by that person's internal strength. As long as Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was much higher than that person's, it was almost impossible to escape that person's tracking. Whether it was a dense forest or a plain, it was the same. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua changed direction, she came to a dense forest. The person behind her had already passed Envoy Ying and directly caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the crown of a big tree. She wanted to look around to see if there was any place to hide or escape. Suddenly, she felt that her vision turned black and she immediately lost consciousness. Wasn't it midnight now? When Zhang Xiaohua landed on the tree, the person from the divine sect had already caught up to her within 100 feet. When he was about to use his internal strength to chase after her again, he saw Zhang Xiaohua fall straight from the crown of the tree. This change came so suddenly that the person didn't dare to move forward for a while. He waited for a long time before he and Envoy Ying separated into two directions to watch. Under the fallen leaves and accumulated grass under the big tree, Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping soundly. The person frowned and watched for a while. Then he waved his hand to Envoy Ying. Envoy Ying hurried forward and stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's arm. He lifted her up and easily carried Zhang Xiaohua in his hand. Envoy Ying couldn't help but exclaim. The person asked curiously, "Ying Fei, what's wrong? Lord Qin, this boy is very light." "Oh? Is he too thin?" "Yes, he's thin, but he's too light." "Yes." Lord Qin didn't comment. Then the two people used their qin gong and returned to Shizue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. In front of her was a road that was rapidly retreating. She suddenly realized her situation. She immediately closed her eyes again and released her divine sense. It was a bright and sunny morning. The two people from the divine sect were riding their horses and galloping in the same direction. Zhang Xiaohua was facing down in front of Ying's horse. Although Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were closed, his eyeballs kept rolling around. His mind was spinning as he tried to think of a way to deal with this situation. Not long after, the two horses galloped to a fork in the road. Lord Qin's horse wanted to turn left, but Ying Fei fell behind. Just as Ying Fei turned his horse around to follow Lord Qin, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the horse and flew to the right. Ying Fei was caught unprepared. Both of his hands were holding the reins. Before he could let go, he shook the reins and wanted to use the reins to tie Zhang Xiaohua's legs. Although Zhang Xiaohua was in the air with her back to him, she didn't withdraw her divine sense for a moment. How could she not know his intention? She immediately curled up and let go of the reins. Then she landed on the ground. Without looking at the direction, she tiptoed and ran to the wilderness by the roadside. Before she ran a few steps, she heard a laugh behind her. Haha, I knew you were awake, but I didn't know you had such ability to escape from Ying Fei. Zhang Xiaohua didn't look back, but her divine sense swept behind her. A young man with a square face and a very kind appearance was chasing her casually. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Was this the person who chased her last night? In a few breaths, the young man had caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly changed her direction and turned to the other side. The young man didn't panic and also turned to catch up with her. Zhang Xiaohua then changed her direction several times and suddenly accelerated. She used all the tricks she could think of, but she didn't pull away from the young man at all. So Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. She stopped very contrary to common sense. She turned around and said, "Big brother?" But the young man with gray hair in front of her was rushing towards her. For a moment, she didn't know whether to call him big brother or uncle. The man with gray hair was chasing closely from behind. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to suddenly stop. And she stopped so suddenly as if she didn't run at all. He couldn't stop in time and was running towards Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him hit her? She didn't care whether he was big brother or uncle. She first moved to the side. The man with gray hair's qigong was even better. He also took a breath and his body floated up. He just swept past the place where Zhang Xiaohua was standing and then stopped. Looking at the man with gray hair turning around, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why are you chasing me?" The man with gray hair didn't speak. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and asked, "Do you want to know? Then tell me first, why are you going to Xichui Mountain?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said righteously, "I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The bandits of Xichui Mountain are running amok, killing people and setting fires. They are full of evil. As a disciple of the Dalan Temple, of course I have to be merciful and send them to Buddha's paradise." "You? A disciple of the Dalan Temple?" The man with gray hair's serious face suddenly became very funny, as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You actually said in front of me that you are a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in her heart, "This is bad. Li Gui has met Li Kui. This time I'm exposed. Could it be that this guy is the real disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Could it be that this big brother is also a disciple of the Dalan Temple? A group of baldies from the Dalan Temple, are they worthy of being my master?" The man with gray hair had a face of disdain. "Then big brother is? Tell me who your master is first." "Master? Hee, didn't I tell big brother already? I am from the Dalan Temple." "Who is your big brother?" "Call me Lord. Also, you are definitely not from the Dalan Temple. It is useless to say this in front of me." "Big brother, oh Lord, this one does not have a master. This one is self-taught." "Self-taught? Hee, your movement technique has the shadow of the ethereal steps, but it is not exactly the same." "Could it be that you are related to the Misty School?" The man with gray hair was somewhat suspicious. "Misty School?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "You guessed right. I am the direct disciple of the Misty School's leader Openg. If you don't want to offend the Misty School, quickly let me go." "Ah." The man seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed and said, "Your movement technique is only 30% similar to the ethereal steps. You actually dare to boast that you are a disciple of the Misty School. Not to mention that you are definitely not a disciple of the Misty School. Even if you were a disciple of the Misty School, if I took you, they would not dare to say a word." "Oh no, where did this big brother come from?" "Right, divine sect, what kind of sect is this divine sect?" Poor Zhang Xiaohua only knew about the Misty School, the Dalan Temple, and the Evil Tiger Gang. The other sects were a blur to her eyes. Naturally, she did not know what this divine sect was. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, the man asked again, "I don't care which sect you are from. I just want to know why you went to Shichui Mountain. You killed their chief and 6 small fries. What is the reason?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, "Big brother, you misunderstood. I only killed the chief. The others were not killed by me." Chapter 254. Forget it. The gray-haired man's personality seemed to be very kind as he retorted, "Although my subordinates did not see you kill those 6 bandits, but from the wounds on their throats, I could easily see that you killed them with the small sword in your bosom." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but touch his bosom. Luckily, the small sword and money pouch were still there. The 4 small primeval stones were also still there. Zhang Xiaohua's face was embarrassed from being exposed and said, "So you all know, hee. Quickly tell me, what are you here for? These are 7 lives, a little youth like you is actually so cruel and merciless. Could it be that they have a grudge against you for killing your father?" "Grudge against my father?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned again and said in a sad voice, "Sir, you are absolutely right. I have a grudge against a few bandits for killing my father. Today I am here to take revenge." Immediately after, he sorrowfully made up an awkward story. But his story had just started when the gray-haired man waved his hand and said, "Don't speak nonsense, I am not willing to listen to your nonsense. How can you have a grudge against the bandits with your skills? I do not care about the lives of those bandits. I only want to ask you one thing, where is the cauldron in the secret room?" "Cauldron?" Zhang Xiaohua was confused and said in a puzzled voice, "Sir, please understand, I did not see any cauldron at all. Moreover, to be honest, I did not know that there was a secret room in that place. I originally wanted to assassinate the chief, but he was always with your people and I did not have a chance. So I thought of hiding in a place in the back hall and making my move. When I saw the secret room, the secret passage was already open. I was also curious, so I went down. In the end, it was empty, there was nothing. All right, there were only some strange weapons." The gray-haired man stared at Zhang Xiaohua, as if trying to distinguish whether he was telling the truth or not. After he finished speaking, he asked, "Which sect are you from? Or which organization are you from? If I'm familiar with it, I'll let you go after I verify it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I really am a disciple of the Misty School." The white-haired man also smiled and said, "Then do you know the Dragon God sect?" "Dragon God sect?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "I heard from my master Wenhai that it's an unremarkable sect." "Ah." The gray-haired man laughed as if he had heard a joke. He looked up to the sky and laughed until tears almost came out of his eyes. Then he said, "You are really cunning. I don't know where you heard Wenhai's name, but you actually shamelessly clung to his thigh. Do you still want me to be magnanimous to you on account of the fact that you are Peng's disciple's disciple? However, since you haven't even heard of the Dragon God sect, how could you possibly be a disciple of the Misty School?" "Dragon God sect? Is he famous? Should I know?" Zhang Xiaohua had a series of question marks. She secretly muttered in her heart, "Isn't second brother just a disciple of the Misty School? I've never heard him mention the name of the Dragon God sect." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly spread out her hands and said, "Since sir doesn't believe me, then I'll just take it that I'm self-taught." "Self-taught?" The gray-haired man snorted coldly and said, "You are ruthless. You slit their throats with a sword. This is not something an ordinary person can do. If you hadn't undergone strict training, how could I believe it?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also at a loss. Yes, 7 lives were harvested by her just like that. When she heard that the bandits' brother Su wanted to rob the Guizhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the tragedy in the neighboring village and how the 3 wolves of Shichui Mountain treated her so viciously. She remembered that when she stabbed her first sword into that person's throat, she was still hesitant. After that, she saw a little bit of blood in his throat. At that time, her whole body was cold and she even trembled a little. However, she didn't have the slightest fear or regret. Suddenly, a chill rose from Zhang Xiaohua's heart and instantly spread throughout her body. Yes, when she faced 7 bandits, her powerful force made her feel like she was looking at a few weak ants. She could easily kill them without a burial ground. This was the first time she took the initiative to kill someone, but she wasn't afraid at all. Was this still her? Was it because she killed them so gently that she didn't feel guilty because she didn't see a drop of blood? Did their dead bodies make her think that they were really sleeping because they seemed to be asleep? There was a kind of fear in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This kind of fear was because she didn't understand her past behavior and her nature. The gray-haired man sensitively felt the change in Zhang Xiaohua and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, almost at the same time, an indifferent and unknown flow flowed out of her mind. First, it flowed to her heart and then it flowed throughout her body. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved and a thought came into her mind. If they hurt my family no matter how far they are, I will kill them. If they are my family no matter how dangerous it is, I will do it. Once this thought appeared, it gradually became stronger and stronger. In the end, it became tyrannical and filled her entire mind. A sentence also appeared in her heart. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes instantly became firm and her state of mind also grew as if she was reborn. The tempering of the state of mind was very mysterious. The gray-haired man didn't know that his provocation actually made Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation advance to another level. When the gray-haired man saw Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared and he secretly said, "What a pity." He originally wanted to use a psychological attack and use words to test Zhang Xiaohua's psychological bottom line to make her obediently tell him what he wanted to know. Now that he failed, he couldn't help but lose his patience. The gray-haired man said coldly, "You really don't want to tell me where you came from?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Sir, my words are all true. You just don't believe me." The gray-haired man was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good, good." Then with a flash he pointed at the acupoint under Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. Zhang Xiaohua, who was close by, didn't even have room to dodge. When the acupoint was hit, an unbearable numbness came from her limbs. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but collapse to the ground and almost moan. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Before Zhang Xiaohua's mouth could open, the numbness disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua stood up softly and asked, "What are you doing?" When the gray-haired man saw this, he was also surprised. If an ordinary person was hit like this, they would have already cried out and lay on the ground. This youth actually only felt a little pain. At this time, the gray-haired man no longer had the warmth from before. He sneered and said, "Since you don't want to cooperate, then don't blame me for being vicious. Divine Sect's 81 methods, let me let you have a taste of the soul-searching hand." After saying that, he pointed again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. Seeing the finger coming, she quickly dodged and wanted to use ethereal steps to dodge. But no matter how she dodged, the finger followed her like a shadow, getting closer and closer. It was impossible to dodge. Was this the difference between a martial arts master and himself? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself. This gentle finger seemed to be gentler than the previous one. Unfortunately, this finger contained 40% of the gray-haired man's inner strength. Even if Zhang Xiaohua practiced the immortal path cultivation method, under such a huge difference, it was still difficult for her to escape. Her body that had been tested by the two little monks in the Dalan temple, seemed to have been struck by lightning. An indescribable pain came from her four limbs. Her whole body's strength was instantly sucked out. That pain passed through her whole body and drilled straight into her brain. Like a spiritual awl, it fiercely pierced into Zhang Xiaohua's brain. Zhang Xiaohua lay weakly on the ground, her whole body twitching. Large beads of sweat dripped from her head. She couldn't help but moan softly. It was indeed the soul-searching hand. The pain only passed after half an incense's time. Zhang Xiaohua lay on the ground as if she had collapsed. She was too lazy to even move a finger. That pain was very strange. It was so painful that she almost fainted. But even if she wanted to faint, she couldn't. Her heart was abnormally clear. The gray-haired man was still as warm as before. He smiled and asked, "This little hero, now can you tell me where the cauldron is?" Zhang Xiaohua said softly and weakly, Sir, this one has indeed never seen the cauldron. How do you want me to tell you?" The gray-haired man's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his leg and was about to attack again. But he tilted his head and looked at the time. He smiled and said, Hee, trying to be brave? It's okay. There's plenty of time to let you know. The Divine Sect has many techniques. I'll let you taste them one by one. I'd like to see how long you can last." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point. His strength penetrated through her bones. Zhang Xiaohua's body immediately stiffened. She couldn't move at all. She was caught in his hand. At the same time, the gray-haired man was also surprised. Was this young man really a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Did he grow up eating vegetables? On the side of the road, Ying Fei was obediently pulling 2 horses. When he saw Sir Qin return, he smiled and said, "Sir Qin is still the best. No matter how cunning this guy is, he's still not your opponent." Sir Qin frowned and said, "Ying Fei, are you praising me or scolding me?" Ying Fei quickly explained respectfully, "How would I dare? Sir is an elite of the divine sect. I can only admire and respect you. How would I dare to have any other thoughts? But the information about the cauldron?" Sir Qin looked at the dispirited Zhang Xiaohua in his hand and said, "I don't know which sect this guy is from. All right, I haven't even asked for his name." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth. How could she say anything? Sir Qin's internal energy was very strong. This time Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even speak. Sir Qin didn't seem to want to ask for his name. He continued, "This guy's mouth is very tight. I can't see where his martial arts come from. If it was something else, it would be fine. If I can't find it, I can just kill him. But this cauldron is something that the sect leader wants. You have to give the sect leader an explanation. Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 255. I understand. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Ying Fei said with a smile. Ah yes. Since we have already caught him, we might as well take him with us. If we beat the small one, how can the big one not come out? There are many powerful techniques in our sect. If we use one every day, I don't believe that we can't make him talk. Lord Qin said fiercely. Although Zhang Xiaohua could not move his body, he could still hear. He had already released his spiritual sense. He could not help but complain in his heart. He was alone. Where did the big one come from? It seemed that he could not escape from the daily torture. Ying Fei hesitated and said, "Lord Qin, but we have to keep this a secret. If we take this burden with us, we can't guarantee that the secrets of our sect will not be revealed." Lord Qin said unhappily, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things? If we don't force this guy's backer to hand over the tripod furnace, you will bear the responsibility alone." I don't dare. Moreover, when this is over, As he spoke, Mr. Qin's voice became softer and he made a chopping motion. Ying Fei immediately said respectfully, "Mr. Qin is brilliant." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already detected all of this, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. This Lord Qin's martial arts were clearly superior, and he couldn't compare to him. If he were to fall into his hands like this, he would lose his life sooner or later. Only by making preparations to escape would he have a glimmer of hope. But how could he escape? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The 2 people of the divine sect naturally did not know that their plan had been known by Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, even if they knew, they would not care. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just like a bandit in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Maybe he was even worse. They could end Zhang Xiaohua's life at any time. Why would they care if their plan was known by him? The 2 of them got on their horses and continued their journey. Zhang Xiaohua was still placed on Ying Fei's horse. His meridians were sealed by Lord Qin, so he didn't have any strength left. He could only lie weakly on the horse's back, lowering his head to study the mysteries of the horse's hooves. He was also secretly looking for a way to escape before he could release his spiritual consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua could not help thinking. The 2 people from the divine sect asked about the 7 people she had killed, but they did not ask about Li Yinfeng. Presumably, Ying Fei had already forgotten about Li Yinfeng after Master Qin's sudden appearance. The bandits in Shizue Mountain must be in a mess now. Who would think of the 3 members of the Li family? The 6 bandits had already been killed by him. Ying Fei and Lord Qin definitely didn't know that he was here to save people. As long as he didn't say anything, no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't know where he came from. He had already told them the truth, but they just didn't believe him. There was nothing he could do. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. It seemed like he had to give himself an identity. If it were not for the fact that the muscles on his face could not move, a sinister smile would have already appeared. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had spent a lot of effort to find a cheap backer for herself. The 2 people from the divine sect traveled for half a day and came to a barren place. Ying Fei said, "Lord Qin, it seems that we are a little late. Is that kid from the evil tiger gang still waiting there?" Lord Qin said, "Isn't it because of that guy on your horse?" However, although that kid Situ of the evil tiger gang is a cautious person, if it was a normal person he would have left long ago. Fortunately, this place is far from the evil tiger gang. Maybe he is still waiting. Ying Fei said with a smile, Isn't it because of Wang Jianfeng? They are guarding their own base and not managing it well. Why did they interfere with the evil tiger gang? What value does this kind of small gang have? Lord Qin said, they don't wake up early if there are no benefits. According to Situ Liang's information, Wang Jianfeng does not seem to be interested in the evil tiger gang. He is only using the evil tiger gang as a cover. As for what they are doing, even Situ Liang did not find out anything. However, it should be within the evil tiger gang's sphere of influence. Situ Liang's cousin being put under house arrest by Wang Jianfeng must be related to this secret. Then what kind of secret is it? What kind of sect is Wang Jianfeng? With that weak foundation, how could the divine sect be interested in what he wants? Just let him play. Sooner or later, Situ Liang will spread the news to the divine sect. Lord is wise. If it wasn't for Wang Jianfeng, the meeting with Situ Liang would not have been arranged so far away. That might not be the case. There is nothing to fear from Wang Jianfeng, but according to our information, Wang Jianfeng, Yanming Villa, Tan family and the Misty School have been doing a lot of shady business in the past few years. Moreover, their four sects have been developing very quickly, and their strength has increased by quite a bit. Especially the Misty School, they have actually swallowed the Luo Shui gang. They are like a tiger that has grown wings. Moreover, the number and quality of their elite disciples have increased by several times. The Misty School is a large sect, so if they are given a chance, they will inevitably become an obstacle to the divine sect. So, we cannot be careless about anything related to the Misty School. This little one understands. However, these four sects don't seem to be very harmonious. Moreover, even if our divine sect doesn't care, the Dalan Temple, Fragrance Cult and the Righteous Alliance might not be at ease with the threat of the Misty School. You're right. The people of the Righteous Alliance are always scheming against each other. They are all hypocritical and cannot form a united force. Otherwise, where would our divine sect find a place to stand in this world? Lord is wise. It is because our divine sect's 8 division heavenly dragons support each other and are as close as brothers that the divine sect is able to prosper. That's right. This is all thanks to sect leaders' wise leadership. Long live the divine sect, unify the Jianghu. The two of them did not hide their conversation from Zhang Xiaohua. They must have already decided Zhang Xiaohua's fate. Zhang Xiaohua was also sweating profusely. The more secrets she knew, the harder it would be to keep her life. But where was the escape route? Ying Fei led Lord Qin to a dilapidated temple. Using his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw a young man who wasn't even 30 years old. He was sitting there cross-legged with a bag in his hand and a sword on the ground beside him. Lord Qin was far away from the dilapidated temple and he smiled. The person in the broken temple heard the sound of horse hooves outside. He stood up alertly and rushed out of the temple. He stuck out half of his head to take a look, then quickly came out to greet them. Lord Qin and Ying Fei jumped off their horses at the entrance. The young man took over Lord Qin's reins and led the horses into the broken temple. After that, the young man looked around and carefully closed the door. The 2 horses were tied to a withered tree in the temple. Zhang Xiaohua was still lying on the horse. No one paid any attention to her. The young man entered the temple and bowed to Lord Qin and Ying Fei. This little one is Situ Liang. Greetings to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Lord Qin smiled. Get up, Situ Liang. This lord had some small matters and was delayed. Sorry to have made you wait. Situ Liang replied, It's fine, it's fine. This little one also just arrived. Envoy Ying said, Situ Liang, Lord Qin already praised you on the way here. You did a good job. You are a promising talent. When you present the things you brought to the cult master, no matter if the cult master is willing or not, Lord Qin will put in a good word for you. If there is a chance, he will bestow our sect's divine technique for you to cultivate. Situ Liang was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Qin, thank you, Envoy Ying. Lord Qin said kindly, You are the one who worked hard. We are just the middleman. Situ Liang immediately said, I don't dare. This is all thanks to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Situ Liang then talked about some matters in the gang and Wang Jianfeng. Only then did he hand over the bag in his hand. He smiled. Lord Qin, after receiving the message from the cult, this little one sent people to search everywhere. This is what I found recently. I don't know if it is to the cult master's liking. Lord Qin carefully opened the bag. A few small antique items were revealed. Jade pendants, jade hairpins, jade bracelets and so on. Under Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense, many of the items were giving off energy waves. Lord Qin looked at them and carefully examined each and every one of them. Situ Liang watched from the side with a nervous heart. When he finished looking at the last item, he closed the bag. Lord Qin said, "Not bad, they are all very good." Only then did Sita Liang relax. He smiled, "As long as it is to your liking, as long as it is to your liking." Lord Qin smiled, "Whether it is to your liking or not, it is not up to me to decide. We will only know which one of these items is to the cult master's liking after we take the item back. However, with the evil tiger gang's ability, it is already rare for you to be able to take out these items. When we return, there will definitely be a great reward." Sita Liang was overjoyed and said, "If that's the case, then thank you, sir and envoy." Lord Qin waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. He threw the bag to Envoy Ying, and with a flash he jumped out of the ruined temple like lightning. In the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying on the horse's back, suddenly flipped over and jumped into the air. She jumped onto the wall and was about to escape. Seeing that, Lord Qin also jumped onto the wall like an arrow. It was as if the wall was right in front of him. He caught up to Zhang Xiaohua, who was about to use her qinggong, and lightly smiled. "Brat, you sure are arrogant. There are not many people in the Jianghu that can escape from my hands." After that, with another point, Zhang Xiaohua fell down. She fell straight down from the wall. Her entire body curled up into a ball. She gritted her teeth as if she was enduring the pain. Actually, when Envoy Ying tied up the horse, Sita Liang had already seen Zhang Xiaohua on the horse. However, how could he dare to ask about something like that? Now that he saw the abnormality, he carefully asked, "Sir, this young man?" Lord Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was in extreme pain on the ground, and said, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Seeing that Lord Qin did not want to say anything more, Sita Liang quickly said, "Lord Qin, please give the item to the cult master. Also, please put in a good word for me. My evil tiger gang is very far from here, so I need to hurry back. Otherwise, Wan Jianfeng's people will become suspicious." Lord Qin said, "You haven't found out why Wan Jianfeng is here, right?" Sita Liang shook his head. "No, they are very mysterious. Their martial arts are also stronger than mine, so it's not easy to find out." Chapter 256. Lord Qin comforted him. "With your martial arts, you have already done very well. Of course I know that. However, since Wan Jianfeng's goal is so mysterious, he must have a big background. You still have to be careful. If there are any movements, report to me as soon as possible." Sita Liang nodded, then said goodbye. After Sita Liang left, Lord Qin fiddled with those things a few times, then casually threw them to Ying Fei. Ying Fei caught them without a care and said with a smile, "This evil tiger gang is just a small sect the size of a thumb. I wonder why the sect values them so much? What kind of good things could Sita Liang get for Lord Qin to come all the way here?" Lord Qin frowned. "The sect leader naturally has his reasons for making us value the evil tiger gang. The reason is not something we can guess. Just do your job properly. However, if it wasn't for that cauldron, I wouldn't have to work so hard." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who had calmed down a bit, and said, "The secret room in Shichui Mountain has been cleaned out. If there weren't a dozen people, who would believe it? However, we only caught a young man and we still don't know if he is really related to the cauldron. What a headache." Lord Qin is wise. Just as Lord Qin said, even if this guy didn't take the cauldron, he is still related to the cauldron. It's better to cast a long line to catch a big fish. However, this guy is cunning. If we don't succeed, he will run away. Why don't I cripple his martial arts and make him follow us obediently?" Hearing that, Lord Qin frowned even more. He said unhappily, Ying Fei, what do you want me to say about you? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth? You have been my subordinate for a long time. Why haven't you improved at all? You should look at things from a leader's point of view. Only then can you develop the qualities of a leader. Why don't you think about it? If I could cripple his martial arts, would I still be waiting for you to speak?" Ying Fei saw that his words were wrong and said in a panic, "Lord Qin, please enlighten me. I really don't understand." Lord Qin said, "Think about it simply. This young man is not even my opponent. I crippled his martial arts just because I was afraid he would run away. If this spread to Jianghu, what face would I have left? As a superior, one must be able to toy with people in the palm of one's hand. No matter how they twist and turn, they will not be able to escape. This is the best way to show off one's methods. With your petty thoughts, Sai, you won't be able to achieve anything great. This humble one doesn't dare. It is the honor of this humble one to work under Sir. How could I have any extravagant hopes? Master Qin waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You'll learn about this slowly. Let this young man escape a few more times and let him suffer a little. Then he'll understand his situation and obediently wait for others to save him." "Understood, my lord. Shall we go to the Ma family in Xinji town now?" "That's right, let's go to the Ma clan." In recent years, the Ma clan has been getting closer to the righteous Tao alliance. It seems that they have some children by marriage. However, the sect leader has instructed us to let nature take its course if it's true love. Otherwise we don't have to be polite. Hierarch is wise. However, sir, it seems that the hierarch is too merciful. Well, the sect leader? The sect leader's words are worth 10,000 words. Don't say too much. Master Qin seemed to be a little hesitant. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua on the ground and said, "By the way, find a horse for him. It's easy to see him on a horse. Moreover, the Ma clan in Xinji town is also a big local family. We have to go there respectfully, right? By the way, I haven't asked for this fellow's name." 2 days later, on the official road leading to Xinji town, 3 horses were moving slowly. The one in front was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face was kind and amiable, but his gray hair was eye-catching. Behind him was an ordinary man in luxurious clothes. He was talking to the man with gray hair with a charming smile on his face. The man with gray hair listened quietly and occasionally replied with a few words. Finally, there was an ordinary young man with a dispirited and pale face. He was silently riding the white horse under him, looking around with his eyes darting around. It was Master Qin, Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. Ying Fei smiled and said, "Sir, we'll reach Xinji town in 30 minutes. It's still early now. Why don't we get off the horse and rest for a while?" Master Qin said, "You're tired after walking for half a day? Where's your kung fu? You're not even as good as Ren Xiaoyao. Didn't you see that he was still very energetic after being dislocated this morning?" Ying Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "That's right. I only know how to do things for you. How can I know that this fellow is only thinking about escaping? Of course I'm very energetic." After coming out of the ruined temple that day, under Ying Fei's interrogation, Zhang Xiaohua casually found a name for himself. He called himself Ren Xiaoyao. And in these 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua spent a lot of effort looking for opportunities to escape, but they were all seen through by Master Qin. Even when Zhang Xiaohua ran away last night, Master Qin didn't bother to chase after him. When he woke up in the morning, he was dragged back by Ying Fei. Even Master Qin and Ying Fei knew that this young man had a big problem. He had the habit of sleeping. As long as it was midnight, he would fall asleep. After being tortured in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua basically gave up the idea of escaping. She slowly thought of other ways. Her Qin Gong was not as good as Master Qin's, and her experience in Jianghu was even worse. If she didn't have a unique way of escaping, she shouldn't show it to others. Otherwise she would be tortured for nothing. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua secretly took out a primordial stone and silently absorbed it to strengthen her internal strength. The 2 people from the divine sect were fierce. Every day they would hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and torture her to find out the whereabouts of the cauldron. But they didn't care about other things. At least, after Master Qin and Ying Fei looked through the money bag in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they didn't look at it again. Although they were a little surprised by the 4 small stones in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they thought about Zhang Xiaohua's age and returned it to him. As for the common things like the golden hairpin, they didn't even look at it. Seeing a big tea shed on the side of the road, many people came in and out to drink tea. Master Qin thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the tea shed in front and drink some tea. We can also listen to the interesting things in Xinji town." This place was very close to the town. Many people were willing to rest for a while to refresh themselves before entering the town. Therefore the shed was not small and there were many people. The 3 of them got off the horses. No one came to greet them. Master Qin threw the reins to Ying Fei. Ying Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and casually threw the 2 horses to him. He said, "Tie the horses up and keep watch outside. Don't think about running away. You can't run away in front of Master Qin. If you run away this time, I'll ask Master Qin to break your legs." Zhang Xiaohua took the reins. He didn't need to release his spiritual consciousness to feel Master Qin's attention on him. He smiled bitterly. Not only was he going to be a prisoner, but he also had to be a servant. He led the 3 horses to the side and tied them up, allowing them to graze freely. He took out a primeval stone from his bosom and held one in each hand, using his heart technique to absorb it. Zhang Xiaohua had even decided that from tonight onwards he would not run away. He would absorb the primeval chi from the primeval stones. Anyway, when he was asleep he seemed to be able to use his heart technique. Master Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing him standing there obediently without any abnormalities, Master Qin knew that he had suffered a lot and didn't try to run away again. Therefore he didn't pay too much attention to him. When they entered the tea shed there were no empty tables. Ying Fei looked around and quickly walked to a table in the corner. He gave each person some money and asked them to leave. Master Qin sat down. Ying Fei took out a white cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the teacups and teapot. Then he took out a paper bag and poured out some tea leaves. He asked someone to pour some water to brew it. Originally, the tea house was bustling with activity, but Lord Qin's actions immediately silenced everyone, and even their voices quieted down. Master Qin came to the tea shed to gather information. When he saw this scene he couldn't help but glare at Ying Fei. Then he picked up the teacup and looked carefully. Only then did he relax and take a sip. Ying Fei couldn't help but feel wronged. Master, I didn't do this on purpose. If it was tea from the tea shed, would you drink it? Even if I didn't use my own tea set, you still wouldn't like it. The people in the tea shed began to whisper. However, Master Qin's internal energy was very strong. How could he not hear these words? Many people were talking about them. It seemed like they were saying, look at these two people. They are obviously rich people. How did they come to our Xingji town? Of course, they are here to attend Old Man Ma's 68th birthday. Yes, that's right. Ever since Old Man Ma's eldest granddaughter married Qiu Shidao of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Ma family's status has become more and more prominent. Even the government has to be polite to them. Yes, I think this person in front of us is the young master of that family. Oh, looking at his age, maybe he is the old master. He encountered some Jianghu situation and came to Old Man Ma to seek justice. Why, you're right. I think he is Old Man Ma's nephew. He is here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. Nowadays the world is full of singing and dancing. How can there be any injustice? All kinds of words were incessant. Master Qin frowned. What were they talking about? He was one generation lower than them. These Jianghu rumors were really true. Ying Fei saw Master Qin frown and wanted to stand up. Master Qin quickly waved his hand to stop him. They were already sitting here. If he didn't let them speak, how could they ask for information? At this time, at the table next to them, three people looked at each other. One of them stood up and walked over. He bowed and said, I am Kong Rang of Chimei Mountain. May I ask if you are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday? Ying Fei was about to speak when Master Qin said, Yes, I am. May I ask what you are here for? Kong Rang turned around and looked at the other three people. He said awkwardly, The three of us are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. However, when we arrived here we encountered a big problem. I wonder if you can help us. Chapter 257. Zhang Xiaohua was guarding the horses by himself, but he released his spiritual sense to observe the movements in the tea shed. He was now proficient in using his spiritual sense, so he was able to multitask. His eyes were watching, his spiritual sense was scanning, and his hands were constantly absorbing yuan qi without any delay. Suddenly, the horses that were eating grass neighed loudly and all of them moved back a few steps. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly went forward, grabbed the reins and comforted the frightened horses. Then he looked carefully. The place where the horses were eating grass was next to the field, and a mouse suddenly came out from the mouse hole in the field, scaring the horses. Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. At this time, Ying Fei ran out of the tea shed and asked what happened. Zhang Xiaohua said expressionlessly. Ying Fei smiled and said, Very good, Ren Xiaoyao, take good care of the horses. I will let you suffer less tonight. Then he turned around and went back into the tea shed. Zhang Xiaohua spat at Ying Fei's back and stood there quietly. He withdrew his spiritual sense, and no longer absorbed yuan qi. He only focused on the thought that just flashed through his mind. Field, mouse, mouse hole, what did this make him think of? Looking at the small mouse hole, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood, isn't this the Earth Escape? This is the Earth Escape. Although he didn't know what the Earth Escape was, but from the name it seemed to be digging a hole in the ground to escape. If he could really dig a hole in the ground and escape from there, even with Lord Qin's martial arts, he might not be able to find him. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but want to laugh, but his laughter stopped abruptly because he thought that the hole was so easy to dig. If he had a hoe, he could do it, But how could he dig a hole in front of Lord Qin? And this mysterious jade stone recorded the earth escape technique, was it to teach him how to dig a hole better with a hoe? So, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to recall the incantation of the earth escape technique, and carefully studied it. In the tea shed, Ying Fei whispered to Lord Qin about the matter. Lord Qin nodded and said to Kong Rang, "What problem do you have that you need help with?" Kong Rang cupped his hands and said, "Your Excellency, may I sit down and talk?" Lord Qin frowned slightly and nodded. Kong Rang sat down awkwardly and said, "It's embarrassing to talk about this. Long story short, the three of us have a small grudge with the 5 heroes of the Shao clan of Nanmu Mountain. That's why we came to find Old Man Ma to mediate. However, we didn't expect that it would be his birthday. The gifts we prepared would naturally be sufficient on normal days, but as a congratulatory gift, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, we also asked around and found out that ever since Old Man Ma became in-laws with the Alliance of Righteous Tao, the price of asking Old Man Ma to help out also increased again and again. So, Lord Qin smiled and said, "So you want to borrow some money from me?" Hearing this, Kong Rang was overjoyed and said, "It's not what you think. I brought enough banknotes, but I couldn't find a suitable congratulatory gift in a short time. We can't just give you banknotes directly. We don't care about our face, but Old Man Ma does. So, if you have extra gifts, can you give some to me? Of course, I'll give you enough banknotes and I won't let you suffer a loss." Hearing this, Lord Qin was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. Seeing Lord Qin laughing, Kong Rang's face was very embarrassed. His face turned red and he said angrily, "Brother, if you don't have extra gifts or don't want to help, you can just say it. Why do you have to laugh at me like this?" After laughing, Lord Qin said kindly, "Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we really didn't prepare any gifts, so we can't say that we'll give you everything. Aren't you going to the Ma Mansion?" Kong Rang was very surprised and felt that he had misjudged. Lord Qin said with interest, "Yes, we're going to the Ma Mansion, but we're not going to give birthday greetings." Seeing this, Kong Rang kindly advised, "Brother, I see that you're also a martial artist. The Ma family is a martial arts family in Xinji town. If you want to visit at this time, you'd better prepare a suitable gift first. Otherwise, it'll be inappropriate if you're rejected at the door." Lord Qin cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder. We'll go to the town later. Maybe we can find something good." Seeing that Lord Qin obviously didn't listen to his words, Kong Rang sighed and turned back to his table. Then he paid the bill and hurried out. He must have gone to look for something again. Anyway, they were not short of money, so they might have something to their liking. Lord Qin and Ying Fei sat for a while, then got up and left the tea shed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua staring at the field in a daze, Lord Qin scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao, are you thinking of love? Hurry up and bring the horse to Lord Qin." Zhang Xiaohua, who was studying the earth escape technique, was immediately awakened. She was not angry but untied the reins and led the horse to Lord Qin. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua obedient, Lord Qin was a little surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and didn't seem to recognize her. Why was she so different from the person who wanted to run away 2 days ago? After getting on the horse, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little dazed. She followed behind them with empty eyes. Lord Qin couldn't help but wonder, did she become mentally retarded after being searched by the soul-searching hand? There was no such note in the ancient books of the sect. Not to mention Lord Qin's confusion, Ying Fei led the way. The three of them walked slowly along the pipeline into Xinji town. Ying Fei seemed to know the location of the Ma Mansion. He didn't ask anyone and just urged the horse forward. After passing a few streets, they heard the sound of gongs and drums in the distance. There was also the sound of opera singing. It should be the liveliness of the Ma Mansion. While they were walking, they heard a few shouts behind them. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The road Zhang Xiaohua and the other two were walking on was the main road to the Ma Mansion. The Ma Mansion had already made it very spacious. It was more than enough for 4 horses to walk side by side. Moreover, the 3 of them were not walking in the center, so there was no need for them to get out of the way. However, from afar, 8 tall red horses galloped from behind. They shouted as they galloped. Even the horsewhips in their hands were mercilessly hitting the people who were a little late to get out of the way. Zhang Xiaohua was daydreaming and thinking about the ancient words. She didn't hear the shouts behind her. Lord Qin and Ying Fei were originally arrogant people. How could they pay attention to them at this moment? Therefore, all the people and horses on the street were sensible enough to hide on both sides of the street. This made the 3 people and 3 horses who were not blocking the road suddenly appear. The one sitting on the red horse was a handsome young man in his 20s with red lips and white teeth. He looked very arrogant. He used the horsewhip smoothly and hit people from time to time. At this moment, he saw that the 3 horses in front of him didn't give way to him. Although they didn't block the road, he was still angry. When he caught up to Zhang Xiaohua's side, he looked at her from the corner of his eyes. She was wearing very ordinary clothes and looked very haggard. Moreover, she looked dull. He thought that she must be a lowly servant. How could such a person not give way to him? The handsome young man was furious. He raised the horsewhip in his hand high and slapped it towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. If it was a normal time, Zhang Xiaohua would naturally be able to dodge it. However, she was in the middle of comprehending something and didn't pay attention to what was happening around her. Just as the horsewhip was about to hit her face, a shadow appeared from the side. With a "pa" sound, the horsewhip that was lashing towards Zhang Xiaohua was entangled by another horsewhip. When the handsome young man looked over, he saw that it was the gray-haired Lord Qin in front of Zhang Xiaohua's horse. In Lord Qin's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was his prisoner. It was natural for him to torture her and punish her however he wanted. However, this handsome young man actually raised his horsewhip without saying anything. Naturally, he didn't put Lord Qin in his eyes. Even if you want to beat a dog, you still have to look at its master, let alone a person. Lord Qin got angry just thinking about it. He casually wrapped the horsewhip around the handsome young man's horsewhip. Then, with a little force, the handsome young man felt a huge force pass through his arm. His hand went numb and the horsewhip in his hand was taken away. Lord Qin then shook his wrist and the horsewhip was thrown far away into a smelly ditch by the side of the road. Seeing this, the handsome young man was furious. He pulled out a sword from his waist and was about to rush forward. The rider behind him was an old man. He hurried forward and grabbed the handsome young man's hand. He said in a low voice, "Young master, this is already in front of Old Man Ma's mansion. Looking at the direction these 3 people are going, they are probably here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. If you act in such a hurry, I'm afraid you will offend Old Man Ma's guests." The handsome young man said angrily, "But they didn't make way first. They even took my horsewhip away." The old man said, "Even so, remember this person's face first. It won't be too late to make trouble for him after the birthday celebration. If we act now, it will be hard to avoid the suspicion of slapping Old Man Ma's face. People will say that we are not sensible." Hearing this, the handsome young man nodded. He stared at the 3 people fiercely and then rode forward. From the beginning to the end, Lord Qin, Ing Fei and Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at him. Their expressions were very indifferent. When the handsome young man arrived in front of Ma Mansion, someone had already reported inside. A white-haired, purple-red face, hale and hearty old man personally came out to greet him. It was Old Man Ma Marulong. When the handsome young man saw the old man, he hurriedly got down from his horse and bowed. "Grandson-in-law greets Grandpa. I wish Grandpa a long life and great fortune." Marulong also quickly helped him up and said, "Grandson-in-law, no need to be so polite. We are all family. Quickly get up." The handsome young man took the opportunity to get up and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time. Your body is even stronger. You are really old but strong." These words were a bit unreasonable, but Marulong didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "It's all because of the good things your master gave me. It made my body much healthier." The handsome young man said again, "This time, Grandpa's birthday celebration, Master asked grandson-in-law to bring a lot of good things. Come, housekeeper, give the gift list to Grandpa." The old man behind him hurriedly went forward. There was a big red gift list on the ground. Marulong opened it and looked. His expression changed slightly. He then passed it to the master of ceremonies at the door. Under the handsome young man's slightly proud gaze, the master of ceremonies loudly read, "The Righteous Alliance's Chioshi congratulates Grandpa on his great birthday. He presents..." Chapter 258. The master of ceremonies called out, "A pair of 100-year-old fleeceflower flowers, a pair of 100-year-old ginseng." Although there weren't many things, no gold, silver, jewels, jade or antiques, but the celestial path had been destroyed for 10,000 years, the chi of heaven and earth was thin, even the quality of medicinal herbs had declined. Normally it was rare to see things that were decades old, but this guy actually raised his hand and brought out 100-year-old medicinal herbs, and they were even mature. How could it not shock everyone? How could it make old Master Ma and the Master of Ceremonies lose their composure? These things couldn't be exchanged with banknotes, even if they were presented with banknotes of equal value. How could it be so captivating? No wonder Kong Rang was in a difficult position. There were some things that couldn't be bought even with banknotes. Old Master Ma beside Marulong, although he was full of vigor at this moment, his expression was not normal. Everyone thought that the old man was overjoyed, but he himself had unspeakable bitterness. His own status in Jianghu, his heart was like a mirror. How could he be worthy of the Righteous Alliance's generosity? The reason why they offered such generous gifts, of course they hoped that he would return the favor, but how should he decide? How could he choose with just a generous gift? Qiu Shidao took out a folding fan out of nowhere, gently waving it, proudly listening to the Master of Ceremonies' slightly trembling shout, quite like an elegant young master in the chaotic world. Actually, Qiu Shidao was indeed worthy of being the fourth son, not to mention that he was handsome and elegant. Just the fact that he could marry old Master Ma's direct granddaughter, and be able to become the disciple of the Righteous Alliance's 9th deputy chief, Chang Xin, no one dared to say anything. Unfortunately, while Qiu Shidao enjoyed bathing in the admiring, jealous and surprised gazes of the crowd, he keenly sensed that something was different in a certain direction. In the distance, Mr. Qin's disdainful gaze, Ying Fei's ridiculing gaze, and Zhang Xiaohua's soulless expression, who was sitting on an inferior horse with a blank expression, seemed to have nothing to do with Qiu Shidao. All of these were like sharp thorns that pierced into his proud heart. However, Qiu Shidao still remembered his status, and the Master of Ceremonies was also very far away. He couldn't vent his anger on him for no reason, so with a schwa sound he closed his folding fan and prepared to walk inside. Speaking of which, this action was quite disrespectful. Your big grandfather was still standing, giving you face and listening to your gift list, yet you wanted to move first. What kind of person was Marulong? He immediately said, "My dear grandson-in-law, are you tired? Why don't you go in and rest for a while? When the banquet starts, I'll call you out to meet the guests." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, grandfather. I'm indeed a bit tired." Marulong said, "Let's go. I've already asked the servants to clean up Yajing's room. You'll be satisfied." After saying that, he gave way to Qiu Shidao. How could Qiu Shidao be willing to go first? Seeing this, Marulong felt relieved and walked into the courtyard first. Qiu Shidao followed closely behind. However, as soon as they passed through the corridor, Qiu Shidao seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the chrysanthemums planted in the courtyard, he exclaimed, "Grandpa, look, your chrysanthemums are really good." Marulong was stunned. He stopped walking and muttered in his heart. These chrysanthemums were just casually planted by the servants. What was there to praise? Could it be that there was a hidden meaning in his words? Therefore, she also walked to the chrysanthemum flower bed and accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums. As they admired the chrysanthemums, they also tried to sound him out, not knowing what Qiu Shidao meant. Qiu Shidao's ears were listening outside. His eyes also occasionally glanced outside the door. He only casually responded to Marulong's probing, causing Marulong to be confused. There were many people who came to the Ma Manor to celebrate the birthday. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Moreover, everyone brought many gifts. The Master of Ceremonies had to sing a little more and it took a lot of time. When Ying Fei brought Lord Qin to the manor, Qiu Shidao was already waiting impatiently inside. According to Ying Fei's thoughts, with his lord and his family's status, there was no need for them to line up here. If they directly rushed into the Ma Manor, then wouldn't Marulong bow and welcome them? However, Lord Qin knew that the current situation was not the same as before. The gifts from the Righteous Alliance said a lot. He was still willing to hide at the side and watch and listen. Sometimes it was very interesting to go incognito. However, he did not think about it. With a head full of white hair, he would be eye-catching wherever he went. How could he hide from the Ma family's eyes? Moreover, the Master of Ceremonies looked at the luxuriously dressed but ordinary-looking person in front of him and was very surprised. He asked again, "Hero, are you sure you are here to celebrate the birthday?" "Yes, I am sure, and I am sure. You did not send an invitation, nor did you prepare a gift. You see." Lord Qin's dream of going incognito was immediately shattered. "Let's not talk about your white hair or your ostentatious behavior. At the very least, you should prepare a meager gift. Let's just say that you don't have any banknotes. You're relying on your admiration of old Master Ma's reputation to come and pay your respects. At the very least, you should have a name card." Coming to pay your respects empty-handed, Let's not talk about your status. Anyone would label you as an idiot or freeloader. In fact, it wasn't that Ying Fei or Lord Qin didn't have experience in Jianghu and didn't know the ways of the world. It was just that with their reputation wherever they went, they would be respected and flattered. This Ma Mansion couldn't even flatter them. How could they give up their pride and give a congratulatory gift to the servant in their eyes? If Zhang Xiaohua did not concentrate on comprehending the earth evasion technique, she would naturally remind him. Coming empty-handed was also a laughingstock in the countryside. As for the name card, Ying Fei as the messenger of the heavenly sect, this identity was a supreme name card. Why would he prepare one? However, the master of the ceremony had seen a lot of the world. Moreover, the Ma family had told him in advance that there were many heroes in the wilderness. There were some who were unconventional and some who were independent. He did not know what kind of background everyone had. The purpose of the birthday celebration was to have a lively atmosphere. Anyway, the Ma family did not lack food and wine, so there was no harm in eating and drinking for free. Therefore, the master of the ceremony smiled and asked, "Old Master Ma is the most forthright. He is very willing to make friends with a nameless hero like you. However, please tell me your name so that I can record your name in this grand occasion. It is possible that your name will go down in history in the future." Ying Fei almost spat out. He looked back at Lord Qin and said, "Okay, just because you said that I will go down in history, I will let you know that the lord behind me is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. My name is Ying Fei." The master of the ceremony said, "I know. If the one riding behind is a servant of your family, then you don't have to tell me your name." In fact, the master of the ceremony was also puzzled. If it was a servant, then it would be natural for him to come before Ying Fei. However, if it was not a servant, then this young man's clothes were not as good as the other two and the horse he was riding was also inferior. Therefore he asked. Ying Fei thought for a while and said, "This young man is not a servant. He just came with us to see the world. His name is Ren Xiaoyao." The master of the ceremony smiled and said, "I know, Lord Ying." Then he shouted, "Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, Ren Xiaoyao, these three heroes are here to congratulate old Master Ma on his birthday." As soon as the master of the ceremony finished, a shadow shot out of the courtyard. Before the person arrived, his voice was heard, "Ha, so you are here to take advantage of me. You still have the face to tell me your name. Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei, and what Ren Xiaoyao? How come I have never heard of these names in Jianghu? You still call yourself a hero. You don't deserve any honor." When everyone looked over, they saw that it was young Master Qiu Shidao who had already entered the courtyard. Qiu Shidao's arrival was sudden and his voice was loud. Everyone turned to look at him. Even Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked at him in confusion. Qiu Shidao walked forward and said to Lord Qin with a sneer, "This brother with extraordinary skills, is your name Qin Shiyue? Your name is not bad, but it is not famous. Where is brother Qin going to make a living? If you are not happy, you can come to the Righteous Alliance. I am not talented, but I can find a good job for brother Qin. At least, the next time brother Qin goes to a senior's place to congratulate them, you can't go there for nothing. You will lose face, right?" Qin Shiyue was being pointed at and lectured. His face was even warmer. He only smiled and did not speak. It was rare for him to have self-restraint. Zhang Xiaohua beside him did not think so. From what she knew these 2 days, Qin Shiyue usually had an amiable appearance. If he frowned or was angry, it meant that it was normal. However, the more he smiled and the warmer he was, it meant that it was not good. At least when he sealed Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and tortured her, his face was like a spring breeze. Zhang Xiaohua knew that things were not good. Looking at Qiu Shidao's good appearance, she felt that it was a pity. She said anxiously, "You young master, you are really unreasonable. How is my master unbearable as you say? It's just that he admires old Master Ma very much. He was in a hurry and forgot about it. In a while, when he pays a visit to old Master Ma, I will come out and help my master complete the etiquette." Qin Shiyue glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. He had a good impression of her. That was because no one was willing to be pointed at and lectured, even if he already had the intention to kill. Ying Fei also laughed and said, "Who are you? Is there any place for you to speak in the Ma Mansion?" Qiu Shidao was greatly amused. He said, "I knew you are ignorant and inexperienced. Let me tell you, Xiao Yi is the husband of Ma Leo Yizi's eldest granddaughter. Tell me, do you think I have the right to speak in this Ma Mansion?" Ying Fei said again, "Although old Master Ma is old, there are many uncles in the Ma Mansion. There is no place for you to speak." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "The people of Jianghu are in charge of Jianghu matters. My teacher is one of the 9 alliance leaders of the Righteous Alliance, Nan Fengyun. You tell me, do I have the right to speak in the Ma Mansion? In Qiu Shidao's expectations, once Nan Fengyun's name was brought out, wouldn't these 3 idiots of Jianghu be scared witless? Even if they did not know Nan Fengyun's name, as long as they were people of Jianghu, how could they not know about the Righteous Alliance? And of these 3 people, 2 of them were wearing bright clothes and had good horses. They should know about the Righteous Alliance and would not give him face. Chapter 259. Sure enough, Ying Fei was as unbearable as he imagined. He was immediately shocked and shouted, Nan Fengyun? You are Nan Fengyun's disciple? Sorry for the disrespect. When Qiu Shidao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He opened the fan in his hand and waved it. He thought to himself, now you know how powerful I am. Quickly apologize to me. Seeing that you are here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday, I will give you some face. And if you give Old Man Ma a gift later and I don't get a share, I will teach you a lesson. However, Ying Fei's tone changed and he shouted, but, young master, I remember that the leader of the Righteous Alliance is called Zhang San. How come there are suddenly 9 leaders? And this Nan Fengyun seems to be the weakest of the 8 vice leaders. Qiu Shidao's face turned red. What Ying Fei said was right. What he said just now was also right. Normally no one would refute him. Giving him face and not spending a single copper coin, who wouldn't be happy? However, Ying Fei's explanation immediately caused Qiu Shidao's face to fall to the ground. However, he could not refute it. The alliance head of the Righteous Alliance was that Zhang San, whose name could not be any more vulgar. And it was even more vulgar than Zhang Xiaohua's name. The other few were all Vice Alliance heads. Furthermore, Nan Fengyun was indeed the weakest of the 8 Vice Alliance heads. However, even though the weakest was in the Righteous Alliance in Jianghu, he was still an incredible figure. Qiu Shidao became angry from embarrassment and said, this Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu. The Ma family is in Jianghu and naturally has to have Jianghu people speak. My Righteous Alliance is famous in Jianghu, don't I have the right to speak in the Ma family? This Qiu Shidao was also angry and somewhat hysterical. He had fallen into Ying Fei's trap. In fact, as the grandson of the Ma family, he naturally had the right to speak. However, he had always been proud of the Righteous Dao Alliance and did not put the identity of the Ma family's grandson in his eyes. Therefore, he did not use his identity as the grandson of the Ma family and put the cart before the horse to talk about the qualifications of the sect. Ying Fei saw that Qiu Shidao fell into his trap and laughed. This Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu and not the Righteous Alliance. The Ma family is naturally not the Ma family of the Righteous Alliance. What right do you have to speak? Qiu Shidao became even angrier and said, if the Righteous Alliance is not qualified, who are you? Do you have the right to say that here? This young master has also given you a finished ginseng. What kind of congratulatory gift do you have? The 2 of them were bickering at the entrance of the Ma mansion. It was only after a while that Old Man Ma finally arrived late from the mansion. Actually, Old Man Ma didn't come late on purpose. He accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums in the courtyard and tried to guess Qiu Shidao's intentions. Unexpectedly, while they were talking, Qiu Shidao rushed out of the courtyard like a bolt of lightning, leaving this old man in front of the chrysanthemum terrace wondering, what did I say to make my precious grandson-in-law so panic? Or did Sun Sunner have something urgent to attend to? Sometimes one couldn't be careless. When Ma Rulong arrived at the front of the mansion, he heard someone quarreling with his beloved grandson-in-law. He couldn't help but feel angry. Everyone in the mansion knew Qiu Shidao's position in his heart. Who would dare to behave atrociously in front of him? Could it be that they were guests who had come to celebrate the birthday? He had already made up his mind. If it was a guest with a slightly lower status, he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, when he walked out of the mansion, everything in front of him immediately stunned him. His gaze wasn't looking at his grandson-in-law that he usually admired, but at Qin Shiyue's white hair. It was as if that white hair was a rare treasure that he couldn't bear to look away. Ma Rulong had never seen Qin Shiyue before, but Ying Fei had been here a few times. Among all the people in the Dragon God sect, other than Ying Fei, he was most familiar with Qin Shiyue. Her white hair was often mentioned by Ying Fei. What was this person doing here? Wasn't there still some time before the appointment? Ma Rulong hurriedly went up and scolded loudly, Shidao, don't be rude. When Qiu Shidao heard Ma Rulong's scolding, his face was very surprised and his heart was a little unhappy. However, he was a genius after all. How could he not know the severity of the situation? He quickly moved to the side and waited for Ma Rulong's explanation. He wanted to see what kind of deities Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were. As expected, Ma Rulong politely said, "This is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. He is very famous in the Jianghu. Don't offend him." Then he bowed deeply to Qin Shiyue and said, "This old man didn't know that Lord Qin came from afar. I didn't come to the mansion to greet you. Please forgive me." Qiu Shidao wasn't a fool. Seeing this, he naturally knew that Qin Shiyue had some background. However, Ma Rulong's introduction was very vague. He only said that he was Lord Qin and didn't say where he came from. Could it be that this person who called him Lord was someone from the government? Looking at Qin Shiyue and the others' attire, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Moreover, Ma Rulong was getting old in recent years and had plans to retire from the Jianghu. It wasn't like he was hooking up with the government. If someone from the government came to congratulate Ma Rulong on his birthday, it would be reasonable. And that's right. Coming empty-handed and leaving with sleeves full had always been the way of the government since ancient times. Thinking of this, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but look down on them. He was one of the direct disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Even if it was someone from the government, how could ordinary people compare to him? Moreover, with Ma Rulong's status, how could he make friends with someone from the government? Thus, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but take a step forward. He cupped his hands and said, "I don't know which Lord Brother Qin is working for. If you know each other, please explain. Since we know each other, the matter of stealing the whip just now can be discussed." When Ma Rulong heard this, he knew that Qiu Shidao had misunderstood. Qin Shiyue's background couldn't be revealed in front of everyone. Qiu Shidao, this child, was usually very clever. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself today? However, Qiu Shidao was not only his grandson-in-law, but also represented the Righteous Alliance. If they were in the mansion, he could naturally reprimand him. However, in public he had to leave some face. He quickly pulled Qiu Shidao's sleeve and said, "Shidao, why don't you listen to your grandfather? Don't be rude. Quickly apologize to Lord Qin." He deliberately pointed out "grandfather" in his words to let Qiu Shidao understand his other identity. However, perhaps Qiu Shidao was blinded by lard, or perhaps his thoughts had turned into a dead end. He only had one thought in his mind. It's just someone from the government. What can they do to me? He smiled and said to Ma Rulong, "Grandson-in-law, when I was in the Righteous Tao Alliance, I often encountered such people who only know how to take advantage of others. If I give them the convenience this time, they will come again and again in the future. It's better to teach them a lesson the first time and extinguish their future thoughts. Moreover, grandfather, don't worry. The Righteous Alliance also has some acquaintances in the government. Their status is very high. There's no need to be afraid of such people." Moreover, he just dodged grandson-in-law's whip. "We have to talk to their superiors and let them know that the Horse Lord has 3 eyes." Ma Rulong was helpless. "Aren't you helping out with good intentions? Even if someone from the government came, the county magistrate was not as good as the person in charge. Your connections are far away in the court. Why would you care about this small Xinji town? With this man's temperament, stealing your whip is a small matter. Even if he wants to take your life, it would be as easy as turning his hand." However, he just couldn't say Qin Shiyue's identity. Why do you think this is? Since he couldn't say it out loud, why not just whisper it to Qiu Shidao? Why do you have to be so difficult? In fact, with Ma Rulong's status in the Jianghu, he still couldn't enter the eyes of the Righteous Alliance. The reason why they paid so much attention to Ma Rulong was because Ma Rulong had some relationship with the Dragon God sect. The Righteous Alliance wanted to pull Ma Rulong to their side and obtain information from the Dragon God sect. Qiu Shidao also came this time for the matter of the Dragon God sect. However, he didn't expect Qin Shiyue to come to the Ma mansion in advance. This caused the two factions to clash. Although Ma Rulong was biased towards the Righteous Alliance, he still didn't want to cause trouble with the Dragon God sect. At least, he didn't want to do so before he was prepared. If he told Qiu Shidao in front of Qin Shiyue, no matter if he said it out loud or in a whisper, it would clearly tell Qin Shiyue that he, Ma Rulong, was in cahoots with the Righteous Alliance. And if he didn't say it out loud, his relationship with the Righteous Alliance could be explained as his granddaughter and the Righteous Alliance's direct disciple being connected by heart. This was the will of the heavens. He didn't have much relationship with the Righteous Alliance. His relationship with Qiu Shidao was just a private family relationship. It had nothing to do with his sect. With such a strong relationship, it was difficult for Ma Rulong, who was so old, to think so clearly in such a short period of time. The more clear it was, the more difficult it was for him. He really didn't expect his two backers to be at loggerheads at this time. If there was a front and back, how good would that be? At least he could pull Qiu Shidao's ear and tell him, "This is the person your master told me about. This person is also a person from the Dragon God sect that I am very afraid of. You should wash up and go to sleep. Don't make a mess here." Seeing Qin Shiyue's smile become wider and Ying Fei's face become ice cold, Ma Rulong hurriedly grabbed Qiu Shidao's clothes and shouted, "Come, invite young Master Qiu to the main hall for tea." The family members who had been waiting for a long time came forward and half supported and half dragged Qiu Shidao into the Ma mansion. Qiu Shidao thought that Ma Rulong was afraid of the government officials. As he walked, he turned his head and said, "Grandfather, don't be afraid of them. They're just paper tigers. Later I will introduce you to a few important people from the government. They will definitely be able to support you." Ma Rulong bitterly smiled and pretended that he didn't hear anything. He went forward and bowed deeply. "Please forgive me, Lord Qin and Lord Ying. This child has been spoiled and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man apologizes to the two of you on his behalf." Ying Fei turned his head and looked at Qin Shiyue. He saw that Qin Shiyue's expression was normal. She only smiled and said, "Old man Ma, you are very lucky to have found a grandson-in-law from the Righteous Alliance. In the future you will be able to provide for your old age." These words had a double meaning which made Ma Rulong's heart jump. Chapter 260. Ma Rulong thought to himself, what is real is fake and what is fake is real. He wanted to hide it from the Dragon God sect for the time being, but what did he do wrong? How could they see through it? However, on second thought he thought that Ying Fei might be testing him. If he was guilty he would naturally be seen through by Ying Fei. So Ma Rulong smiled and said, I don't dare. My children and grandchildren have their own fortune. I'm old and can't care so much. I just hope that I can safely go through the last part of my life. How can I have too much extravagant hope? Ying Fei said again, we came in a hurry and didn't know that today is your birthday. Sorry for our rudeness. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a commotion. Ma Rulong quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Ying, you are too polite. You and Lord Qin are my honored guests. Since you can come, it is my honor. There is no need to talk about gifts. Please come in and drink some tea to wash away the dust. Later you can also drink a cup of my turbid wine. Then he personally invited the two into the mansion. Ying Fei didn't dare to make a decision. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, then I will nag you. Then she gave the reins to Zhang Xiaohua and went in first. Ying Fei saw this and also gave the reins to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the reins in her hand and curled her lips. How did I become someone's servant? I am such a failure as a prisoner. Then she rolled her eyes and looked around. Unfortunately, as soon as she thought about it, she immediately felt that Qin Shiyue's attention was fixed on her. She could only shrug and give up the idea of running away. Fortunately, the Ma family was good at managing their household. Before Zhang Xiaohua said anything, a family member came forward and took the horses. There must be someone to take care of them. As for how they treated them, whether they treated them carefully or threw them aside, it was none of Zhang Xiaohua's business. Even if they poisoned the horses, Zhang Xiaohua would be happy to see it. Following her family's guidance, Zhang Xiaohua followed them to the reception hall. There were already many Jianghu heroes and local squires in the hall. They were all talking in groups. When Zhang Xiaohua looked around, she didn't see Qin Shiyue's gray hair. She couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, before she could smile, she saw a family member coming over and smiling apologetically. Is this little brother surnamed Ren? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Just as she was about to deny it, she immediately realized her new identity. Her smile froze on her face as she said resentfully, Yes, I am Xiao Ren. That family member respectfully said, Master Ma asked me to lead you to the inner hall. Please follow me. Zhang Xiaohua thought, Nonsense, how can I not go? Then she nodded and was too lazy to say anything. She followed the family member to the inner hall. It was a quiet small hall. Ma Rulong was drinking tea with two people. Qin Shiyue looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua walking in. She didn't say anything. Ying Fei smiled and said, Xiaoren, come and have some tea. Looking at Ying Fei's ugly face, Zhang Xiaohua had the impulse to rush up and push him to the ground. She wanted to stomp on him so that he would never be able to turn over. Ma Rulong also smiled and said, Little brother Ren, come and taste my pu'er tea. The taste is very good. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, Master Ma, I have seen this pu or tea in books before. I have never had the chance to taste it. Today I will try it." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's bitter face suddenly turn into joy, Ying Fei almost thought that this fellow was stupid. Thus he was also stunned. Only when Zhang Xiaohua tasted the magenta tea did Ying Fei realize that this fellow dared to play with him. Tonight he would be in trouble. Marulong accompanied for a while and said apologetically, "Master Qin, envoying, please wait here for a while. I still have guests to entertain. I will be back soon." Qin Shiyue said, "Go, today is your birthday. There will be many guests. If you take care of everything it will be difficult. Take care of as many as you can." Marulong's heart skipped a beat. He laughed dryly and quickly left. After Marulong left, Ying Fei shouted, "Master Qin, this Marulong obviously has a problem. He can't be explained clearly to the Righteous Alliance. What do you think we should do?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "The Emperor is not anxious but the eunuch is anxious. The Master has not even said anything and you are already worrying for him. Don't be anxious, let's walk slowly. Since we have already met Qiu Shidao, I think old Ma will have a choice." When Ying Fei heard this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something but did not dare to. He could only sit on the chair patiently and look at the door anxiously from time to time. Qin Shiyue had a confident look on her face and closed her eyes to rest. Zhang Xiaohua took out a vitality stone from her chest and drank the tea while absorbing the vitality. She was waiting for a good show to start. What else could it be? After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Marulong wiped his sweat and walked into the inner hall. He smiled apologetically and said, "Master Qin, envoying, I am really negligent. There are so many guests today. This old man did not prepare enough banquet. Please wait a moment and let them set up the banquet here." Ying Fei was about to speak when Qin Shiyue spoke first. She said, "Marulong, this lord did not come today just to celebrate your birthday. You must have already received the message I sent you earlier. Let's do the proper business before the banquet starts. Only after the business is done will this lord be in a good mood to drink." Marulong smiled and said, "Master Qin is in such a hurry? Let's wait until we eat and rest." Qin Shiyue also smiled and said, "Doing things for the sect leader is more important than anything else. Let me take the things steadily first. Only then will I have a good mood." Marulong thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Then please wait for a moment. This old man will be back soon." Not long after, Marulong came in with a tray covered with a silk scarf. He handed it to Qin Shiyue and said with some embarrassment, "Since I received the message from the sect, this old man has been trying his best to find it. This is all I could find. I wanted to ask my relatives and friends to find some more during the banquet, but Lord came early. I can only let Lord down." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's good that you did your best. This is enough." As he spoke, he lifted the silk scarf on the tray. Seeing the things on the tray, Qin Shiyue was shocked. She pointed at the things on the tray and said, "Old man Ma, this is what you were trying your best to find?" Zhang Xiaohua, who was tasting tea, was also curious. When she looked around, there were only 3 to 5 old jade articles on the tray. Compared to Zhang Xiaohua's offering, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to use her spiritual sense to identify it. It was probably just for show. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Marulong in confusion. She did not know what he was selling. Facing Qin Shiyue's accusation, Marulong said with a stern expression, "Master Qin, this is the ancient item that this old man found according to the message. Didn't I tell you just now that I only found this little? If you were a bit later, perhaps this old man could ask my relatives and friends to find some more. However, since you are here now, this is all I can do." Ying Fei said angrily, "Old man Ma, you dare to brush us off?" Marulong cupped his hands and said, "Envoying is too serious. How could this old man dare? Didn't Master Qin just say that it was fine as long as I did my best? This old man has indeed done his best." You. Ying Fei was truly angered. He pointed at Marulong, not knowing what to say. Qin Shiyue was no longer shocked. She looked at Marulong with a smile. At this time a voice rang out, "I have long heard that the Dragon God sect bullies the weak and snatches away people's treasures. Now that I have seen it, it truly lives up to its reputation. Even an old man who is almost 70 years old is being bullied and squeezed. It truly is the demonic sect of the pugilistic world. Even Garuda's disciple dares to act so recklessly. What can I do?" When everyone looked up, It was Qiu Shidao who was holding a fan with a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, wasn't it enough for this guy to be humiliated just now? He actually dares to come out now. Qin Shiyue was not surprised by Qiu Shidao's appearance. She said with a smile, I wonder if this little brother is Ma Rulong's grandson-in-law, Qiu Shidao, or Heaven Dao Alliance's vice-alliance master, Nan Fingyun's disciple, Qiu Shidao? Qiu Shidao said with a smile, what's the difference? Both sides are Qiu Shidao and I, your little master. Qin Shiyue's smile grew wider. She ignored Qiu Shidao and turned to look at Ma Rulong. Old man Ma, it seems like you have made your choice? Ma Rulong's expression changed slightly. He took a step back and did not speak. Qiu Shidao saw this and took a few steps forward. You only know how to bully the old. The demonic sect's methods are indeed extraordinary. Ying Fei said angrily, how can a child like you interrupt when adults are talking? Let me ask you, can you represent your righteous alliance? Qiu Shidao cupped his hands and said, I came to the Ma mansion on the orders of my master. Naturally, I can represent. Ying Fei said again, since you know that we are from the demonic sect and that the demonic sect is incompatible with the righteous alliance, you actually dare to stand in front of us so generously. Your courage is not ordinary. Qiu Shidao said with a smile, I heard that the demonic sect's hands are bloody and ruthless. How come you only know how to talk? What a joke. Ying Fei said angrily, good. Then let me weigh your weight. After saying this, he took a big step forward and reached out to grab Qiu Shidao's throat. There was no doubt that if he grabbed Qiu Shidao's throat, it would be crushed. Qiu Shidao used words to provoke him. Naturally, he was prepared. He raised his hand and punched towards Ying Fei's finger. Ying Fei did not stop. He only changed his grip into a palm. In an instant, the two's fist and palm collided. With a ping sound, the two had exchanged a move. Ying Fei took a step back while Qiu Shidao took a few steps back. He was almost forced to the door. Qiu Shidao did not move forward. He only shouted, go. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the inner hall. Ma Rulong also followed closely behind. Ying Fei shouted, where are you going? He was about to chase out of the inner hall when a sudden change occurred. Chapter 261. Kacha, 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 Kacha. Almost at the same time, the windows on three sides of the inner hall were kicked open from the outside. Three short and fat figures fell to the ground like meteors and landed around the hall. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that there would be some kind of mechanism in the inner hall or something like a big net that could catch them all in one fell swoop. At this time, seeing that there were actually three people, he was relieved. At least, he would not be accidentally injured. However, when he saw the faces of these three people, he could not help but feel a little surprised and also laughed. These three people actually looked exactly the same. They were the legendary triplets. Moreover, these three people all had small noses, small eyes, and chubby faces. They looked very comical. Unfortunately, this was Zhang Xiaohua's first impression. Ying Fei cried out in surprise, the three auspicious treasures? Qin Shiyue said with a smile, Old Ma, it seems that you are determined to break off relations with the divine sect. The righteous alliance has really put in a lot of effort. They even sent out the three auspicious treasures. Qiu Shidao said outside, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. This is common sense. Lord Qin, don't think about the future of others. Worry about your own situation first. Qin Shiyue laughed and said, I am unbearable. I am not ranked in the top few in the divine sect. But in Jianghu, even if it is the three auspicious treasures of the righteous alliance, what can they do to me? As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and looked around in a spirited manner. He gave off an aura of disdain for all living beings and did not even glance at the three treasures above him. Seeing this, Qiu Shidao sneered and said, it's easy to talk while sitting down. Anyone can say these words. It's not too late to say it after you see the real thing. After saying that, he made a gesture. The short and fat three auspicious treasures looked at each other and at the same time took out two things from their arms. One was an orange flag the size of a palm, triangular, and the other was a fist-sized jade. Then the three people uniformly threw the flags in their hands to the ground. With a chi sound, the flagpoles of the three flags were neatly inserted into the flat marble floor like tofu. Then the three people uniformly raised the jade with their left hand and made a very strange gesture with their right hand. And this strange gesture was seen by Zhang Xiaohua. It was like being struck by lightning. She was stunned on the spot. Wasn't this the incantation of the earth-evading technique? The earth-evading technique that Zhang Xiaohua obtained had long been incomplete. There was only a complete incantation left. Whether there was an explanation or annotation behind it, he did not know. These days he had racked his brains to comprehend the earth-evading technique, but he still could not understand the main points. The most important point was this incantation. He had never seen this incantation before. Naturally, he did not know how to use it. He did not believe that such a simple gesture with his fingers could exert an incredible power. Moreover, in front of Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei, he did not dare to try, so he had not made any progress. At this time, the gesture of the auspicious three treasures forming the incantation was like lightning striking into his mind. It opened a door that he could not find a way to open. With a thought, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately swept towards one of the auspicious three treasures. Under his divine sense he could clearly observe the changes in the gesture. He could even clearly see that under the effect of the gesture, the jade stone actually emitted a faint yuan qi. It was guided by the gesture to the small flag on the ground. The small flag absorbed the yuan qi and emitted a faint brilliance. The brilliance became brighter and brighter. Then it formed an invisible light curtain that covered the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the light curtain of the three small flags combined together, forming a hemispherical sealed space. Just before the entire light curtain closed, Zhang Xiaohua heard Qin Shiyue exclaim, "Three-talent flag gate formation. How could the Righteous Alliance have such a thing?" And with the closing of the light curtain, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was also immediately isolated. It could not be delayed in the slightest, and was confined in this hemispherical space of the closed light curtain. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Ever since he cultivated this divine sense, it was invincible. It had always been the secret weapon that he was proud of. What kind of formation was this? It could actually isolate divine sense. It seemed that there would not be a good situation today. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had another question in his heart. Just now, when his divine sense swept out, he discovered that the fist-sized jade stone in the auspicious three treasures hand actually contained a weak heaven and earth yuan qi. Could it be that this fist-sized jade stone was also a yuan qi? And it should be. According to the records in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, the yuan qi was originally like this. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua pinched the small stone in his hand and wondered, if they took the real yuan qi, then what is this small stone in my hand? A miniature yuan qi? Perhaps so. However, the yuan qi contained in my own yuan qi seems to be much more than that big yuan qi. Could it be that this yuan qi is also said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside? What made Zhang Xiaohua flabbergasted was not only this. When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and looked carefully again, there was another scene before his eyes. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was actually not the scene in his divine sense just now. In front of his eyes was no longer the Ma Mansion's inner hall where he was just a moment ago, but a snowy plain. A gust of piercing cold air attacked. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shiver. This was a phenomenon that he had never encountered since he came out of the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and stepped forward. Along the way he left a string of footprints. But after walking for a long time, the entire frozen plain did not have any movement. Even a tree, a bird, or a mouse could not be seen. He could only see the endless snow and a long string of footprints behind him. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that this was an illusion, an absolute illusion. He was clearly in a small inner hall. How could he walk so far? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to explore. Sure enough, he was still standing at the original position and did not move much. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and continued to move forward, but did not withdraw his divine sense. This time was different. After a few steps, he walked to the edge of the light curtain. Although the light curtain was faint, his divine sense could not penetrate it, and his eyes could not see this light curtain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not see the situation outside. However, since there was no killing intent in this light curtain, Zhang Xiaohua did not have a good way to break this light curtain. And he did not even use his divine sense to look at Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei. He also did not intend to help them. Even if they were captured by the Righteous Alliance, he was only their prisoner. The enemy of his enemy was his ally. Presumably, Marulong and Qiu Shidao would not do anything to him. Thinking about it, it was better to stay still. Who didn't know how to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, he did not know that his few unintentional steps made the auspicious three treasures, who were in charge of the formation, break out in a cold sweat. Since they got this 3-talent flag formation, all the people who were trapped were like Zhang Xiaohua. At the beginning they would just walk around in a small area and would not walk in a straight line. However, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the edge of the light curtain in a few steps. This was something that they had never encountered before. How could they not be shocked? Fortunately, when this young man reached the light curtain, he did not do anything. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. It was really puzzling. However, whether it was puzzling or not, the auspicious 3 treasures did not have the time to waste on a servant. They did their best to maintain the formation and deal with Qin Shiyue's counterattack. Speaking of which, the illusion of this 3-talent flag formation was also very strange. The appearance was born from the heart. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua could see the snow-covered plains seemed to be related to some little secret in the bottom of his heart. As for Ying Fei, just like Zhang Xiaohua when he heard Qin Shiyue shout, 3-talent flag formation. When he heard Qin Shiyue's shout, he was also very surprised. He couldn't figure out the meaning behind Qin Shiyue's shout. He felt that even if the 3 of them joined hands, they might not be able to defeat him and Qin Shiyue. However, he didn't have a divine sense and couldn't see the light curtain close. When Qin Shiyue's shout fell, his eyes turned black. Unexpectedly, the scene of a moonlit night appeared in front of him. An assassin with a black cloth covering his face and wearing night clothes was holding an inch-long dagger. Wasn't this the scene of him being chased in the past? Although many years had passed, this scene still left an indelible impression in his heart. He didn't have time to think and immediately got up to run. If one watched from outside the light curtain, they would see Ying Fei running non-stop in the same place. From time to time he would look back in horror. In the end he stood there and punched and kicked in all directions. It was very funny. However, not to mention that the people inside the formation couldn't see, even the people outside the formation didn't pay any attention to Ying Fei. The auspicious 3 treasures, Marulong and Qiu Shidao, were all looking at Qin Shiyue in the formation. What Qin Shiyue saw was different from the 2 of them. At this moment he felt that he was in a vast mountain forest. A few tiger roars came from not far away, causing him to frown. This scene was too familiar. It was the place where he encountered danger when he was young. He knew that not long after, a huge tiger would descend from the sky and take him away. Then his adoptive father would kill the tiger and save him. However, presumably his adoptive father wouldn't appear in this mountain forest and he would be taken away by the tiger. Sure enough, after a tiger roar and a gust of wind, a white tiger with slanted eyes appeared. Seeing Qin Shiyue, the tiger pounced on him. At this moment, Qin Shiyue didn't panic. He slightly leaned forward and his body fell into the tiger's belly. With a shake of his hand, he pulled out the soft sword from his waist and slashed at the tiger. The tiger let out a miserable howl that shook the mountain. Its stomach was filled with internal organs and blood. Qin Shiyue held the soft sword in his hand and vigilantly observed his surroundings. He secretly pondered. This 3-talent flag gate formation was something he learned from his master by chance. He only listened to it as a story. If it weren't for the 3 orange flags being too eye-catching, how could he find this from his dusty memories? Therefore, Qin Shiyue held the soft sword and walked forward while thinking about how to break this flag gate formation. Chapter 262. However, no matter how hard Qin Shiyue racked his brain, he could not think of a way to break the 3-talent flag gate formation. He was just listening to a story and was curious. Why would he care about breaking it? Moreover, it seemed that in his mind he did not have any impression of breaking it. Perhaps his master might not be able to break it. Slowly walking to a high place in the forest, Qin Shiyue looked into the distance. Looking at the continuous mountains, he could not help but praise, "This formation is just like the legend. The illusion inside is so real. But if it is fake, what is at the end of the mountain? It seems that I have never been to the other side of the mountain before. Why don't I go and take a look? Maybe there will be some clues." Thinking about it, Qin Shiyue put away his soft sword and stretched his body. Using his peerless Qin Gong, he ran straight to the end of the mountain. Qin Shiyue studied under the Garuda, heavenly king of the Dragon God sect. What was this Garuda? The Garuda recorded in the Dharma Sutra was a kind of big bird. Its wings had all kinds of solemn colors. There was a big lump on its head which was a ruby pearl. This Garuda was a golden-winged great pung bird. It ate 1 dragon and 500 small dragons every day. When it died, the dragons vomited poison and could no longer eat it. So it flew up and down 7 times, flying to the top of the Jianghu mountain and died. Because it ate dragons as food all its life, there was a lot of poison accumulated in its body. When it was about to die, the poison was released. After its flesh was burned, only its heart was left, which was pure green glaze. Garuda Heavenly King was known for his Qinggong in the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Naturally, Qin Shiyue's Qinggong was also very good. Otherwise, even with Zhang Xiaohua's Qinggong, she did not have any advantage over Qin Shiyue. When he used all his strength in the illusion, he flew through the endless forest like a gust of wind. But just as he was flying happily, a ripple appeared in the scene in front of him. All the scenes overlapped and there was a gap. It allowed him to see the auspicious 3 treasures in the inner hall, whose faces were covered in sweat and looking at him in horror. But it was only a moment, and it was immediately replaced by the original scene. He immediately fell back to his original position. A few tiger roars sounded from afar. Ha ha ha. Qin Shiyue laughed loudly. He had found a way to break the 3-talent flag array. At this time he didn't care about killing the tiger anymore. Instead he pulled out his soft sword. His figure flashed, and in an instant he ran straight into the distance. Outside the formation, one of the auspicious 3 treasures said to someone in horror, "Big brother, it's not good. The formation bead in my hand seems to have no energy left." If Zhang Xiaohua was beside me, she would naturally be able to see it with her spiritual sense. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the jade stone was gradually drying up. The yuan qi that was transmitted to the small flag on the ground was already extremely thin. The light on the small orange flag was also gradually fading. It must be said that although this 3-talent flag array was an extremely ordinary formation in the immortal Tao, if it was used to trap a martial artist, he would not be able to easily escape. Even if the auspicious 3 treasures didn't have any yuan qi and only relied on the yuan qi in the yuan qi stone, and couldn't activate the flag array's attack, but just this simple defense and simple illusion was already an invincible existence in the era when the immortal Tao was destroyed. At least, before the Righteous Alliance used this flag array, they had never failed. But after all, this was an external object. The yuan qi in the yuan qi stone would dry up one day. Coincidentally, today was the day when the yuan qi in one of the yuan qi stones was used up. Otherwise, even if the real Garuda Heavenly King came, his Qinggong might not be able to make the flag array reveal a flaw so easily. Inside the flag array, Qin Shiyue kept running forward. The scenes in front of him kept overlapping and breaking. The scenes in the inner hall also kept appearing in front of him. Moreover, the time was getting longer and longer. Even Ying Fei stopped running away and stopped in shock. He raised his head and looked at the world that was flickering. After a while, he heard one of the auspicious 3 treasures call out, "Big brother." Before he could finish his words, the jade stone in his hand suddenly turned into powder and scattered on the ground. The small flag on the ground also suddenly lit up and immediately returned to its simple and unadorned appearance. Although the other 2 flags were still emitting a faint light, the light screen was no longer complete. 30% of it had already disappeared. The illusion in the formation could no longer appear. Zhang Xiaohua, who was meditating, sensed the change in the yuan qi and unconsciously opened her eyes. At this moment, the eyes of Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei in the flag array lit up. Qin Shiyue was already using his peerless Qinggong. At this moment, he just changed his direction and rushed towards one of the auspicious 3 treasures. And let's call him Air Bao for now. The jade stone in Air Bao's hand turned into powder, but he did not have this kind of experience. He was still making hand seals and did not loosen his grip. The power of the seal did not disappear. In fact, the seal used by the auspicious 3 treasures was not the seal used by the 3 talents flag array. After the celestial Tao was destroyed, someone improved the seal so that martial artists could use the yuan qi to control the array. When they could not extract the yuan qi from the yuan qi of heaven and earth, they naturally turned to absorbing the yuan qi of the caster. How could Air Bao's body have the vital qi formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth? With such a forceful extraction, in an instant, his meridians were severely damaged. It was as if his vital qi had backfired, and a stream of blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. At this moment, Qin Shiyue and his soft sword were already in front of him. Poor Air Bao. His limbs were weak and he could not move at all. Right in front of Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shiyue waved his soft sword, and Air Bao's funny head flew up into the sky. Blood splattered on the ground, and Air Bao's short and fat body fell to the ground with a thud, and his blood splattered 3 feet away. Such a bloody scene scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that she closed her eyes. Although Zhang Xiaohua was already an experienced killer, he was very gentle when it came to killing people. He killed them all with one strike and there was only a little red on the throat. It was also the first time he saw such a violent killer. However, immediately he opened his eyes and walked out of the circle of light. He looked at the headless corpse from afar and sighed, "It's so good to be alive." When the other two saw Qin Shiyue kill their brother, they could not help but be terrified. They stopped the spell and threw the jade stone on the ground. They stretched out their hands and drew their swords from their waists. With a shout they rushed forward. Although the auspicious three treasures without the flag gate formation were powerful, they were not what Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were afraid of. The two of them each found one and instantly fought with each other. Originally, the auspicious three treasures were quite famous in the Jianghu. Their martial arts were not much worse than Qin Shiyue's. At least they were better than Ying Fei. Ying Fei originally braced himself to fight, but after this fight, Ying Fei was happy. He did not know how many treasures the person in front of him had, but his inner strength was almost the same as his. The strength of the sword was also not very strong. Although Ying Fei did not understand, at least his life was saved. As long as he delayed this treasure, he could naturally escape after Qin Shiyue killed that treasure. Poor auspicious three treasures. The martial arts of the three of them were not much worse than Qin Shiyue's. When the three of them joined forces, they were stronger than Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. However, they were afraid that something would happen to their brother. Since they could kill the enemy without any effort, why should they kill each other? Therefore they took out their trump card and used the most powerful formation to trap them to death. However, this formation, which had been tested every time, was at the point of exhaustion. That was why there was a mistake and they lost one of their brothers. And they were in charge of the formation. Although they only guided the primordial chi from the primordial stone to the small flag, this also consumed their own inner strength. Therefore, the consumption of the auspicious three treasures' inner strength was much more than that of Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei. Sometimes, thinking about it, it was not necessarily good to hide one's strength. However, it was also not good to reveal one's trump card all of a sudden. Qin Shiyue's martial arts cultivation was higher than Ying Fei's. Naturally, she immediately figured out the bottom line of these three treasures. After more than 10 moves, Qin Shiyue found an opportunity. She also waved her soft sword. This treasure's big head also flew into the sky. His death was actually the same as the previous one. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar. She curled the corner of her mouth and secretly said, "Barbaric." At this time, two of the auspicious three treasures were dead. The remaining one was also desperate. He desperately pestered Ying Fei to perish together with him. Ying Fei knew what he was thinking. He wanted to drag one of them down with him before he died. How could he let him do as he wished? He only thought that he was wandering around and didn't really hit him. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue jumped up and wanted to fly out of the inner hall. Her figure swept past the back of the last treasure. She didn't even look at it. She just waved her soft sword. Another burst of blood rushed into the air. The smile on Qin Shiyue's face became wider. She instantly rushed out of the inner hall. Now in the inner hall of Ma Mansion, 3 heads rolled down. 3 headless corpses were scattered. Blood was scattered all over the marble floor. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Seeing that his lord rushed out, Ying Fei also wanted to catch up. Just as he raised his foot, he stopped. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in the distance and walked to the place where the small flags were inserted. He used his internal force to pull out the 3 small flags one by one and put them in his arms. Then he picked up the remaining 2 jades from the pool of blood on the ground and slowly walked out of the inner hall. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't want to be with them, but this inner hall was no longer a place for people to stay. As long as he was far away from the corpses, he walked to the door. When he passed by the chair where Qin Shiyue sat just now, there were still a few old jades on the table next to it. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dislike them. He casually took them and put them in his arms. Then he stepped on the blood and walked out of the inner hall. Outside the sun was shining. It was the auspicious time for Ma Rulong's birthday. But Zhang Xiaohua's heart was cold. These few moments in the inner hall were like a lifetime ago. The danger in Jianghu was obvious. If Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei couldn't rush out of the flag gate formation, would her life be left here? Jianghu didn't believe in tears. Jianghu also didn't believe in hypotheses. No one could say for sure what didn't happen. Maybe Ma Rulong would let him go because he was innocent. Maybe Qiu Shidao was afraid that he would leak the news and kill him. These were all hypotheses. No one knew. However, when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the hall, she knew what cruelty was. Chapter 263. When Zhang Xiaohua came out of the inner hall, she was only half an hour behind Qin Shiyue. In this short period of time, the reception hall had already turned into an Azura hell. Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. His soft sword kept reaping the lives of the people who fled in panic in the hall. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, she could not help but be shocked and angry. She was shocked because Qin Shiyue's killing intent was very strong. He only used one way to kill people like Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua killed people with a gentle sword, leaving a red mark on her throat. Qin Shiyue also used one sword, but this sword cut off people's heads. Weapons like swords were usually unsheathed at the tip and used to stab the enemy. Although the two sides of swords were also unsheathed, swords were not padeos. They were rarely used to cut people. Seeing that Qin Shiyue was very skillful in cutting people's heads with his soft sword, presumably the soft sword was also specially treated. What made Zhang Xiaohua angry was that Qin Shiyue did not really kill innocent people there. Instead, Marulong and Qiu Shidao knew that their lightness skill was not as good as Qin Shiyue's, so they just went to the place where there were many people in the hall, hoping that the guests who came to celebrate the birthday could block for them for a while. Among these guests, those who were smart and had good kung fu had already stayed far away, leaving only those who had not figured out the situation or those who had low kung fu or even no kung fu. They were in a mess, blocking in front of Qin Shiyue, forcing Qin Shiyue to kill heavily. On the other side of the hall, there was also a group of people who were holding swords and other weapons and were together with Ying Fei. They must be the servants of Ma Mansion or Ma Rulong's friends. They saw that Qin Shiyue's kung fu was excellent, so they did not dare to come close, so they had to find Ying Fei, a soft persimmon. Although Ying Fei was not as good as Qin Shiyue, his kung fu was also first class. Under the siege of the crowd, he did not fall behind and even took the opportunity to injure a few people. Zhang Xiaohua could not bear to see the hall full of blood. She thought to herself, Qin Shiyue can just use her qinggong to go over. Presumably these guests may not be able to withstand it. Why do you have to kill so many people? Just as she was thinking, a lean merchant who had just run past Qin Shiyue suddenly took out a dagger from his bosom and stabbed it into Qin Shiyue's back. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This merchant's acting was too good. When she looked at him just now, that person also had a face full of panic and seemed to be running in all directions. How did he become a member of the Ma Manor? Seeing that the dagger was about to stab into Qin Shiyue's back, Zhang Xiaohua was actually looking forward to it. However, Qin Shiyue seemed to have a pair of eyes on the back of her head. She raised her left foot and kicked the man's wrist. Then she swung her soft sword back and the man's head was separated from his body in an instant. Then Qin Shiyue rushed forward without looking at him and chased after Marulong. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Qin Shiyue did not use her qinggong to pass over the crowd. If Qin Shiyue encountered such a sneak attack in midair, she would inevitably be in a passive position because she could not use her body to support herself. If it was a sneak attack by one person, she might be able to avoid it. If it was 2 or 3 people, she would probably be injured. She was still inexperienced. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the hall, he was immediately seen by the servants of the Ma Manor. However, Zhang Xiaohua was obviously a manservant and was also young. Even though several people were eager to try to take over from Ying Fei, they saw that Zhang Xiaohua just stood at the door and did not move forward. They thought that he did not know martial arts, so they concentrated on killing Ying Fei. On the other side of the hall was a corridor. When Ma Rulong and Qiu Shidao arrived at the corridor, they looked back and disappeared in a flash. Qin Shiyue was furious. At this time, she did not care whether the people in front of her were the servants of the Ma Manor or innocent merchants. She just took her soft sword and slashed randomly. When the people in front of her were a little sparse, she immediately used her peerless qinggong and rushed toward the corridor. However, just as his figure entered the corridor, a glittering cold light quickly shot toward Qin Shiyue's throat. Qin Shiyue's momentum was very fast, and the cold light was also very fast. The timing was extremely good. By the time Qin Shiyue saw it, it was already right in front of his eyes. Faster than words could say, Qin Shiyue took a deep breath and reversed the flow of his internal energy. While his figure was still in midair, he forcefully moved to the side by an inch. His body also twisted in a direction. The cold light pierced past Qin Shiyue's throat. It was a long sword flickering with cold light. The one holding the sword was Qiu Shidao, who had just escaped into the corridor. Qiu Shidao had guessed Qin Shiyue's thoughts. He knew that Qin Shiyue thought that he had escaped in a panic, so he deliberately hid himself here, hoping to hit him. Unfortunately, the timing and angle were excellent. Qin Shiyue relied on his excellent Qin Gong to avoid the killing blow. When Qiu Shidao saw that his sneak attack failed, he immediately changed his move. With a flick of his wrist, the sword cut toward Qin Shiyue's throat horizontally. This was the move that Qin Shiyue was good at. Qin Shiyue's back was also covered with cold sweat because he just avoided the sneak attack. He was more vigilant in his heart. This sudden change of move was not in his heart. He slightly turned an iron plate bridge and avoided the sword. His body bent down and his left foot kicked toward Qiu Shidao. When Qiu Shidao saw that his killing move had failed one after another, he secretly felt that it was a pity. When he saw Qin Shiyue raise his foot to kick, he also jumped up and slightly dodged. Then he stabbed his sword toward Qin Shiyue's place. Qin Shiyue raised his sword to meet the attack. The two of them fought. Although Qiu Shidao was from a famous sect, he was still young and lacked fighting experience. The two of them fought for a short time before Qiu Shidao couldn't resist anymore. He was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by Qin Shiyue's sword several times. Qiu Shidao's face couldn't help but turn pale. He thought for a moment and said, "Lord Qin, let's talk things over. I know that you came to the Ma family today to find some ancient jade artifacts. Marulong has already collected some. However, in order to show his sincerity to our righteous Dao Union, he has already given these jade artifacts to me. I haven't had the time to send them back. If you stop fighting now, I will tell you where these jade artifacts are stored so that you can go back and give an explanation. What do you think?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he seemed to be moved. He slightly relaxed his attack and asked in a low voice, "If you give me the jade artifacts, how will you explain it to the sect? Moreover, I killed the auspicious 3 treasures. Don't you plan to take revenge?" Qiu Shidao said, "I haven't had the time to return these jade artifacts. The sect doesn't know. The auspicious 3 treasures were originally sent to monitor me. They were not sent by my master. They also know about the jade artifacts. Isn't it good that you killed them? I can't even protect my own life. How can I have the heart to take revenge for them?" When Qin Shiyue heard this, he nodded. The software in his hand stopped. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak. When Qiu Shidao saw this, he was very happy. He also put away his sword. When he saw Qin Shiyue open his mouth, he knew that he wanted to know where the jade artifacts were hidden. He smiled and said, "Lord Qin." However, when the words Lord Qin just came out of his mouth, the software in Qin Shiyue's hand suddenly wrapped around Qiu Shidao's neck like a poisonous snake. Qiu Shidao's face immediately turned pale. He trembled and said, "Lord Qin, didn't we agree just now? Why are you going back on your words?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "When did I promise you? I just asked you a question." Qiu Shidao was shocked and said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, no one will know the whereabouts of the jade artifacts. Also, whether I am Nan Fengyun or not, if you kill me, my master will definitely kill you. Why don't you put down your sword and we go our separate ways? What do you think?" Qin Shiyue seemed to have heard a big joke. He grinned and said, "What kind of place is Xinji town? How can there be good jade artifacts? I can't even see it, let alone our sect leader. If you want to threaten me with this jade artifact, you are really wrong. Also, your master, Nan Fengyun, do you think he can catch up with me?" Qiu Shidao's face was pale. He shouted, "Lord Qin, everything can be discussed. I also know a big secret of Xinji town. I can also tell you anything about the Righteous Alliance. By the way, my family is rich. I can give you a lot of silver." However, before he could finish, Qin Shiyue's eyes flashed with cold light. He smiled and exerted some strength in his hand. Qiu Shidao's handsome head flew up to the sky. His eyes that were gradually losing their light were still flashing with an inconceivable expression. He died with his eyes wide open. Looking at Qiu Shidao's body that was gradually softening, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "What does the secret of Xinji town have to do with me? Do you know more about the Righteous Alliance than I do? Silver, what use do I have for it?" As he said, he raised his head and looked at the far end of the corridor where Marulong had just disappeared. In fact, when Qiu Shidao appeared to sneak attack, Marulong no longer cared about his own body and rushed to the end of the corridor. Although Qin Shiyue knew that he wanted to escape, he didn't care about him. After killing Qiu Shidao with Qin Shiyue's Qin Gong, he could catch several Marulong back. However, when Qin Shiyue rushed to the end of the corridor, there was also an exquisite small courtyard. There was a stone path in the middle that led to the backyard and the garden. Qin Shiyue flew to a high place and looked carefully, but he didn't find any trace of Marulong. Qin Shiyue frowned and thought to himself, this old fox ran away quickly. Then Qin Shiyue didn't search carefully and turned back to the hall. At this time in the hall, except for the servants of the Ma family who were still desperately besieging Ying Fei, the other guests had disappeared except for those who were lying on the ground and couldn't move. Qin Shiyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was standing quietly by the door and didn't say anything. He walked steadily to Ying Fei. There were already a few brave servants who had abandoned Ying Fei and chopped at his head with their padao. However, how could they withstand a single move from Qin Shiyue? In just a few moves their heads were chopped off by Qin Shiyue. When the remaining servants saw that the situation was not good, they hurriedly scattered and fled for their lives. How could Ying Fei let them go? He chased and killed a few of them. Qin Shiyue was even more straightforward. She chased after them and beheaded them. Unexpectedly, many of them were killed by the two of them. Only a few people safely escaped the hall. Chapter 264. Qin Shiyue looked around at the tragedy in the hall and was very satisfied. Only then did she use her qinggong to rush out of the hall. When she passed by Zhang Xiaohua she whispered, "Follow us." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at her and didn't answer. She used her qinggong and followed behind them unhurriedly. After leaving the hall, Qin Shiyue looked around and then flew to the other side of the hall. There was a round moon gate on this side. There was a small path leading inside. Presumably it was the inner residence. Not long after the three of them entered, they saw several servants and maids running away in panic. When they saw Qin Shiyue, they were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Qin Shiyue didn't hesitate and shouted, "Stop or I will kill all of you." In an instant, everyone stood in place and trembled. They didn't dare to move. Qin Shiyue walked to the nearest servant and asked, "Marulong just ran away. Do you know where he ran to?" That servant was like a sieve. His teeth were chattering. How could he say it? When Qin Shiyue saw this, she reached out with lightning speed and grabbed his throat. With a little force, a kacha sound was heard. A stream of blood flowed out of the servant's mouth and he fell to the ground. Then Qin Shiyue walked to a servant a little further away. When the servant saw Qin Shiyue walk over, his face turned pale. Before he got close he smelled a foul smell. The servant was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Qin Shiyue frowned and turned to another servant. The servant who lost control of his bladder had a burst of joy on his face. Just as he put on a smile, a cold light flashed and the servant's head flew to the sky. The smile was frozen on his face forever. Seeing Qin Shiyue's action, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. She didn't agree, but she was also someone else's dish. How could she have the right to speak? Seeing the murderous demon king rushing towards him, the servant's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably and his face turned scarlet. Qin Shiyue was very satisfied with her deterrence and said while walking, "Do you know? If you know then tell me. If you don't then everyone in this courtyard will die." The servant opened his mouth but no words came out. His eyes turned white and bulged out like a goldfish. He could only exhale, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't inhale. The servant grabbed his throat and twitched weakly. Then he softly fell to the ground. He was scared to death by Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue didn't have any expression on her face. She looked around and walked towards a servant girl. At this time, a servant girl in the small pavilion next to them trembled and said, "Sir, I roughly know where Master Ma went. However, if I bring you there, will you spare us? We are just servants of the Ma mansion." When Qin Shiyue heard this, she was slightly surprised. She looked at this thin and ordinary-looking girl and smiled. Of course. The girl trembled as she walked out and said, "Sir, I'll take you there. Can you let them go? They really don't know anything." Looking at this brave girl, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and said, "Take me there." The girl looked at the servants and servant girls around her who were already ashen-faced. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the inner residence. Qin Shiyue said in surprise, "Girl, Marulong ran out from the corridor on the other side of the hall." The girl shook her teeth and forced a smile. She said, "I know. Sir, there is a path from here. If we go through the front hall it will be a long detour." Qin Shiyue said, "Oh." She didn't say anything else. She knew this girl must know. Sure enough, after walking for a while they came to another pond. At the end of the pond was a winding corridor. The girl pointed at a rockery in the pond and said, "Sir, it's that rockery. One night, this servant woke up at night and saw Master Ma come out from there by the moonlight. Qin Shiyue looked at the rockery and then looked at the girl. She smiled and said, "Are you sure?" The girl said, "I'm sure. Although it's night, the moonlight is very bright. If I can't even recognize my own master, how can I?" Qin Shiyue signaled to Ying Fei. Ying Fei used her lightness skill and flew over the pond. She directly flew to the rockery to check. Qin Shiyue looked at the girl and said with a smile, "You're not afraid of me?" The girl said, "I'm afraid." "Then why did you bring us here?" "If I didn't bring you here, wouldn't we all be killed by you?" Qin Shiyue nodded and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" The girl's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lips and didn't dare to speak. At this time Ying Fei shouted from the rockery, "Sir, there is a mechanism here." Qin Shiyue rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, you can go." The girl didn't move. Qin Shiyue frowned and said, "I told you to go. Why don't you go?" The girl said, "Sir, you go first. I'll go after you." Qin Shiyue laughed, turned around and then waved her hand. When the girl saw Qin Shiyue waving her hand, she was so scared that she closed her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also thumped. Unexpectedly, Qin Shiyue waved her hand and shouted, "Rin Xiaoyao, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and jumped in front. There was some joy in her voice. Qin Shiyue didn't understand. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. She muttered, "Looking at your mood, it's quite good." The two of them used their lightness skill. When they reached the rockery, the girl turned around and ran away. Qin Shiyue looked back and twirled her short beard with 2 fingers. She was thinking. Under the rockery there was a dark cave entrance. There were stairs leading down. Ying Fei was a little hesitant and said, "Sir, is this a trap?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Even if it's a trap, you don't dare to enter it." Ying Fei smiled apologetically and said, "Following sir, I dare to climb a mountain of swords and go into a sea of fire." Qin Shiyue said, "Don't flatter me. Lead the way." Ying Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Sir, I think it's better to let this boy lead the way. Go down quickly." "What are you talking about? If he can lead the way, why would I bring them so far?" "Yes, yes." Ying Fei didn't dare to refute. He led the way down the stairs. The secret passage under the rockery was narrow and short. Not only Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei, but even Zhang Xiaohua had to bend down. Moreover, the secret passage was dark and damp. From time to time there would be water dripping down. They must be walking under the pond. Ying Fei was in front. He held a torch in one hand and a sword in the other. He was very careful. After a long time, the secret passage gradually became wider and drier. They didn't see any traps. After a while the secret passage went up. They must have reached the end. The 3 of them relaxed. Not long after, a half-closed door appeared in front of them. Light shone in from outside. Ying Fei put away the torch and said with a smile, "Sir, that Marulong left in such a hurry that he didn't even close the door properly." After that, he pushed the door and was about to go out. At this moment, 3 arrows were shot from outside the door. The target was Ying Fei, who was pushing the door open. Ying Fei was pushing the door open. He didn't expect that there would be traps on the half-closed door. It was too late to dodge. The arrows were shot by traps. They were very powerful. They were aimed at Ying Fei's upper and lower body. If they hit the target, Ying Fei's life would be in danger. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shiyue kicked Ying Fei's waist and sent him flying away, just in time to avoid the arrows flying from the top and the bottom. But the arrow in the middle couldn't be dodged. It hit Ying Fei's left arm. With a poochie sound, it penetrated his arm. Ying Fei couldn't bear the pain and cried out. The remaining 2 arrows flew past Ying Fei and shot towards Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue had just kicked Ying Fei away. She wasn't stable yet. She took out the soft sword from her waist and swung it at the arrow in the middle. With a king sound, the soft sword hit the arrow. It was actually an iron arrow. The arrow changed its direction. With a poochie sound, it shot deep into the secret passage. The arrow in the middle flew past Qin Shiyue and shot straight towards Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Qin Shiyue wanted to stop it, but it was too late. With another poochie sound, the iron arrow shot into the secret passage again. When Qin Shiyue looked back, she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing aside calmly and motionlessly. Qin Shiyue thought that Zhang Xiaohua was scared. She ignored him and walked quickly towards Ying Fei. In fact, he didn't know that when he stepped into the secret passage, Zhang Xiaohua had released his divine sense. Although it was dark, he knew what was going on in front of him. Even at the moment when the iron arrow was shot, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that the iron arrow in the dark was a great threat to Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei. But after all, it was flying in the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. At this time, the beauty of divine sense was revealed. Zhang Xiaohua had already known the trajectory of the iron arrow. When the third iron arrow was close to him, he slightly used ethereal steps and let the iron arrow shoot past his leg. His performance was as steady as Mount Tai, which scared Qin Shiyue. On the other side, Ying Fei was already sitting on the ground in pain. Qin Shiyue looked at his arm. The place where the iron arrow went through was already bleeding. The arrow was poisonous. Qin Shiyue frowned and kicked the door open. This time there was no poisonous arrow. Qin Shiyue shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao helping Fei out." Zhang Xiaohua responded and went forward. He helped Ying Fei up from the ground and dragged him out. Qin Shiyue took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a scarlet pill. He said, "Ying Fei, the poison on the arrow is very strong. Take this poison-repelling pill, first." Ying Fei's pale face forced a smile and said, "Thank you for giving me this pill. With this pill I think my life can be saved." After that he took the poison-repelling pill, and put it into his mouth. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the poison-repelling pill, his heart moved. Was this some kind of pill? He couldn't help but take a closer look. He used his divine sense to scan it. It seemed that there was no yuan qi in it. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Ying Fei had already swallowed it. The poison-repelling pill was really powerful. After Ying Fei took it for a while, the wound on his arm began to bleed. At this time, Qin Shiyue stretched out his finger and pressed on the acupuncture points on Ying Fei's arm a few times to stop the bleeding. Ying Fei said with difficulty, "Master, we have been delayed for a long time. I think old Ma has already gone far away. What do you think? Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 266. Qin Shiyue raised his head and looked around. This was a small closed courtyard. It seemed that no one lived here and no one cleaned it. A line of wet footprints was heading towards a well in the corner of the courtyard. Qin Shiyue quickly walked over and looked around. He asked, "Ying Fei, you can't move with your injuries. Stay here first. I'll go and have a look." Then he was about to jump down. He looked back at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Boy, come with me." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to go to the well. He looked down and found that it was a dry well. Qin Shiyue warned Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, don't have any bad ideas. Your martial arts are not worth mentioning in front of me. I can cut off your head at any time." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Qin Shiyue pulled out his soft sword and jumped down the dry well. When he dodged, Zhang Xiaohua also jumped down. There was a secret passage at the bottom of the well, but this secret passage was obviously more spacious than the previous one. It was also clean. Qin Shiyue walked in front with a fire and a soft sword. Zhang Xiaohua followed him closely. He had already released his spiritual awareness and scanned from a distance. However, this secret passage was the same as the previous one. There was no mechanism at all. After walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. This secret passage seemed to have no end. Just as he was thinking, his spiritual awareness suddenly felt the exit. When he looked up, there was finally light in front of him. The exit of this secret passage was not blocked by a door. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his spiritual awareness and found nothing unusual. Qin Shiyue carefully observed for a long time before he walked out. The exit of the secret passage was at the foot of a small mountain. The exit was blocked by waist-high grass. It was impossible to find it without looking carefully. In front of the exit was a dense forest. In the distance of the dense forest was also a mountain. Qin Shiyue first looked carefully in front of the exit, then closed his eyes and frowned. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, his brows relaxed and he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Follow me. If you can follow me, I won't seal your acupoints at night." Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up and she quickly nodded. The taste of being tortured to extort a confession was really not good. When Qin Shiyue saw this, she didn't say anything. She used her qinggong to jump up a big tree. Then she started to chase in the direction of the big mountain. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly flashed to catch up with her. Her left hand also quietly took out a small primeval stone from her bosom. She walked while absorbing it to replenish her real qi. That Qin Shiyue's qinggong was really high. In the blink of an eye, she was already far away. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She used all her strength and true qi to barely keep up and not be left too far behind. running all the way. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had been locked on by Qin Shiyue from time to time, she almost wanted to change direction. After chasing for a while, just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, a bean-sized shadow appeared in front of them. It was also leaping forward. Wasn't that Ma Rulong who had escaped? Looking at his speed, he was much slower than Zhang Xiaohua, not to mention Qin Shiyue. After running for so long, she still hadn't reached her destination. That shadow seemed to have noticed something. Looking back, he had already noticed Qin Shiyue's white hair. Unconsciously, his speed immediately increased a lot. However, not long after, he slowed down again. After all, Ma Rulong was a man who was almost 70 years old. Even if his internal strength was profound, after running for so long, his internal strength must be exhausted. When Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua caught up with Ma Rulong had just reached the foot of the mountain. This was a barren mountain forest. It was very far from the edge of the forest. It seemed that there were no traces of people. Ma Rulong stood in a place with some white fog. He seemed to be somewhat leisurely. Facing Qin Shiyue, he said, "Lord Qin, you have already killed Qiu Shidao and the auspicious 3 treasures of the Righteous Alliance. Why do you still care about this old man's dying life? Forgive others." Qin Shiyue looked around and then looked at the white fog behind Ma Rulong. She thought for a while and smiled. "Old Ma, if you didn't collude with Qiu Shidao to set up a trap in the inner hall, I might have let you go because of your previous contributions. I would have destroyed your martial arts and let you live a peaceful life. Presumably, when you set up the trap, you didn't think of your current ending." Zhang Xiaohua looked from afar and didn't go up. He had already seen the white fog behind Ma Rulong. When he used his spiritual mind to scan it, he found that there was a fluctuation of primordial qi inside. If it was a normal white fog, it would have been blown away by the mountain wind and drifted in the air. However, this faint white fog could condense and not disperse. There must be something strange about it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that when he was in the Misty School, he heard people whispering secretly. In the forbidden area of the Misty School, there was a white fog that could devour the disciples. Could it be that the white fog that couldn't be dispersed by the mountain wind was the same as the white fog in the Misty School? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was not close to the white fog, stepped back a few more steps. Ma Rulong looked at Qin Shiyue and heaved a long sigh. "Man proposes, God disposes. Shidao and I have already arranged a trap. It's only because you arrived early and didn't complete it. Moreover, Shidao is still young. He actually had a conflict with you on the road which made you suspicious. If I had a few more days, even 10 Lord Qins wouldn't be able to walk out of my Ma mansion." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Old Ma, you overestimate yourself." "Overestimate yourself? Where's Messenger Ing? Why didn't he catch up with you? Is he dead now?" "Ha ha ha, that poisonous arrow was originally given to you, but now Messenger Ing is enjoying it. It's just a poisonous arrow. It's not a problem for me. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I don't want to say anything more. If it weren't for the problem of the 3 auspicious treasures, Lord Qin, you would probably still be trapped in the inner hall. When your internal force is exhausted, I will stab you with my sword. Can you dodge it?" Qin Shiyue looked at Ma Rulong with a smile and didn't say anything. "You know you can't dodge it, right? Maybe that's why you keep chasing me and want to take my life." Qin Shiyue shook her head and asked, "The demonic sect treated you well. Why did you betray the demonic sect and join the Righteous Alliance?" "Alas." Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, "Treated me well? It's not just well. It's to me. What kind of family is the Ma family? Although it's declining now, it won't be bullied by the demonic sect. Even Ing Fei, that kind of person, dares to show off in front of the Ma family. He is still considered good. The previous messengers all treated the Ma family as lambs to be slaughtered. Moreover, I, Ma Rulong, am old. It's fine if I work for the demonic sect, but why do my descendants need to be oppressed by you? My descendants also need to be famous in Jianghu. They also need to be righteous." Qin Shiyue frowned and said, "Being righteous and righteous doesn't conflict with working for the demonic sect. You don't understand, Lord Qin. People like you don't understand the thoughts of people like us. On one hand, we are righteous, but on the other hand, we are doing things that betray the Righteous Alliance. That kind of contradiction, that kind of hidden feeling, you will never understand. Moreover, the demonic sect doesn't know the value of the Ma family. You have never respected the Ma family. We can't get the status and glory we want from the demonic sect. Naturally, we have to find someone else to rely on." "Value? Qin Shiyue suddenly remembered that the sect leader asked her to come to the Ma family and the evil tiger gang. There must be a deep meaning. You don't know, right? Even someone like Lord Qin doesn't know. Others won't respect the Ma family. Well, the sect leader specifically asked me to come to the Ma family. Qin Shiyue explained. Of course the sect leader knows. But it's easy to see the king of hell but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. The sect leader can't always pay attention to us. Sometimes he's worried about us. How can the disciples of the Ma family show up? Qin Shiyue was interested. She said, what secrets does the Ma family have? Qiu Shidao said that he wanted to tell me a big secret. Could it be that you gave it away? Did he tell you? Marulong was a bit nervous. No, I didn't wait for him to tell me. I killed him. Good job. If he didn't cause trouble, why would the Ma family be like this? He's your grandson-in-law. You, Sai, don't mention it. What grandson-in-law? It's just my granddaughter's wishful thinking. After marrying him, did he even look at my obedient granddaughter? However, she got what she wanted. This is her life. She can't blame anyone else. And then why? Qin Shiyue's gossipy soul was awakened. She asked again and again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening at the side, was also surprised. What? Why should this old man tell you? Qin Shiyue was slightly surprised. They had been talking for a long time. Why did he stop at the most important part and wait for the next chapter? How boring. Looking at Qin Shiyue, Marulong smiled and said, Lord Qin, this old man wants to negotiate with you. What do you think? Qiu Shidao negotiated with me, so I killed him. What do you have that's worth me not attacking? What secrets can he have? It's just the things I gave him. He thought that he hid it very well. In fact, it's not just me. Even the righteous Dao Alliance knows about it. Qin Shiyue pondered for a moment and said, tell me your conditions first. Marulong was overjoyed. He said, this old man won't ask you to spare my life. I just want you to promise not to kill the Ma family disciples. Is that simple? If I go back on my word and go back to kill, won't you lose money? Who doesn't know that Lord Qin's words carry enormous weight? I'm not worried about this. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, okay, I promise you. Tell me. Marulong nodded and said, actually, from the beginning, my granddaughter was attracted to Qiu Shidao and wanted to marry him. But Qiu Shidao didn't want to marry my granddaughter at all. He even rejected the marriage proposal. If it wasn't for the fact that my dowry was so good that Zhang San of the Righteous Dao Alliance was moved and couldn't refuse, how could their alliance leader come out and force him to submit so obediently? Things? Even Zhang San was moved? The Righteous Dao Alliance is one of the super sects in Jianghu. They have abundant resources. What can they not have? The Ma family actually has things that even Zhang San couldn't refuse. Qin Shiyue couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 267. Marulong looked at Qin Shiyue surprised with satisfaction and said slowly, you didn't expect it, right? Lord Qin, the Righteous Alliance actually covets my little Ma family's things. Even though they sent so many precious medicinal ingredients today, it's just to further improve our relationship and hope that I can return the favor. Guess what the Righteous Alliance wants? Qin Shiyue shook his head. Marulong looked up at the changing clouds in the sky and said, white clouds change like dogs, the stars change. Life is so short but the world changes so strangely. Alright, Lord Qin, what do you think of the 3-talent flag formation that the 3 auspicious treasures used in the inner hall? I heard you call out its name, so you must know its origin. Moreover, you also walked through that formation. What do you think? It's very powerful. If it wasn't for a sudden mistake, I probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of that inner hall today. Although the 3-talent flag formation is powerful, if you want to set it up, just a person is not enough. You also need a formation stone. Formation stone? The jade stone in the 3 auspicious treasures' hands? Yes, Lord Qin is right. That jade stone is the foundation of the 3-talent flag formation. If it wasn't for the formation stone, you also saw that the 3 flags were useless. If the formation stone in Air Bao's hands didn't run out of energy, you also wouldn't have been able to charge out. I understand. You gave the Righteous Alliance this formation stone, right? Yes, Lord Qin is right. However, this jade stone is not called a formation stone, but a divine stone. In ancient times, it was also called a primordial stone. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the distance, frowned. As expected, this was a primordial stone. So that's how it is. Qin Shiyue suddenly understood. However, he was puzzled. Although the divine stone was useful, if there was no formation, what was the use of it? Old Ma, while your divine stone is indeed precious, if they are to spare no effort to rope you in merely for the sake of the three-talent flag formation, this righteous alliance is truly too petty. Eh? Ah, Lord Qin, this old man thought you knew. Turns out you don't know anything. What do you mean? Let this old man ask you. Did your teacher tell you about this three-talent flag formation? Well, that's not it. It's something that martial uncles casually mentioned when they were chatting. Yes, I understand. How about this? I'll tell you some of the secrets of the Jianghu. I don't ask for anything in return, but the same old conditions. However, I'll ask you to swear that you'll never lay a hand on the disciples of the Ma family. What do you think? Old man Ma, you've really thought it through. With this oath, wouldn't I always have to avoid your Ma clan's disciples? Lord Qin, this is a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. I only hope that the bloodline of the Ma family can be preserved. How about this? I guarantee that from today onwards, if the Ma clan disciples don't take the initiative to offend me, I won't take the initiative to make a move against them as well. If they go against these words, then let the poison dragon corrode their bodies and die a horrible death. This oath was considered an extremely vicious one among the Garuda lineage. Marulong nodded in relief after hearing it. He said, actually, the use of the God Stone is not limited to this tripartite flag array. It is the foundation of all arrays. Moreover, it is also. After saying this, Marulong thought for a moment and asked, Lord Qin, do you know where all the martial arts in this world come from? This. Qin Shiyue scratched her head and said, is the path of martial arts passed down from generation to generation? What other strange things can there be? Think about it, Lord Qin. You have a master who taught you. Then your master's master, and all the way up, who was the first person to teach you martial arts? This? Maybe it was a genius gifted by the heavens who had an epiphany. Haha, there are geniuses who have created their own unique skills. However, they all have other martial arts as a reference. How can they create their own unique path? There are no martial arts in this world, so how can they create their own unique skills? Qin Shiyue didn't say anything and listened quietly. Zhang Xiaohua in the distance also did the same. In fact, long before martial arts, there was the path of immortality, which is the path of cultivation. The stories of immortals now are all descriptions of the deeds of immortals in the past. Although they are a little exaggerated, they are all true. Immortal cultivators can split mountains and rivers, call the wind and summon the rain with their own strength. They can even live forever. They are really carefree. Live forever? Then why can't we see any immortals now? Qin Shiyue couldn't help but ask. Lord Qin, listen to me first. The cultivation of the path of immortality is different from that of martial arts. They pay attention to refining the chi of heaven and earth. The God Stone, which used to be the primordial stone, is the foundation of their cultivation. It is even the silver they use. Then Marulong, like an elder teaching a professor, talked about the rise and fall of the path of immortality, the changes before and after the immortal cultivation, and the evolution of Jianghu. Not only was Qin Shiyue intoxicated, but Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. The path of immortality this old man was talking about, wasn't it her? No wonder the Carefree Heart Sutra that she cultivated was different from the internal strength cultivation method that her second brother had told her. Even the formation of internal strength was different. It turned out that it was a different cultivation method. Marulong continued, Lord Qin, don't think that the Heavenly Tao Union is a super sect in Jianghu. After all, it is not an ancient sect. Their foundation is not comparable to the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, or the Misty School. Our Ma family was only a small branch of an immortal cultivation sect in ancient times. Even so, the righteous Tao Union can't be compared to us. If not for this, how could I have attracted their hearts by taking out a few God stones? Looking at Qin Shiyue's dumbfounded expression, Marulong's mouth was filled with ridicule as he said, Lord Sakura of the divine sect must know these secrets and have some understanding of our Ma family. That's why he favored us so much. However, you ordinary people have repeatedly bullied our Ma family and forced us to have no way out. I can't stand it. Qin Shiyue smiled helplessly and said, Old Ma, what's the use of saying this now? Marulong nodded and said, Yes, there's no turning back. It's useless to say more. In fact, the qi of heaven and earth has always been very thin after the immortal Tao was destroyed for thousands of years. However, in recent years there have been signs of an increase. Do you know why Lord Sakura asked you to collect ancient jade articles? Qin Shiyue shook her head again and said angrily in her heart, "This old man always keeps me in suspense. If you want to say it, just say it. Why do you keep asking me? I've been shaking my head more than I did in a year. My neck is sore." The immortal Tao's cultivation methods, formations, alchemy, refining weapons and talismans are all recorded in a kind of jade article. They are called jade slips and can only be read by the immortal Tao's divine sense. There must be a lot of these in your divine sect. However, there are even more in Jianghu. Lord Sakura must have felt the change in the qi of heaven and earth and made a plan to deal with it. Alright, there's another possibility. It's a magic weapon of the immortal Tao. Magic weapon? Qin Shiyue was stunned again and asked, "Is it the wooden fish that the Dalan Temple's monks knocked?" Marulong shook his head and said, "The wooden fish is just a name borrowed by the bald man of the Dalan Temple. The immortal Tao's magic weapon is the same as our martial Tao's weapon. In fact, the martial Tao's sword, saber and other weapons also evolved from the immortal Tao's magic weapon. However, the immortal Tao's magic weapon is very strange. Even the jade hairpin on the head can be a powerful magic weapon. Yes, if you change it to a golden hairpin, it can also be used as a hidden weapon. There are also feather fans, jade bracelets, belts and so on. As long as you can think of something, it can be refined into a magic weapon." Jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua heard and her eyes lit up. Didn't she have a pair of jade bracelets in her purse? Could it be that they were magic weapons? No wonder there was a fluctuation of qi of heaven and earth inside. It was not for looking at but to play with. But how should she play with the jade bracelets? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but listen attentively. Hearing this, Qin Shiyue was also confused. She asked, "Old Ma, don't deceive me. What kind of magic weapon can this feather fan be made into? Could it be that there is also a mechanism in the fan?" Marulong said, "As for how to use it, this old man does not know. I only know that these magic weapons are activated with a certain incantation and are driven by one's own qi." "I see. But you just said that the immortal Tao and martial Tao's cultivation methods are different. The martial Tao's internal force has long changed. How can it be used to drive these magic weapons?" "Haha, the 3-talent flag gate array is different. It is an array item. How can it be driven by the 3 auspicious treasures?" There is no lack of talented and intelligent people in our Wulin. As early as when the immortal Tao was destroyed, many people were studying the inheritance of the immortal Tao. There were also many people who came up with opportunistic methods. The flag array borrowed the power of the God Stone instead of one's own qi. Perhaps there were already people who could use the God Stone to drive the so-called magic weapons. Then, wouldn't they be invincible? Qin Shiyue was shocked. Marulong smiled wryly. "So, would my Ma family still be bullied? The God Stone in this world was used up long ago when the immortal Tao was destroyed. Where would there be any left? Even if there were some left, they would be hidden away. Who would use immortal Tao if they could solve it by force? An immortal Tao is not inherent to us. There are always drawbacks. Aren't the 3 auspicious treasures a classic example?" Qin Shiyue finally nodded. Moreover, the immortal Tao's magic weapons and jade slips have not been replenished by the qi of heaven and earth for 10,000 years. Most of them can't withstand the loss of their own qi and have long become ordinary jade. How can they be found so easily? Even if they were found, they might not be able to be used. Some might be hidden in mysterious places protected by the immortal Tao's restrictions. How can a martial Tao cultivator obtain them? Restricted lands? Is it a forbidden area? Lord Qin, you are mistaken. Restricted lands are places that others are not allowed to enter. They are different from places protected by restrictions. Simply put, the immortal Tao's restrictions are powerful formations. Presumably, the divine sect also has its own restricted lands. Perhaps they are protected by restrictions. Old Ma, you just said that the qi of heaven and earth has increased. How can a martial Tao cultivator like you sense the qi of heaven and earth? Chapter 268. Could it be that you've also practiced the immortal cultivation method? Qin Shiyue asked. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also had doubts in his heart. That's right, when he cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra, he could release his senses and sense the heaven and earth yuan qi. However, this yuan qi was rarely seen, and he could only sense a few strands in the herb fields. Could it be that Ma Rulong also cultivated an immortal cultivation technique? Also, he had a place with rich qi of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua's ears perked up. Ma Rulong smiled bitterly and said, "How could this old man have such an opportunity to obtain an immortal cultivation technique? This technique had already been lost for tens of thousands of years. Even if my Ma family tried our best to preserve it, it was impossible. It had already been gone for thousands of years. Also, didn't I just say that most of the methods are recorded in jade slips? The qi of jade slips can't last long. How can the methods be preserved?" "Then how did you know?" "I didn't sense it but saw it." Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed at the same time. Qin Shiyue looked back at Zhang Xiaohua with a gloomy face. Then she turned back and asked, "You can see the qi of heaven and earth?" "Haha, how can I see the qi of heaven and earth? I think Lord Sakura of the divine sect is like me." He saw the changes in the restriction of the forbidden land and knew that the qi of heaven and earth had changed. Seeing Qin Shiyue's puzzlement, Ma Rulong said, "Restriction and formation are the same. They both need the qi of heaven and earth. However, there are many powerful restrictions that don't just rely on the qi of heaven and earth. They can also absorb the qi of heaven and earth. The restrictions in the world were all set up by the immortal cultivation method 10,000 years ago. In the past 10,000 years, the restrictions have absorbed less and less qi of heaven and earth. However, in the past few years, the restrictions have shown signs of strengthening. Don't you think it's a sign that the qi of heaven and earth is recovering?" Qin Shiyue nodded. Then she said in surprise, "Does your Ma family also have a forbidden land?" Ma Rulong's face was a little red. He said proudly, "You only know now. If not, how can our Ma family be a family of inheritance? Although our Ma family only has one restricted area, it's fundamentally different from the Righteous Tao Alliance's lack of one." "Then the forbidden land you mentioned, is it?" "Yes, Mr. Qin, you guessed right. It's here. To be more precise, it's behind me. The white fog behind you can't even be blown away by the wind. It must be a part of the restriction." Lord Qin is very smart. There are many forms of restrictions. Some of them are light, such as red, yellow, five-colored, etc. There are also white fog, black smoke, etc. I've heard that some restrictions can create illusions that perfectly integrate with the surrounding environment. My Ma clan's restriction area is this white fog. Qin Shiyue and Zhang Xiaohua both nod secretly. Since Zhang Xiaohua learned about the space in the purse, she knew that there must be something strange about the cave she went to before. Now she knows that it is the inhibition that Ma Rulong mentioned. Not to mention the white fog in the Misty School's forbidden land that swallowed people, it must be similar to the Ma family's restriction. Qin Shiyue thought of the forbidden land in his sect that emitted five-colored light. It must be the restriction that Ma Rulong mentioned. Naturally, he knew how the sect leader knew about the changes in the qi of heaven and earth. However, Qin Shiyue was puzzled. Why did Ma Rulong bring him here? Did he want to use the restriction to kill him? Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Qin Shiyue take a step back, Ma Rulong knew what he was thinking. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lord Qin. If I can use the forbidden land to make enemies, I don't need to say anything. You must be wondering why I ran here, right?" Qin Shiyue nodded. Ma Rulong said, "The Immortal Tao's restriction is used to protect important things. I've known about the restriction in the back mountain since I was a child. I've always been looking forward to seeing what is inside. However, this restriction of the Immortal Tao requires one to have the cultivation of the Immortal Tao to be able to walk in unscathed. Otherwise, one will be pushed out by the restriction or be trapped to death. In the past, my Ma family had countless intelligent people who wanted to enter this restriction with their own strength. However, no one has ever been able to come out alive. No one knows if they died inside or if they had other fortuitous encounters. I know the lightness skills of the Garuda branch of the divine sect. In front of Lord Qin, I have no chance of escaping. Since I'm going to die under Lord Qin's sword, I might as well come to the Forbidden Land to take a look. It can also end my life's worries." Then he asked with a smile, "I wonder if Lord Qin is satisfied with this explanation?" Qin Shiyue also smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will break into your Forbidden Land?" Ma Rulong bowed and said, "In that case, Lord Qin, please go first." Ma Rulong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Old Master Ma, please go first." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She already knew that the Forbidden Land ate people. No one who went in came out. Why did Qin Shiyue still want to go in? Marulong saw Qin Shiyue step forward and his expression changed slightly. He stepped back and said, "No need to be polite, Lord Qin. If that's the case, I'll go first and wait for you inside." Then he was about to step back. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Then I'll send you on your way." As he spoke, he pulled out his soft sword from his waist and swept it across. Marulong saw his arm move, so he immediately stepped back with the tip of his foot. Seeing that his body was about to disappear into the white fog, how could Qin Shiyue let him go? He took a big stride forward and his soft sword slid into the white fog. There was a scream in the white fog and immediately there was no sound. Qin Shiyue took back his soft sword. Looking at the blood dripping from the soft sword, he was not sure whether it was fatal or not. But looking at the strange white fog in front of him, Qin Shiyue didn't want to go in and take a look. After waiting for a while, Qin Shiyue turned and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, did you enjoy listening to it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and puzzled. "Lord, are you kidding? I didn't hear anything. My ears have been inflamed for the past 2 days and I can't hear anything. I was thinking of asking you to find a doctor to take a look. Just in time, when we arrive at Xinji town later, I hope you will be kind enough to let me see a doctor." Qin Shiyue curled his lips and said, "Don't make trouble for me. I don't intend to kill you. You know it yourself. We still need to find the cauldron from you. After listening to what you said just now, you know the importance of the cauldron. It's something that the leader of the divine sect must get. You'd better tell us who took it." Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in his heart, "Nonsense, if I didn't listen to what you said today, I would have thought that the big cauldron was an incense burner. Now that I know it's an immortal object, how can I return it to you? Not to mention that I have use for myself. Even if I don't have use for it, if I give it to you, won't you immediately kill me?" Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent face, "Lord Qin, I really don't have this thing. How do you want me to tell others?" Qin Shiyue heard this and his smile became wider. He reached out his hand to touch the cauldron, but after thinking about it he said, "These few days you've also eaten the torture of my divine sect. I didn't expect you to be able to persist. If it's an ordinary person he would have already been tortured to madness. You're still quite happy. However, since I've already promised you that I won't touch your acupoints, I naturally won't touch them. Anyway, your fate has already been handed over to Lord Sakura. I just need to take you back. Did you hear what I said today? Who took the cauldron behind you? I don't know." After that, he looked at the sky and said, "Put away your selfish thoughts and obediently follow me back to the divine sect. Listen to the hierarch's arrangement. Let's go." After that, he used his lightness skill and flew back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to slack off and also followed closely behind. On the way back, Qin Shiyue didn't use his full strength. Zhang Xiaohua also followed behind easily. Even so, Qin Shiyue was still puzzled. Where did this guy come from? His foundation in lightness skill was actually so solid. After returning to the cave in the secret passage, Qin Shiyue looked around and had no choice but to plunge in. When the two came out of the dry well, they saw Ying Fei sitting on the ground with a sword in his hand. His face was already ruddy. An iron arrow was thrown on the ground and his arm was already bandaged. Seeing Qin Shiyue coming out of the dry well, his expression was obviously relaxed. He stood up and asked, "Why did Lord Qin go for so long? Did you kill that old man Ma?" Qin Shiyue said, "This secret passage is very long. After going out, I chased him for a long time before I killed him. How's your injury?" Ying Fei said, "I pulled out the iron arrow by myself. Now I'm fine. I have to thank Lord Qin for the poison-dispelling pill. Otherwise, even if there were 10 of me, I would still die." Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, "You bandaged yourself carelessly. After a while, when we go to town, it's better to find a doctor to bandage it again." Ying Fei said with a smile, "Thank you, Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue asked, "Can you still use lightness skill?" Ying Fei said, "It should be fine." "Well, the two of you come with me." After speaking, Qin Shiyue jumped on the roof. After roughly looking at the direction, he jumped toward the Ma residence. Qin Shiyue didn't want to go through that damp and low secret passage again. Not long after, they arrived at the Ma residence. The whole courtyard was quiet and there was no one. It was completely different from the hustle and bustle at noon. Qin Shiyue took the two of them to the roof of the Ma residence for a while. They didn't see a single person. Instead, they saw the 3 horses that they rode. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and said, "Let's go." Let's go to town first and check your injury. After speaking, he led the horse and walked out of the gate of the Ma residence. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qin Shiyue's back in surprise. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask him why he didn't look for the relics of immortality in the Ma residence. But she thought about it again. Ma Rulong had already prepared for this. Today he didn't even see half of his nephews. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to run away. How could those precious things still be hidden in the Ma residence? Presumably, Qin Shiyue also thought this through, so he left without hesitation. The three of them rode on the horse and went through the main road. At the corner of the tea house, an old man stared at their backs fiercely. It was Qiu Shidao's old housekeeper. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 269. The sun was setting in the west, and a round scarlet sun was hanging in the clear sky of the west mountain. On a secluded path in the wilderness, 3 horses were trotting slowly. The red sun in the west cast a long shadow on them. They were Qin Shiyue, Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua. It had been a few days since the massacre in Xinji town. Ying Fei's injury had already recovered. The poisonous arrow pierced through his left arm, but it didn't hurt the bone. The arrow poison was cleaned up in time, but it was thoroughly cleaned by the town's doctor. The medicine used was also from the Dragon God sect. How could there be no improvement? Zhang Xiaohua was still weak and he followed the 2 people absent-mindedly. In these days he had completely abandoned the idea of using lightness skill to escape. Qin Shiyue's decisiveness in killing left a deep impression on him. Before he had full confidence he would not repeatedly challenge Qin Shiyue's bottom line. Although Qin Shiyue had said that he would take him back to the sect leader in one piece, who knew if he would change his mind? It was better to just practice martial arts. Since Zhang Xiaohua knew the reason for the disappearance of immortality and the rise of martial arts in the Ma family, and also knew the difference between immortality and martial arts, he knew that he was lucky. He accidentally walked on the road of immortality, which no one had walked on for thousands of years. Moreover, after seeing the power of immortality's tactical formation, he was more confident in himself. As long as he had time he would comprehend the earth-escaping skill. He believed that as long as he could learn the earth-escaping skill, he would be able to escape from Qin Shiyue's evil hands. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that the tripod furnace he took from Shizue Mountain should be the furnace used for immortality's alchemy. It was something that the sect leader of the Dragon God sect wanted. As for how to use the furnace he really didn't have time to look at it. Not to mention that there was a lot of content in the elementary alchemy technique, and now he didn't have time to comprehend it. If he took out the furnace he might alarm Qin Shiyue. It was better to avoid trouble. Why should he be anxious now? Moreover, he felt that it was incredible that using elixirs could improve his power. How could a small elixir improve his cultivation so much? Could it double the qi of heaven and earth in his body? That was simply impossible. She remembered that there was something called the qi-generating pill in the money pouch. It seemed to have been thrown away without any regard. Presumably it wasn't anything good. Zhang Xiaohua also lacked interest in the idea of trying it out herself. Also, after seeing the power of the immortal Dao formation, Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to make some kind of formation to trap Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei. However, she didn't have any formation flags or incantations. She only had a shallow Jin Qi and a huge primordial stone. It was impossible to make it a reality, so she just threw it aside. From the beginning to the end, Ma Rulong didn't mention how to fight in Taoism. He only said that there was the power to summon wind and rain and move mountains and seas. His words made Zhang Xiaohua's blood boil, but she only painted a pie for him. Although there was a jade ring in the money pouch that should be a magic weapon, she didn't know how to use it. Even if she knew how to use it, could the jade ring still be used after 10,000 years? Everything was unknown. Zhang Xiaohua looked blankly at the red sun in the distance that was about to set behind the mountain. It was about to be engulfed by darkness. Everything in this world was about to fall into darkness. She couldn't see the road ahead clearly. What about her own road? There hadn't been the immortal Tao for 10,000 years. She actually received the inheritance of the immortal Tao and cultivated the immortal Tao cultivation method. There was no one to guide her, no reference, and no one to point out her own way. Everything had to rely on her own strength. Loneliness, powerlessness, and other negative emotions constantly grew in her heart. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was dispirited, the setting sun finally fell below the cliff. Even when its last ray of sunlight left the world, it was still so brilliant and glorious. The last ray of sunlight reflected in the lonely youth's eyes seemed to soar and ignite the youth's fighting spirit. There are so many living things in the world, but only I have such a situation. Why do I see the immortal Tao as a bumpy road? Since the revival of the immortal Tao chose me, why should I hide? I will do my best, and there will be a new me. Thinking about this, the scenery at the side of the mountain didn't feel dark. She also didn't feel uncomfortable in this captive situation. Zhang Xiaohua understood something in her heart, and her cultivation improved again. Since the last time she suffered from qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua carefully comprehended the Worry-Free Heart Sutra from beginning to end. At the end of the Heart Sutra, it mentioned the cultivation of the state of mind. However, the cultivation of the state of mind shouldn't be a bottleneck in the qi refining stage. It was strange that she encountered it again and again. Moreover, she also knew that every time she encountered an enlightenment in her heart, her cultivation of the state of mind would improve by another level. As long as she had primeval stones in her hands, her cultivation would naturally be able to keep up. She wouldn't have to worry about the risk of qi deviation again. This was a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously revealed a smile. At this time in the distance, the sound of horse hooves gradually faded away. It was very abrupt. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense spread out like a net, but there didn't seem to be anything abnormal in the surroundings. Ying Fei also urged her horse forward and asked, "Lord Qin, what's the matter with the people in front? Why don't you let this little one go forward and take a look?" Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "They must be people from the Righteous Tao Alliance. Let's go forward and take a look. If there's fortune, it's not a disaster. If there's a disaster, we can't avoid it. In this vast wilderness, it's the easiest to escape. There's no need to be afraid of them." After traveling for a while, they didn't see any movement. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't understand. The main road was right in front of them. Looking at the lights in front of them, it was already a small village. It wasn't a good opportunity to make a move. Why was this? When Qin Shiyue arrived at the main road, there was another person on the main road who saw them from afar. He also quickly got on his horse and galloped away. The three of them looked at each other. They didn't know why, but although they were already on the main road, if there was an ambush, it would still be troublesome. Thus, they were 120% careful. Unfortunately, even when they entered the small village, they still didn't encounter any ambushes. Instead, just as they entered the village, there were several people waiting there. A white and fat person dressed as a shopkeeper came forward and bowed. "Excuse me, are you Lord Qin and Lord Ying in front?" Ying Fei went forward and said, "It's us. What's the matter?" The innkeeper said, "This one is the innkeeper of this town's largest inn, the Four Seas Inn. There's an uncle who has already booked a banquet and a room for Uncle Qin and the others. Please follow this one over." Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. There was actually such a good thing? Although Qin Shiyue was also flabbergasted, he wasn't surprised. When Ying Fei looked at him, he casually waved his hand, indicating that he agreed. The shopkeeper received the message and was very happy. He personally went forward to lead Qin Shiyue's horse and respectfully walked forward. Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua's horses were also led by other people. Zhang Xiaohua had never received this kind of treatment before and enjoyed it very much. As for what the shopkeeper was planning, he didn't care. He was just a captive of the Tenryu sect. Even if there were any schemes and plots, it wouldn't be his turn to do it. Not long after, they came to a large inn. It was brightly lit and there was no one eating in the hall. A few waiters were waiting at the door. When they saw the shopkeeper return, they quickly went to receive him. Qin Shiyue and the others dismounted and walked into the hall. There was a large table in the hall with some dried fruits on it. Qin Shiyue and the others sat down and the waiters immediately poured tea. Ying Fei reached into his clothes to take the tea leaves but was stopped by Qin Shiyue with a look. Qin Shiyue picked up the teacup and carefully looked at it. He smelled it and tasted it. It was really good tea. There wasn't any poison in it, and this fragrant tea didn't seem like something that could be found in this town. Not long after the three sat down, they didn't need to order food. The delicacies were served like flowing water. They had been prepared long ago and were just waiting for the three to arrive. Looking at the table full of things that he had never seen or heard of before, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Who was so generous? However, he had an urge to eat immediately. He raised his eyes and looked at Qin Shiyue, who was cooking. Qin Shiyue also frowned. Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised by the rarity of these things. He was a famous person in the Tenryu sect. What good things had he not seen before? It was just that these things couldn't be found in this small town. Thinking about the fragrant tea just now, the reason was self-evident. It must have been prepared long ago from other places. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue also let down his guard. If the Righteous Alliance wanted to harm him, why would they spend so much effort? They could just directly kill their way to his door. Who would want to curry favor with him? Qin Shiyue gradually had some ideas. Seeing Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua looking at him with eager eyes, Qin Shiyue couldn't help but secretly smile. He said, "Eat. This must be the master's good intentions. Don't let him down." After that, he first picked up a piece of camel hump and put it into his mouth, carefully tasting it. Ying Fei, as the messenger of the Tenryu sect, was served with good wine and good meat everywhere he went. These days he was injured and had to worry about the attack of the Righteous Alliance. Naturally he was lacking in food. Seeing such a good meal, he was also happy and kept eating this and that. As for Zhang Xiaohua, there was no need to talk about him in detail. He almost ate his own tongue. Not only that, there was a white porcelain jug on the table. The wine poured out from the jug was amber-colored. The mellow fragrance overflowed. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who had never drunk wine before, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ying Fei was injured, so Qin Shiyue poured 3 cups for him. As for Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Shiyue used the excuse that he was underage and let him drink half a cup. The rest was left to Qin Shiyue. Even if it was only half a cup, Zhang Xiaohua was still very happy. He was just a prisoner. Qin Shiyue gave him a drink. It was the result of many days of interaction. How could he dare to have extravagant expectations? They ate to their heart's content and ate until the moon rose. Then they saw the fair and fat shopkeeper walk in with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Master Qin, Master Ying, young master, may I ask if the food is to your liking?" Chapter 270. Qin Shiyue said, "Very good. Shopkeeper, sorry to trouble you. I didn't expect that although urine doesn't look good on the surface, the food inside is superb. You really can't judge a book by its cover." The shopkeeper's face was a little red. He cupped his hands and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. How can my small and be so generous? This was all arranged by a previous master. Even the chef was brought by him. Mine hasn't even processed this kind of food." "Where's the person you mentioned? Why don't you come in and see me?" The shopkeeper smiled apologetically and said, "That master has already left before you 3 came to the town. He just told me to serve you well." "How does the person you mentioned look like? How is he dressed? Can you leave your name?" "Sir Qin, please forgive me. That master specially told me not to say much. I just said that he was an old friend of yours. I don't know his name." "Oh, so it's like this. Well, I won't make things difficult for you. We've already eaten and drunk enough. Let's arrange for a rest early." "Yes, sir. Mine has been emptied. Today I specially received 3 masters. Please follow me." After that, he took the 3 people to a quiet courtyard at the back. He smiled apologetically and said, "There are 3 guest rooms in this courtyard. Please take a rest. I'll wait here. If you have any requests, just call me." Qin Shiyue nodded. She looked at the small courtyard and went straight to the room in the middle. Ying Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and also chose a room. These 2 people were a little worried during the day. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would run away. At night, they were completely relieved. They knew that even if he ran away, he wouldn't run far. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at the shopkeeper standing respectfully at the door of the courtyard, she thought, "Let the shopkeeper personally guard the door. It must be a lot of money." Then she went to the last room. Zhang Xiaohua carefully closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. He had been with Qin Shiyue and the others for the past few days. Other than absorbing the Yuan Qi from the Yuan stones and meditating on the Earth Escape technique, he didn't have time to practice the Fist of the North Star and the sword moves with his left hand. Today he was finally alone in a room. He didn't plan to practice the fist and sword moves. Although the Fist of the North Star was something he had created, seeing how much importance Openg attached to it, it must have something to do with the immortal Tao. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. If Qin Shiyue saw this, he would definitely be in trouble. He had been meditating on the Earth Escape technique for the past few days, but he didn't dare to try it out rashly. Qin Shiyue had also seen the auspicious 3 treasures of the 3-talent flag formation. Zhang Xiaohua first closed her eyes and meditated for a while to practice the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. Then she recalled the incantation of the Earth Escape technique. Combining the incantation she had comprehended these days, she used her hands to make the incantation. There were many incantations for the Earth Escape technique. There were actually 9 of them. Each of them was different and needed to be continuous. Zhang Xiaohua, who was new to the incantation, didn't know how to start. Thinking about the incantation she saw in Ma Rulong's mansion, Zhang Xiaohua decided to ignore the incantation for now. First, she understood the first incantation. In fact, the incantation was the same as the breathing technique of the Heart Sutra. They were both particular about the rhythm, where the incantation should be, and where the jinqi should be. If there was a master to teach, one only needed to point out the secret. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have such good fortune. She could only fumble around on her own. Naturally, it was extremely difficult to get started. However, this also had its advantages. After all, she had fumbled around on her own. She was clear about all the pros and cons. As long as she got started, it would be easy to practice all kinds of incantations in the future. It wouldn't be like learning from predecessors. When practicing other incantations, one still had to rely on a master's guidance. If she practiced it on her own, it would be even more difficult. As expected, although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt that she had comprehended quite well these days and only lacked the final practice, when she really started, alas, it was simply too horrible to look at. No matter how her fingers moved, she couldn't reach the realm described in the incantation. And no matter what, the jinqi in her body couldn't coordinate with the changes in her hand gestures. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be impetuous and have the thought of relaxing. But Zhang Xiaohua was different. This fellow's intelligence might not be high, and his talent might not be good, but there was one advantage. Once he had identified a direction, he would dive in until he found a result. No matter if it was success or failure, he would have no regrets. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua already had this kind of experience when practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. There was no such thing as a failure in one go. Success only came once in a million times. Therefore, he wasn't impatient. He just continued to gesture until his fingers were sore. Only then did he take a short break to absorb some of the jinqi. Actually, in the Ma residence, Ma Rulong had already said that the qi of heaven and earth was showing signs of recovery. But from what Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could see, there weren't many more strands of jinqi in this world. If he only relied on the jinqi of heaven and earth normally, this Carefree Heart Sutra definitely wouldn't improve even an inch. His cultivation still relied on that jinqi of heaven and earth. Speaking of this tiny jinqi, it was rather miraculous. Zhang Xiaohua had been absorbing with all his might for so long, but the jinqi in the jinqi didn't seem to show any signs of decreasing. Just thinking about it made Zhang Xiaohua grin. If it was the Carefree Heart Sutra, it would be completely absorbed in a few times. Although the jinqi in his money pouch was huge, it wouldn't be used for long. But now this tiny jinqi had taken him so long. He wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation in the future. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua attributed this phenomenon to the fact that he had just entered the qi refinement realm, so the amount of jinqi he absorbed was still small. When he reached more than 10 layers in the future, it probably wouldn't be enough. But didn't Openg Ma Rulong, and that whatever Sakra say that the qi of heaven and earth was increasing? Perhaps at that time he wouldn't need to use the jinqi anymore. After Zhang Xiaohua finished absorbing, he began to try again. He didn't know how many times he tried, but Zhang Xiaohua felt a little mischievous in his heart. There was a bit less anticipation in his heart, and he returned to his usual tranquil state of mind. Perhaps it was this kind of state of mind that had no desires or desires. During a certain practice, he suddenly felt that the jinqi he was forming in his hand had a great attractive force, attracting the jinqi that just happened to reach a certain point. This attractive force was so great that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't resist it. In an instant, all the jinqi in his body was sucked dry, and directly poured into the jinqi in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had thoroughly comprehended this jinqi, and could also truly put it into practice. Thus, he immediately changed his hand gesture and began to form the next jinqi. Perhaps it was because he didn't form the jinqi correctly, or perhaps the jinqi in his body was exhausted, but in any case the second jinqi didn't succeed. Immediately, the jinqi that had just been sucked out dissipated in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of heartache. This was the jinqi that he had cultivated for many days. How could it be all gone in an instant? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense, and used the Carefree Heart Sutra to draw out the Jinqi that had just dissipated. This was the qi of heaven and earth, which was very precious and it couldn't be wasted. Unfortunately, even if Zhang Xiaohua acted in time, he could only reabsorb nearly 60% of the Jinqi, and the remaining 40% dissipated between heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't regret it. In terms of his gains today, he was willing to bear this loss. It was just absorbing more Jinqi. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue to try the Jinqi. Instead, he took out a Jinqi stone from his arms, one in each hand, and sat cross-legged, quietly absorbing the Jinqi. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. The endless starlight once again surrounded his body. The Jinqi stone in his hand was also emitting a faint light, which was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi. The Jinqi stone was several times faster than Zhang Xiaohua's absorption. In less than a moment, the Jinqi that Zhang Xiaohua had lost was replenished, and the Jinqi in the Jinqi stone was still constantly absorbed into his body. In another room, Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were talking. Qin Shiyue pointed to a bag on the table and said, "Ying Fei, go out and give all the ancient jade articles collected in the past few days to the local contact point. Ask them to send them to Sect Master as soon as possible." Ying Fei stepped forward, picked up the bag and said, "Yes, my lord. I'll go right away. However, today's matter is a bit strange. Shall we avoid it first and wait until tomorrow to send it out?" Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Although we still don't know who it is, it won't do us any harm. Everything should be unchanged." This jade article is something that Sect Master is looking forward to. It's better to send it back to Sect Master as soon as possible. Ying Fei said with a smile, "In fact, this kind of thing can be done by us. Why bother you, my lord?" Qin Shiyue said, "Ying Fei, you still don't understand the importance of this task. If it wasn't necessary, do you think Sect Master would send me out? If it weren't for me, could you have escaped from Marulong in Xinji town?" Ying Fei immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Yes, I was careless. I'll do it now." By the way, Qin Shiyue stopped Ying Fei and asked, "The boy who calls himself Ren Xiaoyao has fallen asleep, right?" "Of course. I don't know what kind of reincarnation this guy is. When it's time, he will sleep like a log and won't wake up. If he wakes up now, even God will laugh at him. During this time, did you feel that someone was following you?" "No, my lord. It's strange. We have caught Ren Xiaoyao in our hands. Why isn't the force behind him in a hurry to hide? Is it really as he said, that he has nothing to do with this cauldron?" "That might not be the case, sir. Perhaps he's just a pawn who knows little about their organization. Even if we caught him, they had enough confidence that we wouldn't be able to find anything on them. That's why they've been abandoned. Well, there is this possibility. But, no matter what, we have to bring this burden back to the sect. Whether he has nothing to do with this matter or is just a pawn, let Sect Master decide. Anyway, Sect Master will definitely blame us if we don't bring back the cauldron. I only hope that the other things we bring back can move Sect Master's heart." Chapter 271. The next morning, the three of them got up and ate a sumptuous breakfast before getting up and continuing their journey. For the next 2 days, they didn't encounter any larger towns along the way, so they didn't receive any more hospitality. This was understandable since the host of the event didn't want them to know who they were, so they wouldn't get anyone to entertain them personally. They could only rely on the local inns or restaurants. If there wasn't even a slightly larger town, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. What Zhang Xiaohua did not understand was what was going on with the Righteous Alliance. The auspicious three treasures were killed, Qiu Shidao was killed, and the Ma family was also massacred. Presumably, this news had already spread throughout the entire Jianghu. The Righteous Alliance's face was shattered by Qin Shiyue, so why didn't they think of getting back their face? If the Righteous Alliance could send a more powerful opponent to kill or injure Qin Shiyue, then wouldn't he be able to fish in troubled waters? Ever since that night when he successfully practiced the Earth Escape technique in an inn in the Four Seas, the fire of escape in his heart was ignited again. However, there were as many as 9 Earth Escape techniques, and he had only just learned one. Moreover, just the first one had already drained all of his true qi. He didn't know if the later ones would also require the same amount of true qi. If that was the case, then he would have to cultivate 9 more true qi before he could use them. But if he waited until he cultivated enough Jin qi, then he would have already been skinned alive by the Dragon God Sect's sect leader. That would be too late. In fact, it was not only Zhang Xiaohua who did not understand, Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei also did not understand. Ever since they killed the auspicious three treasures, they were constantly on guard against the Righteous Alliance's counterattack. But these few days were very ordinary. Other than that very abrupt reception, everything else was dull and boring. If the Righteous Alliance was very confident that they could take down the auspicious three treasures and did not leave a backup plan at that time, of course they would believe it. Even he himself felt a lingering fear for being able to escape from the three treasures flag formation. But this news had already been spread out for several days. Even if the Righteous Alliance's reaction was slow, their people should have already arrived. However, they had not encountered them yet. Could it be that they were going to make a big move? Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue felt a little uneasy. However, she had already sent the news back to the sect. Her master and the sect leader had no reason to ignore it. She had to go. Ying Fei rode his horse forward and said with a smile, "My lord, there is another town in front of us. I don't know if there will be any hospitality for us. I haven't been eating or drinking well these past few days. My mouth has been bland." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Maybe. How far are we from the town?" "My lord, about 2 meals worth of time." "All right, let's hurry over and take a look." However, when they saw that the town was right in front of them, and they didn't see anyone who had inquired like last time, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, when they rode into the town they saw a few people standing by the roadside. One of them was a middle-aged man. When he saw Qin Shiyue's gray hair, he was very happy. He hurried forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, are you Uncle Qin and Uncle Ying?" The three of them thought at the same time, "All right, here it comes." Ying Fei stepped forward and said, "It's us. What can I do for you?" "I'm the shopkeeper of the Four Seas restaurant, the largest restaurant in the town. A few days ago, a master ordered a meal in the restaurant for you. I've been waiting here for 2 days. Please follow me and enjoy the meal." The Four Seas restaurant? It seems that the inn we stayed in a few days ago was also called the Four Seas restaurant. "Yes, my lord, my Four Seas restaurant is a chain business. There are branches in various places. They are all inns and restaurants. If you need it, please take care of it." "Well said, well said. Let's go." The shopkeeper and the others personally led the horses and took the three of them to a restaurant in the town. The restaurant was located in a lively area of the town. It was business time, but there were few people. Qin Shiyue couldn't help but frown. The shopkeeper saw this and hurriedly explained, "That master booked the whole restaurant to entertain Master Qin. I thought you came yesterday, so I didn't open yesterday. It's the same today, so it looks deserted. Usually it's full of people. Our Four Seas restaurant's food is the best in this town. You'll know when you eat it." Qin Shiyue smiled and didn't say anything. This shopkeeper was quite good at deceiving people. If it was the same as last time, the ingredients were not prepared by this restaurant. However, since the shopkeeper was so attentive, she didn't need to expose him. Sure enough, when they entered the restaurant, they saw a big table in front of them. Tea and dried fruits were served just like last time. Not long after they sat down, wine and delicious food were served. However, the food this time was different from last time. There were many things that Zhang Xiaohua had never eaten before. This time, not only Zhang Xiaohua, even Ying Fei sighed in his heart. Who is this person that I have never met before? I have to bear with his thoughts. It must be hard for him to bear such thoughts. Qin Shiyue looked at the food on the table thoughtfully. She waved her hand and said, "Let's eat." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately began to eat. The taste of being a prisoner was really good. If it weren't for the fact that he had no freedom, he would want to follow Qin Shiyue for the rest of his life. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua wolfing down the food, Qin Shiyue snickered inwardly. Why is this guy eating so unsightly? He doesn't seem to have any manners at all. Which faction is training their disciples? Why don't they teach them proper etiquette and social etiquette? Although fighting and killing are important in Jianghu now, being gentle and elegant is also indispensable. But when she turned her head to look at Ying Fei, she felt dizzy. Why did he pick up the food carelessly like Zhang Xiaohua? Why did he learn nothing but to eat after following Zhang Xiaohua for a few days? Qin Shiyue couldn't help coughing in a low voice. When Ying Fei looked up, Qin Shiyue glared at him fiercely. Ying Fei immediately understood something and immediately began to eat obediently. Zhang Xiaohua also looked up when he heard the cough and looked at the two of them in confusion. Seeing that Ying Fei didn't compete with him for delicious food, He was very happy and buried his head in eating again. Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 3 of them in the restaurant, they would have pretended not to know this guy. When the 3 of them were eating happily, suddenly there was a disharmonious sound. They heard a loud voice outside the restaurant. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, is your restaurant a restaurant or not? It's time to eat. Why don't you let us in to eat? Hero, please don't be angry. My restaurant has been booked out. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. If you like the food in my restaurant, please come tonight or tomorrow. I'll definitely give you a 20% discount. Nonsense, I'll leave this damn place in the afternoon. Who has time to patronize? When you came here yesterday you said it was booked. I'll give you face and find another restaurant. But when I passed by this restaurant, I didn't see anyone eating here. Why did you book it out today? Are you trying to trick me? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The Four Seas restaurant operates in accordance with the principle of reputation. How would we dare to trick customers? This time there really is someone. They didn't come yesterday and only came today. How about this, Hero? I'll send a waiter to go with you to another restaurant and let them give you a 50% discount. What do you think? Bah, there are only 2 big restaurants in this town. I already ate yesterday. Do you want me to go again today? Moreover, how can you book out a restaurant for 2 days and wait for customers? You're not being honest. I want to see where this god is from. He actually dares to put on such airs. Grandpa, my dear grandpa, please spare me. Why don't you come over tonight and I'll give you a 5% discount. Move, I want to go in and take a look. Don't, please don't. Give me some face, okay? Give you face? Fuck, who will give me face? I already gave you face yesterday. Don't ask for face today. Uncle, I beg you. How about I give you a 10% discount tonight? This is the lowest discount I can give. I've never asked for this before. The 2 people's words came closer and closer. Their loud voices actually broke into the restaurant. The person who entered the restaurant was a 9-foot-tall burly man. The middle-aged shopkeeper seemed very short in front of him. No wonder he couldn't stop him. In the hall, Qin Shiyue held a small wine cup and slowly tasted the amber wine. She had a smile on her face and seemed to be in a good mood. The burly man pushed the shopkeeper into the hall. When he saw Qin Shiyue's white hair, he was immediately stunned. The middle-aged shopkeeper turned around and said apologetically, Uncle Qin, I'm really sorry. I really couldn't stop this hero. Just as Qin Shiyue was about to speak, the burly man pushed the shopkeeper to the side and put on a servile expression. He smiled and said, Lord Qin, this little one knew that you were dining here, so I came to propose a toast to you. However, the shopkeeper wouldn't let this little one in no matter what. That's why there was a conflict. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Then he jogged over, picked up the wine jug and carefully poured wine for Qin Shiyue. This action stunned the shopkeeper. Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to watch the show, was greatly disappointed. She lowered her head and continued eating. Qin Shiyue looked at the wine cup in her hand and asked, How did you recognize me? The burly man quickly smiled apologetically and said, Uncle Qin just slaughtered the Ma family and is now very famous in the Jianghu. How could I not know? Slaughtered the Ma family? That's right, Lord Qin. You're so impressive. Rumor has it that when you passed by Ma Rulong's house in Xinji town, you gave him face and paid him a visit, but he treated you poorly because you didn't bring a birthday gift. In a fit of anger, you slaughtered all 305 members of the Ma family. What do you think of Ma Rulong? Isn't it a blessing that Lord Qin is willing to visit him? He was still picky and wanted Uncle Qin to celebrate his birthday. Now he's lost his lifespan. There's such a rumor? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but raise her head from the table. Chapter 272. Zhang Xiaohua had personally witnessed the atrocities in the Ma mansion. If one were to say that Qin Shiyue was vicious and merciless, that was for sure. But if one were to say that he was cruel and killed the innocent, that was absolutely not the case. The rumors in Jianghu were too small and unreliable. What else is there in Jianghu? Nothing, Lord Qin. Your decisiveness makes us very envious. We can't wait to follow you and kill all the people you don't like. Oh right, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, has made a solemn protest to the Dragon God sect. He asked the Dragon God sect to hand over the murderer and severely punish the murderer. Moreover, he also contacted many small sects in Jianghu and issued a statement urging the sect to take responsibility for the tragedy of the Ma family. What else? In addition, the Dragon God sect also issued a statement expressing their regret for the tragedy of the Ma family. They said that this matter is Lord Qin's personal grudge and has nothing to do with the sect itself. The sect also has a friendly relationship with the sects in Jianghu based on the 7 principles. In addition, they expressed their deep condolences for the death of Qiu Shidao of the Righteous Alliance. They also started a craze in the sect to practice martial arts to protect oneself. They proposed the slogan, "If your skills are not as good as others, don't go into Jianghu." Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eating, seemed to be shocked by these words and choked. Zhang Xiaohua drank water and thought to herself, I was wondering why the Righteous Alliance didn't do anything. It turns out that they were just fighting a war of words. Ying Fei rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he was a country bumpkin. Qin Shiyue thought for a moment and asked, Is there any other news? The big man said embarrassedly, No, Lord Qin, I'm just a wanderer in Jianghu. This news is also what I heard. As for whether there is any other secret news, I really don't know. Well, okay, you can go. The big man's face lit up. He hurriedly poured a cup of wine for Qin Shiyue, put down the wine pot and was about to leave. Qin Shiyue snorted coldly and said, Are you going to leave like this? Don't you want to leave something behind? This. The burly man immediately began to sweat profusely. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, I wanted to kill you for disturbing my meal, but since you've brought me a lot of information, I'll kill you. Before Qin Shiyue could finish speaking, the big man's face lit up with joy. He immediately took out a shiny dagger from his chest. Gritting his teeth, he slashed at his left wrist. But just as the dagger was about to touch his wrist, there was a bang. A wine cup hit the dagger and knocked it away. The big man looked up and saw that it was the wine cup that Qin Shiyue threw. He couldn't help but turn pale. He trembled and said, Lord Qin, do you really want this little one's life? My life is worthless, please let me go. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, You're a decisive man. You're willing to give up one hand because you're afraid that I'll change my mind. However, you still have to finish my words. No one will wait for me to change my mind. Don't be in a hurry to make a move before I finish my words. Lord, please speak. This little one is listening. Qin Shiyue picked up another wine cup and poured wine into it. She slowly took a sip and said, I originally wanted to leave one of your hands behind, but since you poured wine for me, I'll leave one of your fingers behind. Really? The big man couldn't believe his ears. This murderous fiend would only leave one of his fingers behind when he collided with her? You dare to doubt my words? Qin Shiyue was displeased. I don't dare, I don't dare. The big man no longer hesitated. The dagger went down and immediately cut off the little finger of his left hand. He caught it with his hand and put it in his bosom. He didn't care about the blood dripping from his hand and the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his hands and left. The shopkeeper of the Four Seas family watched as the big man who didn't dare to announce his name from beginning to end left. He was very anxious. When he received this smiling, white-haired man, he thought that he was a good-tempered person. However, he didn't expect his temper to be so strange and his actions to be so ruthless. He slaughtered more than 300 people and his expression didn't change at all. As for this man who collided with him, according to his ruthless heart, it was normal for him to want his life. However, just because that man offered him a toast, he only wanted his little finger. Even if that man left his hand behind, he didn't want it. It was really strange. As a result, the shopkeeper immediately raised his attention and paid attention at all times. He was afraid that he would be rude or do something wrong and anger this white-haired fiend. Qin Shiyue was almost done eating. After the big man made a fuss, she lost her appetite. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was still eating and said, I'm almost done eating. It's time to hurry. Let's go. After she finished speaking, she drank the last cup of wine and got up to leave. Zhang Xiaohua gloomily threw down her chopsticks and reluctantly left the table where she had saved a lot of delicacies. The shopkeeper immediately went forward and asked, Lord Qin, did you eat well? And very well. You cooked well. If there's a chance, I'll come back to eat here. If it was any other time, the shopkeeper would be very happy and look forward to the customer's reward. However, facing this fiend, how could he dare? He hoped that he would never see him again. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, No problem, Lord Qin. If there's a chance, you'll come back to patronize this small store. Qin Shiyue looked at his insincere expression and was too lazy to argue. She mounted her horse and casually threw a small ingot of gold to him and rode away. When the shopkeeper saw a shiny yellow object flying towards him, he thought that he had angered this fiend and that a hidden weapon was going to take his life. He was so scared that he almost fainted. When he saw that it was a piece of gold in front of him, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly and carefully picked it up. After wiping the dust off his clothes, he put it in his arms like it was a treasure. Just like this, the three of them traveled for several days. Every time they arrived at a slightly larger town, there would be a mysterious person who would arrange the best food and accommodation. What made Zhang Xiaohua so happy was that she could only hope that this journey would not end. However, Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei still looked normal and carried out their duties as usual. Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei's bags on the backs of their horses were so full that they almost couldn't carry it anymore. When they set off the next day, they were empty again. At first, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little strange and fantasized that they might also have bags of money like hers. However, after traveling for a long time, she gradually found that something was wrong. The divine sect was such a big sect, and she had never heard of it before. Perhaps it was very small. There must be their own branches or contact points in various places. Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei only needed to go to various places to get the things that the divine sect's leader wanted. Then they would give it to other people and let them bring it back to the sect. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Shiyue have to drive a large carriage? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? If there were bandits or something like that, wouldn't they be robbed? Oh, how would bandits dare to rob Qin Shiyue? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. In any case, none of this had anything to do with him. He slept from night to night and he didn't know what they were doing. He just needed to eat and drink well and wait for the judgment of the sect leader. Seeing that there were more and more people on the road, Zhang Xiaohua knew that there must be another town in front. Thinking of the delicious food in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua salivated. After a while, the road in front of them became wider and denser. Zhang Xiaohua realized that there were more people here than in the suburbs of Pingyang City. Presumably, there should be a big city in front of them which would not be smaller than Pingyang City. Sure enough, Ying Fei said, Lord Qin, Jingyue City is in front of us. It is a famous big city in the Han River. There are many scenic spots and historical sites inside and outside the city. If you have time, you should see more. Jingyue City. I haven't been here for many years. Lord, have you been here before? Ying Fei asked curiously. Yes, I have. When the divine sect subdued the 3 seas and 7 rivers, I also came here with my teacher to see. That was a grand occasion many years ago. Lord, you are lucky to have witnessed it. You are so lucky. Yes, although this matter was done secretly and there were no rumors about it in the Jianghu, it was a heavy stroke in the records of the divine sect. Alas, time is unforgiving. The young man in the past is now gray and premature. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Although Mr. Qin had a head full of white hair, he wasn't that old. He was probably in his early 30s, much younger than Peng. It was quite comical to hear him act like he had aged so much. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. However, this time it didn't get further and further away. Instead, it got closer and closer. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and saw 3 riders approaching. His eyes were sharp and he could see that the person in front was dressed in white. He was a handsome man with red lips and white teeth. He was even more beautiful than Qiu Shidao. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly, Why are there so many handsome men in the Jianghu? I can meet them everywhere. How can I live? Just looking at it makes me feel inferior out of nowhere. It's really boring. Zhang Xiaohua silently said, I can't see you. I can't see you. While riding, the handsome man stopped in front of them and bowed to Qin Shiyue. Lord Qin, I am Su Jiaodong, a subordinate of the Southern Sea Serpent King. I am here to welcome you. My father, the other 2 Sea Serpent Kings, and the leader of the 7 waters are waiting for you. Please forgive us. Father? Qin Shiyue touched his chin and said, I have long heard of the beauty of the Southern Seas, Jiaodong. I have admired you for a long time. Now that I have met you, you really live up to your reputation. Su Jiaodong's face turned into a peach blossom. She said modestly, Lord Qin is joking. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and felt a chill. She did not expect Qin Shiyue to have such a hobby. Fortunately, her appearance was ordinary and there was nothing strong about her. She was so lucky. Just now, she felt inferior because she was not handsome. Now she changed her mind. It was good to be immortal. Su Jiaodong let Qin Shiyue take the lead. She bowed to Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua and accompanied Qin Shiyue. The other 2 attendants followed behind. The 6 of them rode forward. While walking, Qin Shiyue suddenly turned around and said, Su Jiaodong, I have to thank you. Su Jiaodong was stunned. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 273. Su Jiaodong immediately came to her senses and smiled. Lord Qin, you must be joking. My father should be the one to welcome you personally, but you made such a big commotion in Xinji town. If my father goes, I'm afraid that the Righteous Alliance will take advantage of the situation. Even if we don't suffer any losses, we will lose face. If the leader of the Righteous Alliance loses morale, wouldn't your efforts in Xinji town be for naught? Secondly, I know that you have many important matters to attend to along the way and should not be disturbed. Therefore, I was entrusted to go and receive you. And I have never seen you before, so it's not appropriate for me to go forward rashly. That's why I came up with such a plan. Not only can I not delay your journey, but I can also complete my father's task. If there's anything wrong with the arrangement, I will apologize to you. Qin Shiyue laughed and said, How is it wrong? It's so thoughtful. Ingfei and this Ren Xiaoyao almost bit their tongues off. Also, I really like your wine. I've developed a craving for it. Su Jiaodong heard and said happily, Since you like it, my father still has a lot. When we reach the city, I will prepare more for you. Hearing this handsome man call her I, Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all the way. She thought to herself, Is he a trap? Immediately, she used her divine senses to look at Su Jiaodong, who was riding a horse in front. Zhang Xiaohua kept chanting, See no evil, see no evil. Of course, Su Jiaodong did not have an Adam's apple and her breasts were bulging. Men's pectorals could not compare to her. If she was not a woman, what else could she be? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's heart immediately gave birth to hope that the martial world had not been taken over by handsome men. Although Jinghua City was already very close, it still took a lot of time to get there on horseback. When Jinghua City was really close, Zhang Xiaohua then saw that this was a city much bigger than Pingyang City. Not to mention the height of the city walls, just the city gate behind the moat was twice the size of Pingyang City. Moreover, there were 2 troops of soldiers in bright armor standing on both sides of the city gate. This kind of grandeur was far from what Pingyang City could compare with. About 50 steps away from the moat, there were a few rows of people on horseback. These people were tall and short, fat and thin, yes, handsome and ugly. They all had a respectful look. When they saw Qin Shiyue's white hair, 3 hale and hearty old men standing in front of her immediately rode forward. When they got close, they dismounted and saluted together. 3 sea flood dragon kings welcome Lord Qin. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue immediately dismounted and returned the salute. I don't dare to. 3 sea flood dragon kings are my seniors. You don't dare to call me that. Just call me by my name. The red-faced old man said frankly, If Lord Qin came alone and did not have any sect matters to attend to, this old man can be careless. Moreover, Lord Qin has a mission. You're following the orders of the sect master and carrying out the sect's official business. How can this old man dare to be rude? It's better to do things according to the rules. Qin Shiyue was stunned. She smiled and said, Since the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King says so, I won't refuse. Please forgive me. When I have time in the future, I'll come and ask for forgiveness. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. This was the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King? Su Jiaodong's father? Why did he look so different from Su Jiaodong? Was Su Jiaodong his biological daughter? Zhang Xiaohua's gossipy heart was instantly aroused. The tall and thin old man next to him also said, If Lord Qin has time, feel free to come to our eastern sea. This Li will welcome you with open arms. The fat old man next to him glanced at him and said, Don't be like those scholars who drop their cloth bags. What's there to be happy about? Jiao Jiao should be the one sweeping the bed. These words were blunt, but they were all common people and could not be bothered. Su Jiaodong's face turned red. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, Eastern Sea Flood Dragon King Li, Northern Sea Flood Dragon King Sui, this Qin is indebted to you. If I have time, I'll definitely pay you a visit. The fat Northern Sea Flood Dragon King Sui Haifeng patted Qin Shiyue's shoulder and said with a smile, Good, I like frank kids. This fat man was so happy that he forgot his etiquette. He even forgot that he was calling Lord Qin. Seeing the Flood Dragon King's red face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think maliciously, could it be that the scene just now was rehearsed? At the very least, this fat old man must have recited it countless times. The Southern Sea Flood Dragon King Su Haiqing hurriedly took half a step forward and said, "Lord Qin, come here. Let me introduce you to the heroes of our seven water." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I've heard a lot about the heroes." At this time, the 7 people behind the 3 Flood Dragon Kings had already dismounted. Hearing Su Haiqing's words, they came up to greet him. The Southern Sea Flood Dragon King Su Haiqing introduced them one by one. Wei River Gang Leader Zhou Yong, Xiang River Gang Leader Wang Fengyue, Jing River Gang Leader Qi Fenxin, Han River Gang Leader Chu Chang, Huai River Gang Leader Li Fengming, Binshui Gang Leader An Sun, and Bian River Gang Leader Ma Yiming. Qin Shiyue also returned their greetings respectfully one by one. He knew that these leaders' martial arts might not be as high as his, but each of them was a leader of a gang and overlord of a sect. They were all famous people in Jianghu. The one they respected was not him, but the heavenly dragon divine religion behind him. If he did not show a little demeanor, he would be ridiculed for no reason. After this round of greetings, it took quite some time. Ying Fei also came up from the back and bowed. Ying Fei greets the various Flood Dragon Kings. "I often come here to nag you, so there's no need to be so polite." The Northern Sea Flood Dragon King patted Ying Fei with his fat hand and said with a smile, "Kid, you weren't honest last time when we were drinking. You actually cheated. I won't forgive you today." Ying Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Sui Jiao King, please forgive me. My alcohol tolerance is limited. Even if you often lose, I'll still drink with you. However, you should look for other lords." Everyone laughed. Although Sui Jiao Wang's gambling skills were terrible, his alcohol tolerance was also very high. The 2 Jiao Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader had all suffered at his hands before. Now that they heard Ying Fei mention it, they all felt a little sad. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't need to be polite. She was obviously a servant. Therefore, the Flood Dragon Kings of the 3 Seas and the 7 Water gang leader clustered around Qin Shiyue and entered Jingyue City first. Su Jiaodong, Ying Fei and the others followed behind. Strangely, Ying Fei also let Zhang Xiaohua follow by his side. This made Su Jiaodong somewhat puzzled. Was this servant supposed to follow along? When everyone entered the city gate and was about to move forward, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Although the gate of Jingyue City was wide, Qin Shiyue and the others weren't people who walked by the side. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, she saw a group of soldiers in iron armor. They were riding valiant black horses and were rushing towards the city gate. The one in the lead was a fierce man with an ugly face. He had a tiger's mouth and a lion's nose. His face was full of needle-like beard. He held a sky piercer in his hand. As he ran, he shouted, make way, quickly make way for this lord." The voice and the sound of horse hooves gradually approached. It seemed that they had already arrived at the city gate. The fierce man saw that the group of people in front of him were still walking slowly beside the city gate. He didn't rush to dodge and shouted loudly, "This is an urgent military situation. Unrelated people, make way for this lousy." Hearing that it was an urgent military situation, everyone turned around. Just as they were about to make way, the fierce man saw a face in the crowd. His face lit up and he shouted loudly, "Jiaodong, you finally came to Jingyue City again. Have you thought about the matter I told you last time?" After he finished speaking, he tightened the reins. The black horse instantly stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. Su Jiaodong looked at the ugly man who had dismounted from his horse and the soldiers who had arrived and lined up behind him. She suppressed her anger and smiled apologetically, "Commander Morong, where did you come from? What urgent military situation do you have?" The ugly man, Commander Morong, grinned and said, "Where did this military situation come from? This lousy just thought that there were too many people in the underworld, so I casually fooled them." Su Jiaodong said, "Commander Morong, aren't you afraid of the crime of false military situation? Who dares? Give them some guts. See if they dare to talk bad about me. To tell you the truth, the garrison of Jingyue City is my 7th uncle's husband. This is my secret. I don't tell ordinary people. Even if you hear it, you have to keep it for me. We have to keep a low profile and do things in a low-profile manner." Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. This guy's voice was so loud that not only did the people of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters hear it, but even the unrelated people at the side also showed fear in their eyes and stayed far away. This was still a secret. Presumably, this guy had said this many times and the entire Jingyue City knew about it. Su Jiaodong frowned slightly and said, Commander Murong, since you want to keep a low profile, then don't enter the city with such fanfare. Getting off the horse and walking in is the way to keep a low profile. Jiaodong is right. Boy, quickly get off the horse. Let's walk in. After Commander Murong finished speaking, the soldiers all jumped off their horses. Commander Murong was very satisfied and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's keep a low profile and enter the city. After he finished speaking, he was about to lead the black horse into the city. But after taking 2 steps he turned back and said, Io Jiaodong, I forgot in a blink of an eye. You haven't been to Jianghu city for several months. Last time I told you about the matter, did our father-in-law agree? At the end there was a bashful look on his face. Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't bear it. She held her stomach and squatted down. This guy was really too disgusting. Ying Fei saw Zhang Xiaohua squatting down. He quickly took a step forward and asked in a low voice, Ren Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua secretly pointed at the ugly guy and said, Old Ying, can you bear it? Ying Fei also said with a smile, It's their business if they can't bear it. You just don't try to be clever. Su Jiaodong forced a smile and said, Commander Lu Murong hasn't seen my father yet. After a while, when the gang's affairs are a little more relaxed, I will ask my father. You should go first. There are many affairs in the barracks, so don't delay. Okay, Jiaodong, don't worry. I will definitely put my career first and family second. I will let you have a solid backer. After he finished speaking, Commander Murong entered Jianghu city in high spirits. Chapter 274. Looking at Su Jiao and Tong Qinghong's uncertain expressions, Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and really wanted to ask what was going on. However, the people around her all looked like they were avoiding a deep taboo, so how could Zhang Xiaohua, an outsider, say anything? Even the Three Seas Flood Dragon King was a bit embarrassed. Seeing Qin Shiyue's normal expression and still smiling, he hurriedly said, Please, Lord Qin. The manor has already set up a banquet to welcome Lord Qin's arrival. Qin Shiyue said with a smile, Please, 3 Flood Dragon Kings. This Qin really likes the fine wine that Jiaodong brought. We must get drunk in a while. The North Sea Flood Dragon King didn't seem to hear the words Jiaodong, but the other 2 Sea Flood Dragon Kings were astonished. They looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed. That South Sea Flood Dragon King even laughed loudly. Don't worry, Lord Qin. If you don't get drunk, this old man will be the first to not let you off. Su Jiaodong wasn't far from them. When she heard this, a blush flashed across her face, but soon after, her worried expression reappeared. The group didn't mount their horses and walked further and further into the city streets. After they walked far away, a person with a gloomy expression on top of the high city wall glared fiercely at their backs. It was unknown what he was thinking. The Flood Dragon King's manor was located in a slightly remote area. The surroundings were very quiet and there weren't many people around. Looking at the unremarkable manor door, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Even the gatehouse of the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City was much bigger than this. Could this be the place where these Flood Dragon Kings and gang leaders lived? The Flood Dragon King led Qin Shiyue to the door and explained with a smile, Lord Qin, this is a property that the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace purchased in Jianghu City. It's very shabby, so please don't laugh at it. Qin Shiyue smiled and didn't comment. Zhang Xiaohua inwardly thought, that's more like it. It really is very shabby. However, after passing through that ordinary door, the Flood Dragon King led everyone through an ordinary courtyard and into a very large hall. Zhang Xiaohua thought that this must be the hall for receiving guests. Who knew that the Flood Dragon King would turn right and directly pass through an arched door. Behind the door was a large garden with a stone path in the middle. Zhang Xiaohua thought, are these people pretending to be cultured? I'm hungry, I should hurry up and eat. However, the Flood Dragon King didn't stop in the garden. After passing through the garden, there was a small side door in front of them. After passing through the side door, Zhang Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. Is this still a manor for humans to live in? Behind the side door was a very, very large lake. Surrounding the lake was a large piece of shady land. There were wide roads, tall trees, green grass, colorful flowers, rockeries and so on. In the middle of the lake was a small island with rows of houses. Many small boats were docked by the lake. The Flood Dragon King led everyone to the lake and said to Qin Shiyue with a smile, Lord Qin, you must be joking. My brothers grew up in the water and can't leave the water for a day. Sometimes we're not used to living in such a manner, so we built a small pond. When we have nothing to do, we play in it so that our bones won't rust. This is a small pond? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, Qin Shiyue wasn't surprised. She said, "The Flood Dragon King is in a good mood. If it were me, I wouldn't be so patient." Qin Shiyue had a good understanding of the Three Seas Flood Dragon Palace's strength. It would be strange if they didn't spend so much. The way to the island in the middle of the lake was very simple. They just had to go on a boat. However, Zhang Xiaohua still felt strange when such a simple method was used in someone else's manner. When they arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, Zhang Xiaohua realized that this was the real place where the Flood Dragon King and the others lived. The house on the island in the middle of the lake was very tall and spacious. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell what material the house was made of. She only smelled a faint fragrance. Around the house, be it the walls, the roof, the windows or the door, there were some exquisite carvings. It looked ancient and expensive. However, Qin Shiyue had good taste. She nodded while looking at it, seeming to admire it very much. The Flood Dragon King said with a smile, "Lord Qin has good taste. This old man has a headache just looking at these things. I can't tell if they're good or not. I only know that they're made of silver, so they must be good." Qin Shiyue laughed loudly and said, "Flood Dragon King, you're undervaluing yourself. This taste is made of silver. If there's no silver as the foundation, how can there be any taste?" The Flood Dragon King of the North Sea also said, "Lord Qin is right. I think these painters don't draw much. Peonies and sunflowers. They might as well draw some erotic scenes." Qin Shiyue was stunned. She knew that the Flood Dragon King was forthright and would say whatever he wanted. However, she didn't expect him to be this old man. She looked at the Flood Dragon King's body and criticized him in her mind. However, she praised, "Great Flood Dragon King. I didn't expect your thinking to be so unique. I'm really impressed. Yes, it's the first time I've seen it in my life." The Flood Dragon King was overjoyed and said, "So Brother Qin thinks so too. Then I'll ask the painters to come and take a look tomorrow. This thing is going to be reformed. They've been looking at it for so many years. Alright, Brother Qin, what do you think about drawing an old man pushing a cart here?" Qin Shiyue felt a chill and thought, "Can you even push it?" However, he still said with a smile, "Well, it's a big deal to make a big fuss. Flood Dragon King should discuss it with the Flood Dragon King and the Flood Dragon King." However, when the Flood Dragon King looked at the two of them, their faces seemed to be covered in ice as they glared at him fiercely. The crowd was amused, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. However, he was a studious child after all. He looked at the blushing Su Jiaodong and humbly went forward and asked, "Miss Su, may I ask what an old man pushing a cart is? I've never seen this painting before. Can you tell me more about it?" Su Jiaodong's face was about to bleed. She stomped her feet fiercely and quickly walked past the crowd into the hall. Everyone was looking at Zhang Xiaohua ambiguously. Only Qin Shiyue glared at him fiercely and secretly gave him a big middle finger. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Was she cursing him? Or was she hinting that he would torture her by hitting her acupoints at night? After the crowd finished admiring the painting, they entered the hall. In the hall, the long tables had been set up. There were 4 tables in a row in front of them and 2 rows of tables on both sides of the hall. The Flood Dragon King invited Qin Shiyue to take a seat. Qin Shiyue politely sat in the main seat. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings accompanied the other 3 tables. On the left were Ying Fei and Zhang Xiaohua, accompanied by Su Jiaodong. Su Jiaodong must have known about Zhang Xiaohua's identity and was afraid that he would run away. She didn't dare to let him be far away from Ying Fei, so she had to take a seat as well. On the left were the leaders of 7 Waters. They were all there to accompany him. After the guests and the host sat down, the Flood Dragon King cleared his throat and said, "Lord Qin, I hope Lord Qin can forgive everyone's recklessness." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "You're too polite, Flood Dragon King. Why do you say that?" The Su Jiao King looked at the people in the hall and said, "The 3 Seas and 7 Waters have received orders from our sect leader and have prepared everything. We are just waiting for Lord Qin and Emissary Ying to come and collect them. However, a few days ago, we heard about what happened to Lord Qin at the Ma family in Xinji Town. At that time, I happened to be working between Jingyue City and Xinji Town. I know that Lord Qin's martial arts are powerful and he's not afraid of the Righteous Alliance's revenge. However, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. I was afraid that Lord Qin would be ambushed, so I wanted to go and fetch Lord Qin first. However, my daughter suggested that the Righteous Alliance is quite far from here, and by the time they react, they will send experts. Even I and my men won't be a match for them. Why don't I go back to Jianghu City first and gather the brothers of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters to go and fetch Lord Qin together? Meanwhile, my daughter will lead a group of brothers to scout ahead for Lord Qin and ensure his safety. Of course, my daughter will only arrange Lord Qin's travel and accommodation and gather information. Fortunately, the Righteous Alliance didn't immediately fall out with us. Qin Shiyue was moved when she heard this. She stood up from her chair and bowed to the people in the hall, saying, "Thank you, everyone from the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. Thank you again." Then she picked up the wine cup from the table and said, "I've stolen the limelight with this first cup. I'd like to propose a toast to all of you. Thank you for your help." Everyone agreed and drank the first cup. After Qin Shiyue sat down, the Flood Dragon King said, "In addition, my daughter also said that Lord Qin has to travel to the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. Why don't we all gather together and hand over everything to Lord Qin so that Lord Qin can return to the hierarch as soon as possible and report to our hierarch?" Qin Shiyue stood up again and raised her cup to Su Jiaodong, saying, "Women are not inferior to men. Miss Jiaodong, I'd like to propose a toast to you. I appreciate your efforts." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and looked at Qin Shiyue with a smile, saying, "You're too polite, Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue said gently, "If you don't mind, Miss Jiaodong, you can call me Little You." Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body when she heard this. Su Jiaodong lowered her head shyly and said, "Well, Little Lord Qin, if you don't mind, you can also call me A Jiao." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. Why did this name sound so familiar? Qin Shiyue smiled brightly and said, "Okay, A Jiao, come, let's drink this cup." Su Jiaodong raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. Indeed, she was not inferior to men. The two sat down and Qin Shiyue said with a smile, "So, the things for the 3 Seas and 7 Waters have been prepared." The Flood Dragon King said hesitantly, "Lord Qin, the things are indeed prepared, but because our brothers rushed here in a hurry, they didn't bring them with them. They're still sending them here on the waterway. If they're fast, they'll definitely arrive here in 3 days." Qin Shiyue was not surprised when she heard this. She said, "This is already very good. I thought I'd have to visit you one by one, but now that all of you are here, it saves me a lot of effort. Come, faction leaders, I'd like to propose a toast to all of you." Chapter 275. Qin Shiyue was really happy about the arrangement of the Southern Sea Flood Dragon King. Apart from the cauldron of the Shaolin Temple, he also focused on the 3 Seas and 7 Waters. The area under the control of the 3 Seas and 7 Waters was quite vast. The things that could be sold would definitely meet the requirements of the hierarch. However, because of the vast area, Qin Shiyue had to go to many places. Fortunately, these places were all waterways, so he was not afraid of hard work. He only needed to waste time. The arrangement of the Flood Dragon King immediately saved him a lot of trouble. He only needed to sit and wait in Jianghu City. He was naturally happy to accept such an easy task. Moreover, no matter how good the martial arts of the 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader were, there were countless gang members behind them. With them around, at least they could provide detailed information about Jianghu, which was better than him and Ying Fei's ignorance. Of course, with the 3 Seas and 7 Waters, if the Righteous Alliance wanted to attack him, they would have to think twice. Therefore, Qin Shiyue's toast was really sincere. The 3 Seas Flood Dragon Kings and the 7 Waters gang leader both stood up and raised their cups, saying, "Lord Qin, you must be tired. This is what we should do. Please." Everyone laughed and raised their cups to drink. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere began to warm up. Everyone had only heard of Qin Shiyue. As high-level disciples of the divine sect, they usually cultivated in the sect and rarely participated in Jianghu affairs. If it were not for the special things this time, they might not have been sent out. Which one of these gang leaders was not meticulous? Knowing that this was a rare opportunity after the basic etiquette, they all took the opportunity to get close to Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue was also happy and did not refuse them. They all talked happily. Seeing Qin Shiyue like a spring breeze, everyone was even happier. Before coming, they had heard rumors about Jianghu and guessed that Qin Shiyue was a cruel and merciless person. They were afraid that he would be difficult to get along with. But now it seemed that the rumors were not accurate. Besides, they had always believed that, treat your enemies like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and treat your friends like the spring breeze. Wasn't Qin Shiyue a typical portrayal of this sentence? As a result, the faction leaders thought even more highly of Qin Shiyue in their hearts. They toasted her even more diligently. Even Su Jiaodong plucked up her courage and toasted her a few times. However, what she said after toasting made everyone laugh. Su Jiaodong said, "This wine tastes soft and sweet, but it has a strong aftertaste. Lord Qin, you should drink it in moderation. Don't drink too much." In her concern, Su Jiaodong had forgotten that everyone present had profound internal strength. If they got drunk, they only needed to secretly circulate their internal strength to force the alcohol out of their bodies. How could there be any side effects from excessive drinking? Qin Shiyue nodded. "I know, Ajiao." Su Jiaodong bashfully called her Ajiao and went back to her seat. After drinking for a while more, Qin Shiyue took the time to ask the Su Jiao King, "Su Jiao King, there is something that I would like to ask, but I don't know if I should say it." The Su Wrm King chuckled and said, "Lord Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. There's nothing inappropriate here." Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiaodong, who frowned slightly, and asked, "What's the matter with Commander Murong at the city gate just now?" The Su Jiao King thought for a while and said, "It's funny. Lord Qin, you know that Jianghu City is an important passage to the sea. The 7 rivers converge here and flow into the sea. This sea is our southern sea, my territory." Although the Southern Sea Jiao Palace is in the depths of the Southern Sea, it needs a foundation in this transportation hub. Therefore, the Southern Sea Jiao Palace has been operating here since a long time ago. Jianghu City is very important to the sects in the pugilistic world, but it's even more important to the government. The government has stationed many troops in Jianghu City. Let's not talk about other things, but the navy of Jianghu City is related to us. The navy has 100 warships and thousands of soldiers. They are led by a general with the surname Liu. There are more than a dozen commanders who are in charge of their own barracks. Commander Murong is one of them. Actually, in terms of the navy's strength, our Southern Sea Serpent Palace might not lose to them. However, they are a legitimate army after all, and they have the support of the government behind them. Therefore, we usually avoid them in the Southern Sea region and Jianghu City. Even if there are any disputes, we tolerate them as much as we can and avoid them as much as possible. We don't want to cause more trouble. Moreover, the Southern Sea Serpent Palace has been operating here for many years and has long been deeply rooted. Even in the navy we have our strength. The government also knows this and usually doesn't look for trouble with us. However, Commander Murong is an anomaly. He's not a local. He came here with his 7th uncle, who is the current garrison of Jianghu City. He got a good job in the navy. Our Southern Sea Wrm Palace's affairs in Jianghu City are usually handled by Jiao Tong. Ever since I met this Commander Murong 2 years ago, this bastard has been constantly thinking about Jiao Tong and has thoughts of seducing her. Jiao Tong was helpless and asked other commanders to persuade him, but this bastard just wouldn't listen and continued to pester her. In the end, this old man paid a visit to their General Liu and informed Jiao Tong of my intentions. But guess what Commander Murong said? Qin Shiyue was surprised and asked, "What did he say?" This guy actually said to General Liu, "It's normal for men and women to love each other. General, just worry about military affairs. Why do you have to interfere with other people's marriage?" General Liu was dumbstruck. However, this guy's uncle is the city's garrison commander, half a rank higher than General Liu. When General Liu told this old man about it, this old man could only smile bitterly. After further investigation, I found out that this Commander Murong is a dummy and cannot be measured by common sense. Anyway, Jianghu City is just a stronghold of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Although it's important, it doesn't need Jiao Tong to oversee it all the time. Therefore, Jiao Tong has been using the avoidance technique these past few years. If she can avoid coming, she won't come. Even if she does come, she will come quietly and leave quietly without letting him know. Qin Shiyue nodded. This was a troublesome matter. As the saying goes, a county official is better than a local official. The navy of Jianghu City was the nemesis of the Southern Sea Jiao Palace. Of course, it was best not to offend them. Harmony was the way of the king. The creeping dragon king continued, however, Jianghu City is ruled by the government after all. Although Commander Murong is stupid, he has a group of disciples under him. The soldiers that Lord Qin saw at the city gate today are of high quality. He also has some scholars under him who are good at strategizing. When Jiao Tong came to Jinghua City a few times, he heard the news and blocked the gate, clamoring to propose marriage. Jiao Tong had no choice but to say that she was not in the city and could not comply without her parents' order. Only then did she shut him up. As luck would have it, we met at the city gate today and he kept asking about the marriage proposal. If it were not for the fact that I lived in seclusion and he did not recognize me, he might have knelt down to acknowledge me as his relative. His words were frivolous. Naturally, he was making fun of this second. Qin Shiyue and the other two Jiao kings laughed and raised their cups. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, although he has the backing of the government, our sect isn't necessarily afraid of him. He's just a small commander. Will the government fall out with us? Su Jiao King smiled apologetically and said, of course. Lord Qin is right. However, the sect has many subordinates and our southern Jiao palace is only one of them. This old man doesn't dare to trouble the sect with such a small matter. Qin Shiyue said, the sect's motto is to fall out with others rather than let each of our brothers be bullied. Don't worry, Su Jiao King. If you need the sect's support, just report it. I don't dare to say anything else, but Garuda will definitely do his best. Su Jiao King was delighted and said, since that's the case, I'll thank Lord Qin first. After that, he called Su Jiaodong over for a toast. Su Jiaodong was also happy to hear that, but she still said nervously, Lord Qin, there's no need to get into a conflict. At most, I won't come to Jinghua City and hide for a few years. I'm sure I'll forget about it. It's inappropriate to bring unnecessary trouble to the sect because of me. Qin Shiyue smiled and raised her head to drink a cup. She said proudly, if the sect can't even protect women and children, how can it still be called a sect? Su Jiaodong also smiled sweetly and raised her head to drink, revealing a small part of her neck that was as white as jade. At this moment, a call came from the lake outside the hall. Jiaodong, I love you. Jiaodong, I love you. The noisy hall immediately fell silent. Everyone was stunned and Qin Shiyue's smile grew wider. Su Jiaodong, on the other hand, had a frosty look on her face. She frowned at first, but when she heard it clearly, she was surprised. She said, oh my, that's Commander Murong's voice. How did this second find his way here? Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiao King, who had a gloomy expression, and said with a smile, since an important guest has come to visit, how can we not receive him? Let's go, Su Jiao King, let's go see this important guest and do our duty as a host. Su Jiao King also laughed and said, yes, let's go and see who exactly this second of yours is. Zhang Xiaohua was displeased to see everyone stand up. Everyone in the hall was toasting each other, but he was ignored. He did not care so much and only buried his head in the dishes. He even secretly tasted a cup of fine wine. However, he was puzzled by the spicy taste. How could this be called soft, sweet, and refreshing? He also heard about Commander Murong's matter and felt that this fellow was very patient. Wasn't there a saying that went, fierce women are afraid of being pestered? As long as one was thick-skinned, there was no beauty that one could not woo. However, when he thought about Commander Murong's ugliness, he still sighed. There were many swans in this world, but there were even more toads. However, when he saw Qin Shiyue and Su Jiaodong flirting with each other, Zhang Xiaohua had already sentenced Commander Murong to death. He actually dared to compete with such a vicious and merciless person for a woman. He could not help but give him a big thumbs up in his heart. You're strong. What puzzled Zhang Xiaohua was that no matter how he looked at Qin Shiyue, he could not see any good points about him. He did not know what Su Jiaodong saw in him. However, when he looked at Qin Shiyue's head of white hair, he suddenly understood. Father complex. Chapter 276. When they walked out of the hall, a small boat was already floating towards them. There were 3 people on the boat. One of them was Commander Murong, who was standing at the bow. He had an ugly face and was calling out to Jiaodong. Behind him was a soldier who was holding a box in his hand. The last one was a family member who was steering the boat. Commander Murong saw a group of people walking out of the hall. He did not care if they saw Su Jiaodong and immediately raised his hand to wave. Seeing that no one responded, he put it down awkwardly. When the boat reached the shore, Commander Murong jumped down and walked forward quickly. When he got close, he looked around and asked, which one of you is Uncle Su? At this moment, his eyes lit up when he saw Su Jiaodong, who was hiding behind the people. He shouted, Jiaodong, look at you. You're too polite. Since father-in-law is coming to Jinghua City, why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have prepared a generous gift to pay you a visit. I came in a hurry and did not prepare enough. Please don't be offended. At this moment the family member and the soldier walked over. The family member panicked and said, Master, I couldn't stop him. I didn't dare to offend this soldier, so I could only bring him here. The Su Jiao King waved his hand and said, It's fine. Go ahead. Commander Morong's eyes lit up immediately. He bowed at the Su Jiao King and said, Uncle Su, I'm Morong Jian. I've heard a lot about the Su Jiao King. It's an honor to meet you today. I came in a hurry and prepared a small gift to show my sincerity. The Su Jiao King looked at the box in the soldier's hand and said, I've also heard of Commander Morong's fame and have always wanted to meet you. However, I've been busy and have no time, so I put it aside. Now that Commander Morong is here, I've been impolite. Please come in. Morong Jian was delighted when he heard that. He said, Really? Uncle Su, you should have told me earlier. If I knew you wanted to meet me, I would have come earlier. Then he looked around and said, I've been here a few times, but I didn't expect the backyard to be so generous. If it wasn't for Qi. He seemed to realize something and immediately changed his words. If I didn't hear that Uncle Su came to Jinghua City today, I wouldn't have the chance to meet you. His words were full of loopholes. Even Zhang Xiaohua understood. She laughed in her heart. This guy is really stupid. The Void WRM King smiled faintly and said, Since Commander Morong is here, then you're a guest. Right, Commander Morong, it's fate that brought us together today. Allow me to introduce. Morong Jian waved his hand and said, Don't, uncle. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite. That being said, he had already stepped into the hall. A family member had already set up a new table at the head of the hall, and there were 5 tables directly above it. Qin Shiyue's table was placed in the middle, and the new table was placed next to it. Perhaps it was because of the Su Jiao King's guidance, or perhaps it was because the family had good eyesight. Morong Jian did not stand on ceremony at all. He walked to the front and looked at the table with some leftovers in the middle. He frowned slightly and turned to the Void WRM King with a smile. Uncle Su really knows me well. I wanted to be polite, but I didn't know that Uncle Su really treated me as one of your family. This seat of honor is still reserved for Uncle. Please take a seat. Although I'm a guest from afar, I won't be so polite from now on. The Void WRM King's nose was crooked. You're really stupid. He could only say awkwardly, Commander Morong, I have a distinguished guest today. I didn't know that Commander Morong would be coming today, so I'm sorry for the neglect. Morong Jian was startled and said in surprise, There's a distinguished guest? Who is it? Let me greet him as well. Qin Shiyue was furious. I'm right in front of the crowd. Your eyes are either looking at the beauties or the beauty's father. How can you pay attention to basic etiquette? Actually, when Morong Jian arrived, the seating arrangement in the hall would definitely change. The Void WRM King wanted to introduce Qin Shiyue outside the hall, but he was interrupted by Morong Jian when he stepped into the hall. Now that he mentioned Qin Shiyue again, the Void WRM King felt that he was being rude to Qin Shiyue. The Void WRM King spread out his arms and respectfully gestured to Qin Shiyue. This is my Tenryu sect's representative, Lord Qin Shiyue. Morong Jian had never heard of the Tenryu sect's name. The Southern CWRM Palace only paid attention to it because of Su Jiaodong. He thought that the Tenryu sect was the same as the Southern CWRM Palace. They were just small characters in the wilderness. How could they be compared to him, an official of the imperial court? He couldn't help but feel a trace of disdain. He looked at Qin Shiyue from head to toe and cupped his hands. Nephew Morong Jian greets Uncle Qin. Although this is the first time we've met, I've heard of Uncle Qin's great name. Alright, although Uncle Qin is old, your skin is very well maintained. You look very young. How old are you? Have you already understood your destiny? Qin Shiyue's face blushed. He smiled and said, Good nephew, your uncle has just understood his destiny. I'm really comforted to see such a good child like you. Morong Jian said happily, Is that so? Uncle Qin, you can actually see through my nature. You're really a god. Come take a seat. After he finished speaking, he respectfully sat down at the head of the table. The people from the 3 seas and 7 waters were stunned. Some didn't know what to do while some laughed in their hearts. Seeing the 2 sitting down, they could only sit down as well. Everyone sat down and the banquet started again. Because there were outsiders in the banquet, the atmosphere wasn't as lively as before. How could Murong Jian care so much? After eating a few mouthfuls of food, he toasted Qin Shirui and Su Jiaoqing. After a few rounds of toasting, he became more talkative. However, it was a pity that Murong Jian's words were all about the imperial court. His words were brimming with the pride of being an official. He couldn't talk to Qin Shirui and Su Jiaoqing at all. The two laughed in their hearts and perfunctorily chatted with their good nephew, waiting for the show to start. Sure enough, after a while Murong Jian couldn't help but look at Su Jiaodong, who lowered her head and didn't speak. He deliberated his words and said, "Uncle Su, I've visited you several times, but I've never been able to see your face. This time, I'm here specially because I have something to ask of you." Su Jiaoqing glanced at Qin Shirui and thought, "Lord Qin, you can support me in this matter." Qin Shirui nodded slightly. Su Jiaoqing was relieved and asked with a smile, "Commander Murong, what is it? Just say it." Murong Jian was overjoyed when he saw that the slow flood dragon king asked the question so straightforwardly. He waved his hand at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers behind him carried the small box to the side of the slow flood dragon king and placed it squarely on the table. Murong Jian smiled and said, "Uncle Su, ever since I saw Miss Jiao Tong, I've been thinking about her day and night. I feel that she is the only one I can marry in this life. I've always wanted to go and ask for her hand in marriage, but I've never seen Uncle's shadow. Today's matter was rushed, so this is my engagement gift. After today I'll ask 7th Uncle, that is, the Lord of the City Guard, to personally come and persuade us." The Su Jiaoqing looked at the small box with interest and said, "Commander Murong, I heard that you already have 7 concubines at home. Why are you still thinking about my daughter so much that you don't want her for the rest of your life? If you marry Jiaodong, will she be your legal wife or a concubine?" Murong Jian's face didn't turn red, but his heart didn't stop. He said calmly, "Uncle, you're wrong. There's no end to love in this world. The concubines I married before were sincere. This time I'm marrying Jiaodong. It doesn't mean that I can't fall in love with Jiaodong. Moreover, there's true love between us. Jiaodong doesn't care about status. My legal wife is the daughter of the magistrate of Shiyu City. She has a noble status and can be the master of the harem. My concubine is also the daughter of an official and is very virtuous. I think that if I marry Jiaodong, she won't be disgraced. What do you think?" When Su Jiaoqing heard this, he was so angry that he laughed and said, "Nephew, you're really thoughtful. Murong Jian was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "So, Uncle Su agrees. There's 1,000 taels of gold in this gift box. It's my betrothal gift. Please accept it. This betrothal gift is much more than what I received when I married my legal wife. I hope that Uncle Su can understand my sincerity." Su Jiaoqing looked up to the sky and laughed. "Commander Murong, I really appreciate your good intentions. Thank you for thinking highly of my daughter and offering such a generous gift. It's a pity that my daughter is already betrothed to someone else. Commander Murong, you're too late." Murong Jian's ugly face turned pale and said, "Uncle Su, are you trying to deceive me? I've already asked around. Jiaodong isn't betrothed to someone else. If she's betrothed to someone else, why didn't you mention it to me earlier?" Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Su, even if she's betrothed to someone else, they're not married yet. May I ask who the other party is? I'll ask 7th Uncle to go and talk to him. He'll definitely regret this marriage." What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua almost spat out the food she was eating. She didn't even understand what Murong Jian was saying. He clearly rejected the betrothal and thought that he was making things difficult for him. Su Jiaoqing saw that Murong Jian didn't know how to back off. He couldn't help but feel awkward and said hesitantly, "This?" At this moment, Qin Shirui said with a smile, "My good nephew, you're making things difficult for your Uncle Su. Because this person is right in front of you." Murong Jian was stunned and quickly looked around. There were only middle-aged and old people around. Then he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Ying Fei beside Su Jiaodong. He couldn't help but ask fiercely, "Uncle Qin, are you talking about the 2 people sitting next to Jiaodong? But that young man is just a servant, so he shouldn't be. Could it be that ordinary-looking man? That guy is so ordinary that he can't even be recognized in a crowd. How could Jiaodong like him? Is it because this guy's 7 aunts and 8 aunts are also from the government, so you can't put down your face? That's why you're forcing yourself." Then he said in a low voice, "If that's the case, why don't you tell me? I have 10,000 ways to make him regret it. He actually wants to steal my woman. He's really tired of living." Qin Shirui smiled and shook his head. No. Murong Jian was stunned and asked, Then who could it be? Chapter 277. Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "That's me." You. Murong Jian pointed at the gray-haired man in disbelief and laughed as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. Qin Shiyue didn't refute and only smiled at him. After laughing enough, Murong Jian said, "Uncle Qin, don't play with me. You already know your destiny, so why are you still going against it and flaunting your love affairs with the younger generation? Although you're good at maintaining your appearance, you're still young. Why bother?" Then he looked at Lord Su Jiao unhappily and said, "Uncle Su, I came here sincerely. You're rejecting me again and again. Are you looking down on our navy? Are you looking down on our city's garrison?" Qin Shiyue was still full of smiles as she said, "My good nephew, your Uncle Qin has just married 6 wives and concubines, one less than you. If this delicate girl follows me, she will be on par with you. You and I, uncle and nephew, will both have 7 wives and concubines. Isn't that wonderful?" "Are you serious?" Murong Jian was furious and Qin Shiyue immediately turned into a pile of cow dung. He scolded, "Qin Shiyue, I respect you as Uncle Su's guest, not because I'm afraid you're from some sect. Jianghu City is the Lord Garrison's world and the South Sea is our Navy's territory. If you want to cause any trouble, you have to ask me first. Don't think I don't know how to bully others. Uncle Su is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. You're just a white-haired dog-tail flower and you want to win Jiaodong's favor?" Then he smiled brightly at Su Jiaodong and said, "Jiaodong, don't worry. I'm here and I'll get you out immediately." Not to mention Su Jiaodong's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua saw it and immediately bent down to vomit. That smile was too disgusting. Out of Murong Jian's expectations, Su Jiaodong stepped forward and walked in front of Murong Jian. She bowed deeply and said in a sweet voice, "Commander Murong, thank you for your kindness. This concubine has a short life and cannot serve you. I hope that Commander will be magnanimous and let this concubine go. This concubine is willing to follow Lord Qin." At the end of his speech, his neck was dyed red. Murong Jian had never seen this kind of shyness before. His heart itched even more. He slapped the table and stood up, saying, "Jiaodong, don't say any more. For you, I am willing to sacrifice my life. This Qin Shiyue doesn't have any respect for her elders. I will definitely take care of her. Today I will definitely save you from this disaster." After he finished speaking, he ignored Su Jiaodong's furious expression and turned to Qin Shiyue. "Lord Qin, since you insist on going your own way, I won't be polite with you. Tell me what you want and I'll accept it." Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "What Dao? Love between a man and a woman is human nature. Me and Jiao Tong are both willing parties. Can a commander like you control us?" This was what Murong Jian had said to General Lu. Now Qin Shiyue was returning the same words back to him. Who would have thought that Murong Jian would say, "As a commander, I naturally can't interfere. However, I also love Miss Jiao Tong, so I naturally have the right to interfere. What do you think? Just tell me what you want." Qin Shiyue was still calm and said, "I disdain to tell you what you want. Miss Jiao Tong has already made her attitude clear. She won't marry anyone other than me. Why are you asking for a rebuff? I can see that you sincerely love Miss Jiao Tong, so I won't make things difficult for you. You should go back early, wash up and sleep." Murong Jian said angrily, "You coward. If you don't dare to tell me what you want, I will set a rule. If you don't dare to accept it, then obediently go back to your sect. Don't make a fool of yourself here. This Jianghu city is the territory of real men." Qin Shiyue's heart moved and said, "All right, then tell me." "What rule do you have?" Murong Jian was overjoyed and said, "You're prepared to accept it? If I say it, you can accept it. If you can't, then leave Jianghu city as soon as possible." Su Jiao King said anxiously, "Lord Qin." Qin Shiyue looked at Su Jiao King and then at Su Jiaodong and said with a smile, "Watch me." Then he said to Murong Jian, "You tell me what you want, I will accept it." Murong Jian's fingers that were as thick as radishes pinched his chin. He pretended to think and said, "How about this, Lord Qin? I know that you are a martial arts expert and I am not your opponent. This guard of mine has been in the martial arts world for a few days. Now that he has ascended to a high position in my navy, why don't you compete with him? If you can win against him, then I will do as you wish." These words were unreasonable. Everyone in the hall was angry. Who was Qin Shiyue? He was the representative of everyone present. This Murong Jian did not only humiliate Qin Shiyue, but also the entire Dragon God sect. However, there were two people who were exceptions. One was Zhang Xiaohua, who was not involved. He was not like the others and was not humiliated. Naturally, his mind was clear. He felt that this ugly man's actions were too arrogant. He actually came to someone else's place to cause trouble. It was very strange. Even if this person was powerful, he should not be so ignorant. The other was Qin Shiyue, who was in the middle. If it was someone else who set up a trap, they would definitely use their strengths to attack the other party's weakness. However, this Murong Jian was able to become the Navy's commander. Even if he did not have a brain, how could he not have seen a pig run before? How could he do such a thing? In an instant he became vigilant. Qin Shiyue smiled as he looked at the complacent Murong Jian and said, "Good nephew, you really understand your Uncle Qin. Let's do it this way. Uncle Qin's old arms and legs should also move a bit." After speaking, Qin Shiyue slowly walked to the front of the hall. He crossed his arms and stood there as steady as Mount Tai. The soldier behind Murong Jian did not say anything. He took off his armor and revealed his shirt. After tidying up a bit, he picked up the scimitar on the ground and walked into the circle. Actually, when this soldier jumped off the boat with Murong Jian, Qin Shiyue had already carefully observed him. He knew that this soldier was Murong Jian's bodyguard. From his footwork and posture, he could see the charm of an expert. At this time, from the way he held the scimitar and his aura, Qin Shiyue's guess was correct. How could this Murong Jian joke about this kind of thing? There was definitely something fishy going on. The soldier stood in front of Qin Shiyue and tightly held the scimitar in his right hand. He said to Qin Shiyue, "Lord Qin, I am a nameless person. I will also follow my commander and call you Lord. Please give me some pointers." After speaking, he assumed a standard scimitar stance. This was the most common scimitar stance in the Navy. There was nothing special about it. Qin Shiyue did not dare to be careless. He casually pulled out the flexible sword from his waist and used his chi to shake it. The flexible sword twisted like a spirit snake and emitted a cold air. Facing the threatening sword chi of the flexible sword, the soldier acted as if he did not hear it. He only held the scimitar tightly and guarded his position. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue smiled and said, "Since you do not dare to say your name, I will not force you. However, since I am a famous person in Jianghu, I will not take advantage of you. You are a guest from afar. I will let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves I will fight back. What do you think?" A light flashed in the soldier's eyes. His face was filled with joy. He quickly calmed himself down and guarded his position. Murong Jian heard this and said, "Since Lord Qin is so magnanimous, why are you still standing there?" When the soldier heard this, he did not say anything. He took a step forward, right in front of Qin Shiyue, and chopped down with his blade. The force behind the strike was very fierce. Qin Shiyue slightly frowned and slightly dodged the attack. He tightened all the muscles in his body, waiting for the next move. However, to his surprise, the soldier did not change his move. He waited for the scimitar to hit empty air, then pulled back the scimitar and chopped down again. This time, Qin Shiyue's brows were completely relaxed. He understood that this was the dignity of a martial artist. This soldier might only be a guard under Murong Jian, but it turned out that he was not a nobody in Jianghu. When Qin Shiyue said that he would let others have 3 moves, it was just to test the situation. This soldier actually did not want to take advantage of this, and Qin Shiyue could not help but have the thought of a hero cherishing another hero. Sure enough, when the scimitar swept across, Qin Shiyue only shrunk his stomach and dodged it effortlessly. Seeing this, Qin Shiyue laughed and said, "Brother, you really have a good character. Come, let's compete again." But before he finished speaking, a strange change occurred. The scimitar in the soldier's hand did not follow the usual path and return to his chest. Instead, it suddenly changed. The back of the scimitar was in front and the blade was in the back. It was slanted towards Qin Shiyue's chest. Qin Shiyue was taking a breath and thought that the soldier was open and aboveboard. When he saw the scimitar approaching, how could he dodge it? He barely moved his body to the side and let the back of the scimitar pass by his armpit. But even so, there was a light chi sound. The tip of the scimitar cut through Qin Shiyue's armpit clothes and brought out a string of blood. Qin Shiyue took a deep breath. His body floated and he moved half an inch. The smile on his face became wider and he said, "Good scimitar, good scheming." "Oh, you actually used poison?" Qin Shiyue felt that there was no pain under his armpit. Instead it was itchy. He knew that it was not good. When he looked down, the long wound that was not deep had already turned black. It was spreading all over his body. It could be seen that the poison was very strong. Qin Shiyue was about to make a move, but the soldier quickly stepped forward and slashed his scimitar again. This time, not only was it full of strength but it also had a wonderful trajectory. It seemed that there were countless changes in the scimitar. Qin Shiyue's expression changed greatly. This scimitar was obviously different from the previous 3 scimitars. Its level and level were not the same. The soldier had the intention to hide his strength before, so he forced Qin Shiyue to raise his sword to meet it. But when the sword and the scimitar collided, there was a crisp sound. The two of them did not retreat at all. The soldier and Qin Shiyue were actually on par. Then the soldier pulled out his scimitar and attacked again. One attack was closely followed by another attack. Qin Shiyue did not have time to use his qi to expel the poison, let alone take out the poison-dispelling pill from his chest. Chapter 278. Qin Shiyue was one of the famous experts of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Sect. She was also one of the top experts in the Jianghu. However, this nameless soldier's scimitar didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting with Qin Shiyue. In fact, he even had a slight advantage. The scimitar's moves were strange and ingenious, but Qin Shiyue was able to evade it and was almost injured by it. As the soldier kept attacking with his scimitar, Qin Shiyue's smiling face slowly turned gray. Even if Qin Shiyue said that he was poisoned, no one cared. What kind of place was the Dragon God Sect? A mere poison couldn't cause any harm to Qin Shiyue. At least, Ying Fei knew that Qin Shiyue's poison-repelling pill could cure all kinds of poisons in the world. However, the soldier seemed to have calculated everything. First, he used a trick to injure Qin Shiyue slightly and poison him. Then he kept attacking without stopping so that Qin Shiyue didn't have the time to cure the poison. Qin Shiyue was careless and fell into the trap. Now he was really suffering. Seeing the change in Qin Shiyue's expression, the Su Jiao King was the first to jump into the field. Murong Jian's eyes were looking at the field. When he saw the Su Jiao King move, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, what are you doing? Are you going to win with numbers?" The Su Jiao King couldn't help but stop and hesitate. In the Jianghu, everything was about trust. Although the soldier used poison, he didn't say that he couldn't use poison. Moreover, Qin Shiyue agreed to let the soldier use 3 moves. If the soldier injured him in 3 moves, he couldn't say anything. This contest was originally a contest between Qin Shiyue and Murong Jian. It was just a substitute soldier. If Su Jiao King rashly made a move, not only would it damage the reputation of Heavenly Dragon Divine Religion, but judging from the soldier's skills, Su Jiao King might not be able to take him down easily. Seeing the Su Jiao King's hesitation, Murong Jian smiled and said, "If Lord Qin admits defeat, this contest can be stopped. Uncle Su will have to agree to marry Jiaodong to me." The creeping WRM King looked at Su Jiaodong, who had already stood up. He didn't know what to do. Su Jiaodong looked at the situation in the arena quietly. There was not a single ripple in her heart. Naturally, she would not go up to help. Even if Qin Shiyue died from the poison, she would not go up to help. She knew that this was the dignity of a man. Born as a hero, dead as a ghost. This sentence was not just for show. Moreover, ever since the gray-haired man had called out "Hey Jiao," her heart had already flown out of her chest. She had long been conquered by that cold gray-haired man. Faced with this situation, she only had one thought in her mind. If Xiao Yu died from the poison, Hey Jiao couldn't live on by herself either. How could an ugly man like Murong Jian desire a woman like her? Su Jiaodong's calmness puzzled the Su Jiao King. He anxiously rubbed his hands and paced outside the arena. It was not only him. Among the people in the hall, only Zhang Xiaohua was still using her divine sense to scan the people in the arena with interest. She kept stuffing food into her mouth and thought, "The chef in this villa is really good. If I can hire one, my parents will be happy." Everyone else had already stood up and walked to the front of the table. Ying Fei was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He only wanted to go up and help. He was not like the Su Jiao King of the South Sea. He was Qin Shiyue's subordinate. If anything happened to Qin Shiyue, not to mention whether the Dragon God Sect would punish him, Lord Garuda would definitely not let him go. Right now, he really wished that the person in the arena was him. At least, if Qin Shiyue was outside the arena, she could reach out and save him. Murong Jian looked around the arena proudly. This was a dilemma. He was not afraid that Su Jiaodong would not fall into his hands. Qin Shiyue would either admit defeat or die from the poison. Either way she would fall into his trap. The best part was that these people who always boasted of being heroes of the Jianghu could only watch as their VIP fell into danger and could not help. They could only watch as their own daughter fell into his hands and could not save her. Was this the difference between wisdom and brute force? Murong Jian felt a little smug. Uncivilized people were uncivilized people. How could an official family like ours compare to them? However, Su Jiaodong's reaction was slightly out of Murong Jian's expectations. He originally thought that Su Jiaodong would be a little nervous, a little scared, and even come forward to beg him to let her go. She would beg him to take her into his room in exchange for Lord Whitehair Qin's life. That way, his vanity that had been beaten down would be greatly satisfied, and he would be able to use the attitude of a victor to redeem this wild beauty and train her to become his plaything. Unfortunately, Su Jiaodong was cold and indifferent. It was as if she did not see anyone else's expression. She simply treated him as if he was invisible. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Behind the chill, there was a desire to be tamed. Perhaps only this kind of uncontrollable pride could arouse his ambition. At this moment, Qin Shiyue's right leg went soft and he almost fell down. The soldier's scimitar slashed like lightning towards Qin Shiyue's left shoulder. Qin Shiyue saw that he could not block it, so he clenched his teeth and stabbed his soft sword towards the soldier's heart. It was actually a suicidal move. The soldier sneered in his heart. The corner of his mouth also twitched as if he was mocking him. He dodged to the side and once again slashed down towards Qin Shiyue. At this moment, Su Jiaodong could no longer maintain her composure. Her face was pale and her eyes flashed with a kind of desperation. Yes, she knew that Qin Shiyue had reached the final stage. His face was deathly black, contrasting with his head full of white hair. He was dancing the last dance of his life on the cliff. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense wandered around the field. He saw Murong Jian's complacency, Su Jiaowang's anxiety, Ying Fei's fear, the soldier's aggressiveness and Qin Shiyue's stubborn resistance. He saw them all in his heart. However, what did these have to do with him? He was just a prisoner. He didn't know how the Tenryu sect master would deal with him. Why should he care about other people's business? As the saying goes, everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't care about the frost on other people's roof. That was true. However, when his spiritual sense swept across Su Jiaodong, his heart suddenly moved. That charming and cold face might not have attracted any interest from Zhang Xiaohua, but the desperation, desolation, and longing in her eyes suddenly touched a trace of memory in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This memory might be his sister-in-law Lu Qian facing the 3 wolves of Mount Shichui, or O Yen facing the black-clothed old man, or Li Yinfeng facing the bandits of Mount Shichui. However, what made Zhang Xiaohua wake up was that the eyes in this memory were actually the eyes in the turbulent river, in the lonely straw hut. There was a trace of unwillingness and a trace of flawlessness in that pair of big eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was not a dreamless person. However, he knew that he had always been a kind of fleeting dream. He thought that he would not miss that pair of big eyes and would not think about that towering bun. He thought that it was just a hurried passing by in the mortal world, and he thought that it was just a brief encounter in life. However, in the eyes of Su Jiaodong, who had nothing to do with him, he found, knew, and understood that he was not a dreamless person. It was not that he did not want to dream. It was just that this dream was too deep, too long, and too vague. When faced with Lu Qian's helpless eyes, he was powerless. When faced with O Yan's panicked eyes, he stepped forward bravely. When faced with Li Yinfeng's desperate eyes, he talked cheerfully and wittily and forced the bandits to retreat. However, when faced with Meng's panicked, reluctant, and shy eyes, what could he do? Yes, he did not know what he should do. He did not know before and he did not know now. What about in the future? Perhaps he would know. However, if now the thing in Su Jiaodong's eyes touched Zhang Xiaohua's heartstrings, what could he do? In an instant, Su Jiaodong's eyes overlapped with Meng's eyes. Even if it was just a flash of similarity, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to make some decisions. At this time, the situation in the field had taken a turn for the worse. Qin Shiyue's footsteps were crooked, and he accidentally fell to the ground. He clenched his teeth and did not cry for help. His eyes were filled with determination, but there was also some unwillingness. The flexible sword in his hand powerlessly stabbed upwards, wanting to stop the soldier's lightning-fast scimitar. However, he was very clear that it was just a fool's dream. At this moment he turned his head. In this extremely dangerous moment, he turned his head and looked at Su Jiaodong, who was standing there. Their eyes met and they were both relieved. Their hearts were connected and they did not understand. Qin Shiyue's dark face was somewhat red. Su Jiaodong's face was also flushed. Murong Jian looked at all of this with jealousy, and his fists were about to clench.